The American West is gone. The Wild East is just waking up. Comrade Cowboy. A modern Western action thriller. Chapter 1. The wire was loose on the north section, sagging between the cedar posts where the bull elk had crossed in the night. Cal Henderson pulled the fencing pliers from the leather scabbard on his hip. He gripped the rusted barb, cranked it tight against the wood, and drove a staple home. The thwack of the hammer echoed off the limestone ridge, a lonely, decisive sound in the vast silence of the Montana morning. He tested the tension with a gloved hand. It sang, a high-pitched metallic hum. Good for another 10 years. Maybe 20. He realized then that he was fixing a fence he didn't own anymore. Cal holstered the pliers and looked out over the valley. The frost hadn't lifted yet, clinging to the bunchgrass like a dusting of crushed diamonds. Down below, 3 miles distant, the ranch house was a white speck against the gray-green sweep of the foothills. Around it, a cluster of vehicles glinted in the early sun. Not the battered pickups of neighbors coming to help brand or harvest. These were black SUVs, clean sedans, and the flatbed trucks of the auction company. From this height, they looked like beetles swarming a carcass. He swung into the saddle. His horse, a sorrel gelding named Buster, shifted his weight and blew hard through his nostrils, creating small clouds of steam. "I know," Cal said. "I don't want to go down there either." He turned the horse downhill, picking a path through the sagebrush. He rode easy, his body moving in a fluid rhythm with the animal, a muscle memory bred into him before he could walk. The air was thin and sharp, biting at the exposed skin of his cheeks. It was the kind of cold that usually signaled the start of the heavy work season, moving the herd to winter pasture, breaking ice on the troughs. Today, it just signaled the end. As he neared the valley floor, the details of the invasion came into focus. The auctioneer's chant, amplified by a crackling PA system, drifted up on the wind. It was a rhythmic, soulless drone, a buzzsaw cutting through the history of the place. 75, do I hear 80, 80 on the John Deere, low hours, kept in the shed. Cal rode past the main gate. The sign, Broken Arrow Ranch, S. 1912, hung slightly crooked. A new sign was zip-tied to the post below it, bank foreclosure. Auction today. All inventory must go. A sheriff's deputy stood by the cattle guard, leaning against his cruiser with a styrofoam cup of coffee. It was Miller. They'd played football together in high school. Miller looked at his boots as Cal rode past, studying the mud on the toe cap like it was the most interesting thing in the county. "Morning, Cal," Miller muttered, not looking up. "Miller." Cal didn't stop. He rode straight to the corrals, dismounting near the tack shed. The yard was full of strangers. Men in puffy down vests and immaculate hiking boots, checking their phones. Dealers looking for a flip. A few neighbors stood on the periphery, hands shoved deep in their pockets, hats pulled low. They weren't buying. They were witnessing. A funeral for a way of life, with a buffet of stale donuts and bad coffee. A man in a beige canvas coat was handling a coil of rope on a table set up near the barn doors. He tested the lay of it, flexing the nylon. "Good feel to it," the man said to nobody in particular. He looked at Cal. "Soft. You use this?" Cal looked at the rope. It was a poly blend he'd bought 3 years ago. "It's trash. Kinks in the wet." The man dropped it. "Thanks for the tip." Cal walked past him, heading for the stables. He needed to put Buster away before they sold the stall out from under him. The barn smelled of alfalfa and old leather, a scent that hit him in the chest like a physical blow. The shadows were deep and cool. He began uncinching the saddle. His hands moved automatically, loosening the latigo, lifting the heavy western saddle. He swung it onto the rail. "Excuse me." Cal turned. A woman stood in the aisle. She was holding a clipboard, and wearing a lanyard that said Apex Asset Management. She wore a suit that cost more than his truck, and her heels were sinking into the dirt floor. "Is this horse lot 42? She asked. She tapped the pen against the paper. Cal ran a hand down Buster's neck, feeling the coarse winter coat. "His name is Buster. And yeah, I guess he's lot 42. We need him in the main ring in 10 minutes, she said. She didn't look at the horse. She looked at the number on the tag braided into his mane. "Can you handle that? Or do I need to get one of the handlers?" "I'll bring him," Cal said. "Great. Make sure he's brushed. Presentation matters." She turned and clipped-clopped away, stepping carefully over a pile of manure. Cal rested his forehead against the horse's neck. The animal was warm, solid, alive. The woman didn't see a living thing. She saw an asset class, a line item on a liquidation sheet. It was the same way the corporate outfit, Terasov Resources, had looked at the water rights. They hadn't seen the creek where his grandfather taught him to fly fish. They saw acre-feet of flow and downstream monetization. They had lawyers who spoke a language Cal didn't understand, and by the time he'd figured out the vocabulary, the papers were signed and the water was gone. Without water, the beef prices didn't matter. The drought didn't matter. The ranch was dead before the first steer starved. He grabbed a curry comb and started brushing the horse. Short, angry strokes. "He's a good animal, Cal." The voice came from the stall door. It was heavy, gravelly. Old Man Hemlock from the spread 2 valleys over. He was leaning on a cane, his face a map of sun damage and windburn. "He works cows better than most men," Cal said, not stopping. "I put a bid in," Hemlock said. "For the horse. And your dad's saddle." Cal stopped. He looked at the old man. "I don't have the space, Cal. But I figured you might need him back one day. I can hold him. Work him a bit. Keep him sweet." Cal felt a tightening in his throat, a hot pressure behind his eyes that he ruthlessly suppressed. "I can't pay you back, Henry. I'm tapped out. The bank took the truck keys this morning." "Didn't ask for payment," Hemlock said. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the straw. "Just don't like seeing good tools go to people who don't know which end of the horse eats." "I appreciate it," Cal said. His voice was rough. "But let him go. I don't know where I'm going. I can't drag a horse with me." Hemlock nodded slowly. "Suit yourself. But the saddle is coming home with me. It's got your granddaddy's sweat in the leather. That don't belong to a bank." Cal finished brushing Buster. He led the horse out into the blinding sunlight of the ring. The auctioneer picked up the rhythm. The crowd leaned in. Cal stood in the center of the sawdust circle, holding the lead rope, staring at the horizon while men raised numbered paddles to buy his best friend. "Sold. 2,500. To the gentleman in the blue jacket." He handed the rope to a stranger. He didn't look back. He walked toward the house. The front door was open. Inside, the rooms echoed. The furniture was gone, sold in the first hour. The rugs were rolled up. The hardwood floors, scuffed by 3 generations of boots, looked naked. His mother was in the kitchen. She was packing a cardboard box, wrapping a stack of porcelain plates in newspaper. She was 55, but looked 70 today. Her hands, usually steady, were trembling slightly. "They took the dining table," she said without turning around. "For $40. It was solid oak. Your father built it." "It's just wood, Ma," Cal said. He leaned against the counter. The refrigerator was gone, leaving a dusty rectangle on the linoleum. "It's not just wood," she snapped. She turned, her eyes fierce and wet. "It's Christmas dinners. It's your father cleaning his rifle. It's you doing homework." She took a breath, smoothing her apron. "I'm sorry. I know." She wiped her hands on a rag and reached into her purse on the counter. She pulled out a small, thick book. The black leather cover was worn to gray at the corners. In the center, burned into the hide, was the broken arrow brand, a jagged arrow snapped in two. "I wasn't going to let them put a sticker on this," she said. She pressed it into Cal's chest. He took it. The Bible. His grandfather had carried it in France in '44, and then in the saddlebag for 40 years after that. It smelled of tobacco smoke and old paper. "I can't take this, Ma. You keep it." "I have my own," she said. This was the men's. "It goes with you." "Goes with me where?" Cal laughed, a short, bitter sound. "To the Motel 6. I got a bag of clothes and $300, Ma. That's the inheritance." "You have your name," she said. She reached up and gripped his chin, her fingers surprisingly strong. "Calvin Henderson. You come from people who built things out of dirt and bad weather. You think this is the end. This is just a bad winter. And what do we do in winter?" Cal looked down at her. "We feed the stock. We break the ice. We survive," she corrected. "Now help me with this box. Miller said he'd drive me to your sister's in Bozeman." He carried the box out to the waiting sedan. He hugged his mother, feeling how small she had become. She got in, and Miller drove her away, the tires crunching on the gravel one last time. Cal stood alone in the driveway. The auction was winding down. People were loading trucks, strapping down their prizes. The sun was high now, bleaching the color out of the world. He looked at the land one last time. The rolling hills, the timberline, the creek that was now a corporate asset. He felt a profound sense of dislocation, as if gravity had suddenly shifted. He was a cowboy without cows, a rancher without land. The identity he had worn like a second skin for 28 years had been peeled off, leaving him raw. He walked to the edge of the porch and sat on the railing, watching a man in a Terranova windbreaker hammering a no trespassing sign onto the gate he had fixed that morning. Cal looked at the Bible in his hand. He opened it. On the flyleaf, in faded ink, was his grandfather's handwriting. "The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof." "Maybe," Cal whispered to the empty yard. "But the bank's got the deed." He stood up, shoved the book into his jacket pocket, and started walking toward the road. He didn't have a ride. He'd walk the 10 miles to town. He needed the burn in his legs. He needed to feel the ground under his boots one last time before he became a ghost in his own country. Chapter 2. The ceiling fan in room 114 of the High Plains Motor Inn had a rhythm, click-whir, click clunk. Cal lay on the bedspread, staring at a water stain that looked like the map of Florida, timing his breathing to the clunk. It was 4:30 a.m. The highway outside was already humming, big rigs downshifting for the grade into town. Cal rolled out of bed. The carpet was sticky, holding onto a week's worth of spilled soda and bad decisions. He pulled on his jeans, the same pair from yesterday, stiff with drywall dust, and washed his face in the sink. The mirror was cracked in the corner. The face looking back was thinner than it had been 3 weeks ago. The eyes were harder. He didn't look like a rancher anymore. He looked like what he was, a transient. A statistic in a labor report. He grabbed his gear bag and walked out into the pre-dawn chill. The parking lot was a graveyard of rusted sedans and work trucks with mismatched doors. He walked 2 miles to the parking lot of the Home Depot on the east side of town. There were already 20 men there. They stood in loose clusters, smoking cheap cigarettes, hugging coffee cups. Most were younger, guys in hoodies and sneakers. A few were old-timers like Hemlock, men whose bodies were bent by years of leverage and torque. Cal found a spot near a light pole and waited. A white Ford F-350 pulled up. The driver, a guy with a neck tattoo and a clip-on tie, rolled down the window. The crowd surged forward. "Need 3 for demo work," the driver shouted. "12 an hour. Cash." Hands shot up. "I got tools," one kid yelled. "I can run a saw." The driver pointed. You in the red hat. And the big guy." He looked at Cal. Cal stood straight, shoulders back. He didn't wave his hand. He just looked at the man. The driver's eyes lingered on Cal's boots, expensive, well-oiled, but scuffed, and then moved on. "Nah. You look like you got opinions. I need backs, not brains. You kid, get in." The truck peeled out. Cal stood there for another hour. 2 more trucks came and went. He didn't get picked. Too old to be malleable, too young to be cheap. He was in the uncanny valley of manual labor. By 8 a.m., the lot was empty except for Cal and a stray dog chewing on a fast food wrapper. Cal walked back to the motel. He stopped at the office to pay for another night. The clerk, a woman named Marge who wore reading glasses on a chain, looked at his cash. "You're bleeding money, honey," she said, taking the bills. "You need a weekly rate." "I'm not staying a week," Cal said. "That's what you said last week." Cal went back to his room. He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out his phone. The screen was spiderwebbed from where he dropped it loading the truck at the ranch. He opened the job site app. Laborer. Dishwasher. Security guard. Must have license. He scrolled. His thumb moved rhythmically, a swipe of dismissal. No. 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 He typed in ranch hand. No results within 50 miles. He expanded the search. Statewide. 2 listings. One for a stable muckout boy in Billings, minimum wage. One for a dude ranch looking for authentic cowboys to entertain tourists. Required acting experience. Cal snorted. He rubbed his eyes. He was about to close the app when a banner ad at the bottom caught his eye. It was plain text, stark black on white. No logo. Livestock operations manager needed. Large-scale startup. Remote location. Housing provided. Salary, $120,000 United States dollar plus bonus. Experience with herd management required. Cal stopped. 120. That was triple what a head foreman made in a good year. He clicked it. The page was sparse. No photos of smiling cows or green pastures. Just a list of requirements. Veterinary basics. Fence construction. Predator control. Cold weather endurance. And an email address. recruit@vostok-agri.ru. Ru. Russia. Cal stared at the letters. He remembered the news stories about American farmers moving east, chasing cheap land. He'd thought they were crazy. He looked around the motel room. The peeling wallpaper. The microwave that smelled like burnt popcorn. The silence of a phone that never rang. He opened his email app. He typed out a subject line, Calvin Henderson. Broken Arrow Ranch. He didn't have a resume. He wrote 3 sentences. I ran 2,000 head of cattle in Montana for 10 years. I can fix anything that breaks. I don't drink on the job. He hit send. He spent the rest of the day staring at the TV, watching a game show where people screamed over winning a toaster. He fell asleep with his boots on. The phone rang at 2 a.m. Cal scrambled for it, knocking a lamp over. Yeah. Calvin Henderson? The voice was female, accented, precise. It sounded like a computer that had learned English from reading technical manuals. Speaking. Please hold for Director Volkov. The line clicked. There was a hiss of static, the sound of immense distance. Then a heavy breathing, like a large animal settling into straw. "Henderson," a male voice said. Deep. Resonant. "You are American Cowboy." "I'm a rancher," Cal said, sitting up. He cleared his throat. "Who is this?" "I am Volkov. Dmitri Volkov." The voice was impatient. "You say you run 2,000 head. What breed?" "Angus. Hereford crosses. Some Charolais." "Good. Tough meat." "Tough animals," Cal corrected. The meat was fine. "I have land," Volkov said. "Much land. Grass is good. Water is free. But no cows. I buy cows, they die. I buy tractors, they break. My men, they are good at shooting, bad at farming." Cal rubbed the back of his neck. "Sounds like a management problem." "It is knowledge problem," the woman's voice interjected. She was translating, or perhaps clarifying. "Mr. Volkov wishes to import American expertise. To build a system." "Where is this?" Cal asked. "Primorsky Krai," the woman said. "Far east. Near Sea of Japan." "Siberia," Cal said. "Not Siberia," Volkov barked. "Is Pacific Russia. Better weather. Sometimes." "Mr. Henderson," the woman continued. "The contract is for 1 year. Round-trip travel paid. Visa arranged. Salary deposited monthly in a bank of your choice." "Why me?" Cal asked. "You got my email 5 hours ago. You don't know me." "You are only one who did not ask about internet speed," Volkov said. Silence stretched on the line. Cal could hear voices in the background on Volkov's end, men laughing, the clink of glass. It sounded like a party or a war room. "It's a long way to go to fix fences," Cal said. "You have job now?" Volkov asked. "You have wrench?" The question hung there. Cal looked at the water stain on the ceiling. He looked at the Bible on the nightstand. "No," Cal said. "I don't." "Then you have nothing to lose," Volkov said. It wasn't a question. It was an assessment. "You come. We build empire. Or we fail, and you go home rich. Is good bet, yes?" Cal stood up. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. The Home Depot parking lot across the street was empty under the sodium lights. "Is it legal?" Cal asked. Volkov laughed. A dry, rasping sound. "Everything is legal, if you have right paper. I send paper. You sign." "I need half the travel money up front," Cal said. "A test." "Done," Volkov said immediately. "Elena will send details. You fly Tuesday." The line went dead. Cal stood holding the phone. The screen went black. He should call Miller. He should ask around. He should check the State Department website. Instead, he walked to the bathroom and looked in the cracked mirror again. "Primorsky Krai," he said to the reflection. The words felt heavy, jagged in his mouth. He went back to his bag and started packing. He didn't have much to pack. He took the Bible out of his jacket pocket and set it on the nightstand while he folded his shirts. Then he picked it up, feeling the brand burned into the leather. Broken Arrow. "Well, Granddad," he whispered, "you always said the West was about moving toward the horizon." He dropped the book into the bag. "I guess I just found a new horizon." Chapter 3. The customs officer held Cal's passport by the corner, as if he didn't want to get his fingerprints on an American mistake. He was young, with skin the color of uncooked dough, and eyes that had seen everything and been impressed by none of it. He looked at the photo, then at Cal, then back at the photo. He took his time. He let the silence stretch until it became a physical weight in the glass booth. Cal stood still. He'd learned that much from dealing with bank loan officers. If you fidget, you owe them money. If you stand still, they just hate you. The officer finally stamped the page, thud, and slid it back under the glass. He didn't say, "Welcome to Russia." He just looked at the next person in line. Sheremetyevo Airport was a polished labyrinth of steel and duty-free perfume, but Cal didn't stay long. He was herded toward a domestic terminal that felt different: lower ceilings, dimmer lights, floor tiles cracked by decades of heavy boots. The flight board was a list of names that sounded like distances rather than cities: Irkutsk, Novosibirsk, Magadan. He found his gate. The flight to Vladivostok. 9 hours. He boarded an Aeroflot jet that smelled of antiseptic and damp wool. He sat by the window. As the plane climbed, Moscow fell away, a sprawl of gray concrete rings dissolving into the white haze. Then came the clouds. Then came the nothing. For hours, Cal watched the world below. It was a landscape that defied scale. No roads, no fences, no geometric grids of farmland. Just endless, white-dusted taiga. Birch forests that looked like patches of gray mold on a white sheet. Frozen rivers winding like scars. It was beautiful, in the way a loaded gun is beautiful. Pure function, zero empathy. He thought about the flight attendant's smile when he asked for water. It hadn't reached her eyes. She had looked at him with a mix of curiosity and pity, like he was a dog wandering onto a freeway. The plane banked. The landscape changed. Hills rose up, sharp and jagged, covered in dark timber. The Sea of Japan appeared on the horizon, a flat sheet of hammered lead. They landed hard. The tires screeched, biting into the runway at Vladivostok International. Cal grabbed his duffel bag from the carousel. He walked out into the arrivals hall, a cavernous space echoing with greetings he didn't understand. He scanned the crowd for a sign with his name. There were no signs. A man was standing near the exit doors, separated from the anxious relatives and taxi hustlers. He was wearing a black wool coat that looked heavy enough to stop small arms fire. He was 5'9" and 5 feet wide, a block of granite carved into a human shape. His hair was iron gray, cropped close to a skull that looked like it could headbutt a tank. He wasn't looking around. He was looking directly at Cal. Cal walked over. "Volkov." The man didn't extend a hand. He just nodded, a microscopic tilt of the chin. "Henderson." "You look like your voice," Cal said. "And you look tired," Volkov said. His English was heavy, grinding the vowels into paste. "We go." He turned and walked through the automatic doors. Cal followed. The air outside hit him like a wet towel, frozen solid. It was a damp, maritime cold that seeped through his denim jacket instantly. The sky was low and gray, pressing down on the parking lot. Volkov stopped at a black Land Cruiser. It was dusty, the kind of dust that comes from unpaved miles, not city sitting. He unlocked it with a chirp. "Bag and back," Volkov said. Cal threw his duffel in. There was a crate in the trunk, bolted to the floor. Inside was a carbine rifle, folded stock, matte black. Next to it was a case of vodka and a coil of jumper cables thick enough to restart a heart. Cal climbed into the passenger seat. The interior smelled of stale tobacco and pine air freshener. Volkov got in, keyed the ignition, and the diesel engine rattled to life. They didn't talk for the first hour. They drove north, leaving the port city behind. The road turned from asphalt to broken concrete, then to something that was mostly potholes held together by tar. Cal watched the window. This wasn't the Russia he'd seen in movies. No onion domes, no snowy squares. This was rugged country. Scraggly timber, rocky outcrops, rivers running fast and dark. "Looks like Montana," Cal said mostly to himself. If Montana got beat up in an alley and left for dead. Volkov glanced over. Terrain is similar. Soil is richer. People are harder. Harder how? In Montana, If car breaks, you call AAA here. If car breaks, you fix or you freeze. If you freeze, wolves eat you. Is simple system. Efficient, Cal said. Darwinian, Volkov corrected. He knew the word. He said it with relish. They passed rusted skeletons of factories, abandoned radar dishes pointing at empty skies, remnants of a collapsed empire rotting in the weeds. But in between the ruin, the land was staggering. Rolling hills of golden grass that stretched forever. Cal's rancher eyes stripped away the decay and saw the potential. The forage. The drainage. You could run 10,000 head here if you had the fences. You hungry? Volkov asked suddenly. I could eat. Volkov swung the Land Cruiser off the road into a gravel lot. A low concrete building sat under a flickering neon sign that buzzed audibly. Several semi-trucks were idling in the lot, exhaust pluming white. We eat, Volkov said. Do not speak much. Your accent is loud. They went inside. The place was warm, overheated by a wood stove in the corner. It smelled of frying onions and cigarette smoke. The walls were paneled in fake wood, decorated with faded calendars and a plastic icon of the Virgin Mary hanging next to a poster of a topless woman on a motorcycle. Truckers sat hunched over bowls of red soup, tearing at black bread. They stopped chewing when Cal and Volkov walked in. Eyes tracked them. Volkov walked to a corner booth. He moved with a surprising grace for a big man, balanced on the balls of his feet. He ordered without looking at the menu. Borscht. Pelmeni. Tea. The waitress, a woman with forearms like bridge cables, nodded and vanished. Cal sat with his back to the wall. It was an old habit from the bar in Helena. Volkov noticed. You expect trouble? Volkov asked. Just like to see the door. Good habit. Volkov took a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket, tapped one out, didn't light it. He just rolled it between his fingers. But here, trouble does not come through door. Trouble is already sitting at table. Cal looked around. In the booth adjacent to the counter, 4 young men were drinking beer. They weren't truckers. They wore leather jackets that were too shiny and jeans that were too tight. Their hair was cropped high and tight. One of them, a kid with a scar through his eyebrow, was staring at Cal. He leaned over and whispered to his friend. They both laughed. It wasn't a friendly sound. It was the sound of a coyote yipping at a limping calf. Friends of yours? Cal asked. Local trash, Volkov said, dismissing them with a wave of his unlit cigarette. They watch road. They see expensive car. They wonder what is inside. FSB doesn't scare them. Volkov smiled. It was a cold expression, devoid of humor. I am not wearing badge, Henderson. Out here, badge is just piece of metal. Power is what you can do, not what you are. The food arrived. The soup was hot, sour, and rich with dill. The dumplings were swimming in butter. Cal ate quickly. The kid with the scar stood up. He walked toward the bathroom, but his path took him past their table. He slowed down as he passed Cal. He stopped. He said something in Russian. Fast, guttural. He was smiling, but his eyes were flat. Cal put his spoon down. He looked at the kid. He didn't understand the words, but he understood the tone. It was the universal language of a man looking for an excuse. I don't speak Russian, Cal said quietly. The kid looked at Volkov, then back at Cal. He pointed at Cal's watch, a heavy chronograph his father had given him. He said something else, miming taking it off. Volkov didn't look up from his soup. He spoke 3 words. Low. Conversational. The kid froze. His smile evaporated. He looked at Volkov's hands, which were resting calmly on the table, huge and still. He looked at the heavy coat. He swallowed, a visible bob of his Adam's apple. He muttered something that sounded like an apology, stepped back, and hurried to the bathroom. Cal looked at Volkov. "What did you say?" Volkov tore a piece of black bread. "I ask if he wants to call his mother to say goodbye." "Would you have?" Volkov finally lit the cigarette. He inhaled deeply, the tip glowing orange. "We finish eating. We have 4 hours more to drive." "That kid isn't done," Cal said. "He's embarrassed. That turns to angry real quick." "He is small fish," Volkov said. "We do not worry about minnows. We worry about sharks." He pointed a thick finger at Cal. "Rule number 1, cowboy. You are here to work. To build ranch. You do not fight locals. You do not play hero. You are investment. I protect investment. Understand?" "I can handle myself," Cal said. "In Montana, maybe. Here you are blind. You are deaf. You do not know who is cousin to police chief, who is nephew of Bratva captain. You touch wrong person, you disappear in bog. No trial. No embassy. Just gone." Cal looked at the kid coming out of the bathroom. He kept his head down, scuttling back to his table. The other 3 looked at Volkov, then turned their backs, suddenly interested in their beer. "Understood," Cal said. "Good." Volkov dropped cash on the table. "Let's go." They walked out into the cold. The wind had picked up, howling through the power lines. The Land Cruiser sat heavy and dark on the gravel. As Cal reached for the door handle, he looked at the tree line beyond the parking lot. The timber was dense, a wall of black spikes against the gray sky. He felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the feeling of being on the edge of the map. The laws of gravity applied here, but the laws of man felt flexible. He got in. Volkov gunned the engine. "Where's the ranch?" Cal asked as they pulled onto the potholed highway. Volkov pointed straight ahead, into the darkening void of the taiga. "End of road," Volkov said. "Then 10 miles more." Cal watched the headlights cut a tunnel through the night. He touched the pocket where the Bible sat. He was a long way from Broken Arrow. He was a long way from anything. "Volkov," Cal said. "Yes." "That kid." He noticed the watch. But he was looking at the car first. So, minnows usually swim ahead of sharks. Volkov glanced at the rearview mirror. For the first time, the mask slipped, just a fraction. A flicker of concern. "You are observant, cowboy," Volkov grunted. He pressed the accelerator. The engine roared, and the Land Cruiser surged forward, racing the darkness toward the nothingness ahead. Maybe you survive winter, after all. Chapter 4. The headlights swept across a wall of gray concrete that looked like it had taken a few rounds from a tank and lost. Rebar poked out of the corners like rusted ribs exposed by a long decay. Volkov killed the engine. The silence that followed was heavy, pressing in against the windows of the Land Cruiser. The heater ticked as it cooled. "Home," Volkov said. He didn't sound like he meant it. He sounded like a man announcing a sentence. Cal opened the door and stepped out. The ground crunched under his boots, gravel mixed with broken glass. The air here was different than at the truck stop. It was cleaner, sharper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. But underneath that was the faint, metallic tang of old machinery rotting in the rain. He walked into the beams of the headlights to get a better look. The building was a 2-story block, strictly utilitarian, built by people who considered architecture a bourgeois excess. The windows on the ground floor were boarded up with mismatched plywood. The second-story glass was intact but dark, staring down like dead eyes. "What was this?" Cal asked. Volkov slammed his door. The sound echoed off the concrete. Collective Farm Number 47. Kolkhoz. Dairy production. Shut down in 91. That was 30 years ago, Cal said. He walked over to a tractor parked near the entrance. It was a massive thing, tracks instead of wheels, painted appealing industrial blue. The engine block was missing. A birch sapling was growing through the gap where the transmission used to be. Nature works fast, Volkov said, joining him. He slapped the metal flank of the tractor. But steel is good. Soviet steel. Steel doesn't move cows if there's no engine, Cal said. He looked around. Where's the barn? The chutes. Volkov pointed into the darkness beyond the main building. There. Big sheds. You fix. Cal clicked on a heavy flashlight he'd pulled from his bag. The beam cut a cone through the gloom. He swept it left, then right. He saw the sheds. They were long, low structures with corrugated roofs that sagged in the middle like sway-backed horses. The fencing, if you could call it that, was a joke. Rusted wire lying in tangles on the ground, posts leaning at 45-degree angles. He walked past the tractor, his boots sinking into the overgrown grass. He knelt down and pulled a handful of earth. It was cold and wet. He rubbed it between his thumb and fingers. It wasn't the sandy loam of Montana. This was black earth. Chernozem. Heavy, rich, loaded with organics. You could grow anything here if the frost didn't kill it first. It was the kind of soil wars were fought over. Dirt is good, Cal muttered. Best in world, Volkov said. He was standing by the trunk, watching Cal. His hand was resting near his waist, close to the pistol Cal knew was under that coat. But dirt does not pay debt. Cows pay debt. You don't have cows, Cal said, standing up and wiping his hand on his jeans. You have a parking lot for scrap metal and a field of weeds. That is why you are here. To make system. System? Cal shone the light on a collapsed section of the shed roof. Volkov, you don't need a manager. You need a demolition crew and a checkbook the size of Texas. There's no water infrastructure. No perimeter fence. If we bring cattle here tomorrow, they'll be in China by Tuesday. Volkov walked over, his boots thudding heavily. He stepped into the light, his face hard, the shadows cutting deep lines around his mouth. No China, Volkov said. He pointed south. Border is closed. Fences there are, very good. Here, we build what we need. You have budget. You have men coming next week. Local men. Strong backs. Do they know cattle? They know how to dig holes. They know how to carry wood. You teach them cattle. Cal looked at the main building again. Where do we sleep? Inside. Is warm. I have generator. They hauled the gear inside. The front door was a steel slab that groaned on its hinges. Inside, the air was stale, trapped since the fall of the Iron Curtain. Volkov fired up a Honda generator in a utility room, and a string of bare bulbs flickered to life in the hallway. The floor was linoleum, peeled up in curls. There was a desk in the main room, a majestic oak piece sitting in a puddle of water leaking from the ceiling. A calendar on the wall was dated October 1991. The days were marked off with X's until the 24th, and then nothing. Volkov threw his coat on the desk. He looked smaller without it, though still thick through the chest. He was wearing a shoulder holster, the leather worn smooth. Kitchen is back there, Volkov said. Stove uses gas. I brought tanks. And the rooms. Upstairs. You take one on left. I take right. Cal walked to the stairs. The railing was missing. He went up, testing each step. The room on the left was a concrete box. A metal cot with a bare mattress sat in the corner. There was mouse droppings on the windowsill, and a distinct rustling sound coming from the suspended ceiling tiles. He walked to the window and looked out. The moon had risen, breaking through the cloud cover. The light transformed the ruin. It silvered the grass, turning the overgrown fields into a shimmering ocean. He could see the tree line now, miles away, a dark hem on a vast garment. The valley opened up to the north, endless and rolling. 50,000 acres. That's what the ad had said. In Montana, 50,000 acres was a kingdom. Here, it felt like an emptiness waiting to be filled. It was terrifying and seductive in equal measure. A man could lose his life out there, and the land wouldn't even blink. It had swallowed armies, empires, and ideologies, and now it was waiting for one out-of-work cowboy to try his luck. He heard Volkov downstairs, the clack-clack of a weapon being cleared and checked. Cal went back down. Volkov was sitting at the desk, a bottle of vodka open, wiping down a Makarov pistol with a rag. "Room is good?" Volkov asked without looking up. "It's a rat hotel," Cal said. "I'll sleep in the truck." Volkov stopped wiping. He looked at Cal, his eyes narrowing. "Truck is cold. I have a 0-degree bag. I prefer the quiet." "You prefer to be near keys," Volkov said. He picked up the keys from the desk and dropped them into his pocket. "Sleep where you want. But truck stays." "I'm not running, Volkov. I didn't fly 12 hours to steal a Land Cruiser and drive into the woods." "Trust is earned," Volkov said. He poured a shot into a plastic cup. He didn't offer one to Cal. "In Russia we say trust but verify." "Reagan said that," Cal said. "He stole it from us." Volkov downed the shot. "Go. Sleep. Tomorrow work begins. I want inventory of everything. Every fence post, every nail." Cal walked out. The cold hit him again, bracing and clean after the dead air of the bunker. He walked to the Land Cruiser, opened the back, and dragged his gear out. He didn't want to sleep in Volkov's car either. He walked to the dilapidated tractor. It had a cab, mostly intact. He threw his sleeping bag onto the torn vinyl seat. It was high up, giving him a view of the yard and the front door of the headquarters. He climbed in and shimmied into the bag. It was tight but warm. He leaned his head back against the cold glass. He could see Volkov's shadow moving past the downstairs window. The man was pacing. An FSB agent turned rancher, guarding a pile of rust in the middle of nowhere. He was terrified, Cal realized. Not of Cal, but of failure. Of whatever or whoever he owed money to. Cal looked past the building, out to the horizon. The stars were out now, unfamiliar constellations wheeling in a black sky. The Big Dipper was there, but it hung lower, skewed. He reached into his bag and touched the leather cover of the Bible. He didn't open it. He just needed the tactile reminder that he was still Cal Henderson. 50,000 acres, he whispered. He imagined the herd. Not the ghost herd of his father's ranch, but a new one. Red Angus, maybe. Tough, cold-tolerant. He could see them moving through that tall grass, their breath steaming in the morning light. He could hear the lowing, the creak of leather, the snap of a rope. It was a hallucination, born of jet lag and desperation. But for a second, it felt real. Then a wolf howled, long and mournful, from the ridgeline to the east. Then another, answering from the west. Cal checked the door handle of the tractor cab. Locked. He wasn't the apex predator here. He was just meat in a sleeping bag. Morning comes early, he told himself, closing his eyes. But sleep didn't come. He lay there, listening to the wind rattle the loose metal of the shed roof, a sound like dry bones clicking together. He thought about the auction. The way Miller had looked at his boots. The way the woman from the bank had looked at Buster. Here, nobody was looking at him. Here, he was invisible. He watched the light in the headquarters go out. Volkov was asleep or waiting in the dark. Cal watched the yard for another hour, learning the shadows. That shadow by the fuel tank, it moved. A fox. A stray dog. It slunk away into the high grass. He memorized the layout. The sightlines. If things went sideways, and they usually did, he needed to know which way to run. Not that there was anywhere to run to. He finally drifted off, dreaming of fence lines that stretched into infinity, wire that never broke, and a horse that never got old. When he woke, the sun was blinding him, reflecting off the frost that covered everything in a layer of white lace. A fist was banging on the glass of the tractor door. Volkov stood there, holding a steaming mug and looking annoyed. "Cowboy," Volkov shouted through the glass. "Sun is up. Cows are waiting." Cal unzipped the bag, his breath pluming. There were no cows. Just ghosts and rust. But he cracked the door open anyway. "I'm up," Cal said. "Good," Volkov said, shoving the mug at him. It was black tea, strong enough to strip paint. "Drink. Then we find where fences used to be." Cal took the tea. The ceramic was hot against his frozen fingers. He looked out at the valley, bathed in brutal golden light. It was even bigger than it had looked in the moonlight. "Let's go find them," Cal said. He stepped down into the mud, ready to start digging a grave or building a kingdom. He still wasn't sure which. Chapter 5. The horse looked like a beer keg on legs. It had a neck as thick as a bridge piling, and a coat that felt more like steel wool than hair. It stood in the muddy yard, seemingly asleep, ignoring the wind that was stripping the last yellow leaves from the birch trees. Cal walked around it. He ran a hand down the front left leg. The cannon bone was short, thick. He picked up the hoof. It was the size of a dinner plate, unshod, the frog hard as flint. "Bashkir Curly," Volkov said. He was standing on the porch, zipping up a parka that looked expensive and tactical. "Ugly animal. But eats snow and doesn't die." "He'll do," Cal said. He dropped the hoof. The saddle was a flat English-style military antique with no horn and stirrup leathers that looked like cured beef jerky. Cal tightened the girth. The horse, Volkov called him Grom, Thunder, didn't even exhale. He just turned his massive head and looked at Cal with an eye that suggested he had seen empires rise and fall, and was unimpressed by all of them. Cal swung up. The motion felt wrong without the deep seat of his western saddle, but the horse was solid underneath him. "Where's yours?" Cal asked. Volkov pointed to a shed. A Yamaha Grizzly ATV sat there, mud-caked and menacing. "I drive," Volkov said. "Horse is for peasant. Machine is for manager." "You'll scare the game," Cal said. "And you can't hear the water running over an engine." "I am not listening for water," Volkov said. He walked to the ATV and fired it up. The engine noise shattered the morning quiet, sending a flock of crows exploding from the roof of the barn. "I am listening for you." They headed north. Cal kept Grom at a steady walk, navigating the sea of overgrown grass. The ATV putted along behind him, a constant mechanical gnat in his ear. The land opened up. It was deceptive terrain. From the headquarters, it looked like a gentle roll of hills. Out here, in the thick of it, it was a complex system of draws, coulees, and hidden ravines. The grass was chest-high in places, a mix of fescue and wild rye that brushed against Cal's boots with a dry hiss. He stopped at the crest of the first ridge. He pulled a notebook from his pocket. Volkov killed the engine. The silence rushed back in, heavy and profound. "What you see?" Volkov asked. He lit a cigarette, the smoke whipping away instantly. "I see fuel," Cal said. He gestured to the gold expanse. "This is old growth. It hasn't been grazed in decades. It's thatch. Fire hazard. We burn it." "No. We trample it." Cows crush the dead stuff, push the seeds into the soil. Hoof action. Cal made a fist and punched his open palm. Nature's aerators. But you have to move them fast. Move them. Volkov frowned. We build fence. Put cows inside. They eat. If you leave them, they eat the ice cream and leave the spinach, Cal said. They take the tasty grass down to the roots and let the weeds take over. In 3 years, you have a thistle farm. You have to bunch them up tight, make them compete for every bite, then move them. Mob grazing. Mimics the bison herds. Volkov stared at him. He tapped ash onto his boot. Bison are wild. We run business. Fences cost money. Moving cows cost time. Why make hard? Because easy destroys the land, Cal said. He looked at the soil around the horse's hooves. You want a factory, build a roof. You want a ranch, you play by the grass's rules. Volkov grunted. He didn't look convinced. He looked like a man calculating the price of wire. We see. They moved on. The sun climbed, weak and pale. Cal mapped the water. There was a spring in the second draw, bubbling out of the limestone. He marked it. Gravity feed potential. Another mile north, a seasonal creek bed, dry now, but the erosion marks on the banks suggested it ran hard in the melt. Bridge needed. He was starting to build a mental model of the operation. It was like solving a 50,000-acre puzzle. Where to put the winter shelter? Where to hold the bulls? Where were the choke points where the snow would drift 10 feet deep? He felt a flicker of the old excitement. It was the same feeling he'd had at 18, taking over the south pasture at Broken Arrow. The puzzle of efficiency. But every time he stopped to make a note, the ATV engine would idle down, and he'd feel Volkov's eyes on his back. It wasn't supervision. It was surveillance. By noon, they reached a dense stand of timber, Korean pine and birch, that marked the edge of the valley floor. The ground rose sharply into rocky foothills. Cal dismounted. He tied Grom to a sapling. Lunch, Volkov announced. He opened a hard case on the back of the ATV and pulled out a thermos and a loaf of bread wrapped in newspaper. They ate standing up. The tea was hot and sweet. The bread was dense. You map good, Volkov said, chewing. He nodded at Cal's notebook. You draw lines. It's a plan, Cal said. You can't build without blueprints. Plans change, Volkov said. In Afghanistan, we had maps. Very good maps. But maps did not show mines. Did not show which village elder took bribe and which one took head. He tore a piece of crust with his teeth. Map is just wish. Terrain is truth. Cows aren't the Taliban, Dmitri. Volkov's eyes snapped to Cal's. It was the first time Cal had used his first name. Everything is enemy if you are not careful. Weather, disease, wolf, thief. All want to take what is yours. Cal drank his tea. You live your whole life looking over your shoulder. I am alive, Volkov said simply. Many of my friends are not. They looked forward too much. Cal tossed the dregs of his tea onto the frost-hardened ground. I need to check that ridge, he said, pointing to a rocky spine about 2 miles to the northwest. Looks like a natural windbreak. If the prevailing wind is from the north, we could calve in the lee of those rocks. Save us building a shed. Volkov looked at the ridge. He squinted. He pulled a pair of heavy Steiner binoculars from the ATV case and scanned the tree line. Too far, Volkov said. Terrain is rough. ATV cannot go. That's why I'm on a horse, Cal said. I'll ride up, check the angles, be back in 40 minutes. He untied Grom and gathered the reins. No, Volkov said. The word was flat. Hard. Like a bolt sliding home. Cal stopped, 1 foot in the stirrup. He looked back. Volkov hadn't moved, but his posture had shifted. His hand was resting on the grip of the ATV, but his body was angled so his right side, the holster side, was clear. "Excuse me?" Cal said. "You do not go alone," Volkov said. "We stick together." Cal lowered his foot to the ground. The frustration that had been simmering all morning, the engine noise, the questions, the constant shadow, boiled over. "I'm not a poodle on a leash, Volkov. I can't do this job if I have to ask permission to take a piss. That ridge could save you $50,000 in lumber. You want me to ignore it because you can't drive your toy up there? I want you to stay where I can see you," Volkov said. His voice dropped an octave. "You are American. You are miles from nowhere. You get hurt, who carries you? You get lost, who finds you?" "I don't get lost," Cal snapped. "I've been riding range since I was 6. In Montana, where cell phone works, where Sheriff Miller drinks coffee." Volkov stepped closer. He was shorter than Cal but wider, dense as a stump. "Here there are tiger. There are holes in ground from old mines. And there is border. China is 30 kilometers that way." He pointed east. "Maybe you think you ride to border. Maybe you think you sell my horse and keep my money." Cal laughed. A sharp, incredulous bark. "You think I'm defecting? To where?" "China. With a shaggy pony and a notebook." "Men do strange things when they are desperate," Volkov said. "And you are desperate, Calvin. I saw your face when you took money." "I took the money to do a job." Cal stepped into Volkov's space. He smelled the stale tobacco and the gun oil on the man. "And I'm trying to do it. You hired a manager, let me manage. If you wanted a prisoner, you should have bought handcuffs." Volkov didn't blink. His eyes were slate gray, unreadable. "I do not need handcuffs. I have passport. I have visa." "Then keep them," Cal said. "But let me work. If I wanted to run, I wouldn't have come to the end of the world to do it." He turned his back on Volkov, a calculated risk, and grabbed the saddle horn. He swung up onto Grom. "I'm going to the ridge," Cal said, looking down. "I'll be back in an hour. If I'm not, you can come shoot me." He neck-reined the horse hard to the left, spurring him toward the timber. "Henderson!" Volkov shouted. Cal didn't look back. He pushed the horse into a trot, then a lope. The heavy rhythm of the bashker pounding the frozen earth vibrated through his spine. He expected a warning shot. He tensed his shoulders, waiting for the crack of the pistol or the roar of the ATV engine. Neither came. He hit the tree line and wove through the birches, the branches whipping at his jacket. He didn't slow down until he was well up the slope, hidden by the gray trunks and the rocky outcrop. He pulled Grom to a halt. The horse was breathing hard, steam billowing from his nostrils. Cal's heart was hammering against his ribs. He turned in the saddle and looked down. Through the gaps in the trees, he could see the tiny figure of Volkov standing next to the ATV. The man wasn't following. He was standing perfectly still, watching the spot where Cal had disappeared. He looked like a statue planted in the grass. Cal pulled out his notebook. His hands were shaking slightly. Adrenaline. He looked at the ridge. It was perfect. A natural amphitheater of granite that would block the north wind. It was the ideal spot for a calving ground. He was right. But as he sketched the curve of the rock, he couldn't shake the image of Volkov down there. The man hadn't argued because he was worried about safety. He had argued because he was terrified of losing control. Cal realized then the scale of the trap he had walked into. Volkov wasn't building a ranch. He was building a fortress. And he didn't know if Cal was a brick in the wall or a breach in the defenses. 1 hour, Cal muttered to the horse. Better make it count. He spurred the horse higher, into the shadow of the rocks, riding the fine line between an employee and an inmate. Chapter 6. The sound arrived before the vehicle did. A low, throaty purr that didn't belong to a diesel truck or a rattling tractor. It was the sound of precision engineering, a hum of money approaching at high speed. Cal lowered the sledgehammer. He was 3 posts into repairing the corral gate, his shirt dark with sweat despite the bite in the air. He leaned on the handle, wiping his forehead with a leather-gloved hand, and watched the road. A black Audi Q7 crested the hill. It was moving too fast for the ruts, the suspension working overtime to keep the chassis level. It looked like a spaceship touching down on a battlefield. Mud splattered the pristine wheel wells, a violation of the aesthetic. "Trouble," Cal said to the empty yard. Volkov emerged from the headquarters. He had shaved, Cal noticed. He was wearing a clean shirt, tucked in, and he had swapped his muddy field boots for polished dress shoes. He looked nervous. He checked his watch, then smoothed his hair. It was a gesture so human, so un-Volkov, that Cal almost laughed. The Audi skidded to a halt next to Volkov's battered Land Cruiser. The contrast was stark, the brute force of the Toyota next to the sleek arrogance of the German SUV. The driver's door opened. A man in a suit got out, hired driver, bored face. He opened the rear door. First came the boot. Black leather, knee-high, with a heel that was sharp enough to puncture a lung. Then the coat, cashmere camel-colored, belted tight. Then the woman. Katerina Volkova stepped into the mud like she was stepping onto a red carpet, or perhaps onto the neck of an enemy. She was tall, with her father's dark eyes but none of his width. Her face was angular, pale, framed by dark hair cut into a severe bob that didn't move in the wind. She put on sunglasses immediately, blocking out the glare of the step. Volkov stepped forward, arms open. "Katya." She ignored the hug. She took off the sunglasses and looked at the headquarters building. The peeling paint, the boarded windows, the general air of Soviet despair. Her lip curled, just a fraction. "Papa," she said. Her English was flawless, clipped, British inflected. "You are living in a ruin." "Is temporary," Volkov said, dropping his arms. He looked like a schoolboy, caught with a slingshot. "We are building. It takes time." She turned her gaze to the yard. It swept over the rusted tractor, the leaning shed, and landed on Cal. Cal didn't move. He stood by the fence, holding the hammer. He knew what she saw, a dirty American in worn denim needing a shave, looking like part of the wreckage. "And this," she said, gesturing at Cal with the sunglasses. "This is the investment?" "This is Mr. Henderson," Volkov said, stiffening. "The manager." Cal walked over. He didn't rush. He let the hammerhead trail in the dirt for a step before hoisting it to his shoulder. He stopped 3 feet from her. Up close, she smelled of expensive rain and ozone. "Cal," he said. She looked at his hand, gloved, stained with grease and rust, and didn't offer hers. "Katerina Dmitrieva," she said. "My father tells me you are a cowboy. I expected a hat." "Wind took it," Cal said. "I expected a lawyer. I see you brought the suit." "I brought the scrutiny, Mr. Henderson." She turned back to her father. "The driver stays with the car. I need a workspace. Internet. Please tell me you have satellite." "Inside," Volkov said. "I set up table." She marched past them, the heels sinking slightly into the soft earth, but she compensated with a core strength that kept her upright. She vanished into the dark maw of the building. Volkov let out a breath he seemed to have been holding since dawn. He looked at Cal. "She is intense," Volkov said. "She's a hammer," Cal said. "And everything looks like a nail. Including you." "She is best contract lawyer in Vladivostok," Volkov said, a flicker of pride warring with the annoyance. "She does not like this project. She thinks I am He tapped his temple. Crazy. Sentimental. Volkov buttoned his coat. Come inside. We review papers. You listen. You learn. I have fences to fix. Fences wait. Lawyers do not. The main room of the headquarters had been transformed. Volkov had cleared the water-damaged desk and set up a folding table next to the generator-powered space heater. Katya had already colonized it. A laptop was open, a portable printer was whirring, and stacks of paper were arranged in geometric precision. She had removed the coat. Underneath, she wore a charcoal suit that was tailored to within an inch of its life. She looked like she belonged in a glass tower in London, not a bunker in Primorsky Krai. Cal leaned against the doorframe, drinking a glass of water. Volkov sat in a wooden chair, looking uncomfortable. The deed for the northern sector, Katya said, not looking up from a document. She highlighted a paragraph with a yellow marker. The sound was like a knife scraping bone. It is garbage, Papa. It is standard lease, Volkov argued. 49 years. Agricultural use. It is a trap, she corrected. Look at Clause 14. Reversion of rights upon failure to demonstrate productive capacity within 12 months. She looked up, her eyes dark and hard. Who defines productive capacity? The local magistrate? The governor? The man who owns the concrete plant and wants this land for gravel? We will have cows, Volkov said. That is productive. According to whom? She slapped the paper. This language is vague. Vague is where they kill you. If you are 1 day late, 1 ruble short, they take it back. And the improvements? The fences? The barns? They keep those too. She turned to Cal. You. Cowboy. Manager, Cal said. Manager. Can you guarantee a herd of, how many? 200. Starter herd, Cal said. Yeah. Can you guarantee they are fat, happy, and generating taxable revenue by October 1st? I can guarantee they'll be eating grass. Revenue depends on the market. Fat depends on the winter. She threw her pen down. So, number. You cannot guarantee. Which means this lease is a gambling chip. Papa, you are betting your pension on the weather and this man's ability to predict it. It is good land, Katya, Volkov said softly. It is our land. Grandfather. Grandfather is dead, she snapped. And the Soviet Union is dead. This is capitalism. In capitalism, nobody cares about your sentimental attachment to the soil. They care about leverage. And you have none. Cal watched her. She was sharp, he'd give her that. She was dissecting the dream with the cold efficiency of a coroner. But she was missing the point. You're looking at the paper, Cal said. She swiveled in her chair. Excuse me? You're looking at the paper, Cal repeated. He walked to the window and pointed out at the gray hills. Paper doesn't grow grass. The clause is a threat, sure. But out here, possession is 9/10 of the law. If we have cattle on the ground, fences up, and men working, no magistrate is going to drive out here and tell Volkov to leave. It's too much trouble. Bureaucrats are lazy. They want easy targets. You rely on their laziness? She raised an eyebrow. That is your legal strategy. I rely on friction, Cal said. We make it hard to move us. We make it expensive. We make it so the concrete guy decides it's easier to dig somewhere else. She stared at him for a long beat. She was assessing him again, recalibrating. She had filed him under laborer, and now she was having to move him to variable. Friction, she repeated. An interesting theory. Reckless, but interesting. It's how the West was won, Cal said. Squatters became owners, because nobody had the energy to kick them off. This is not the Wild West, Mr. Henderson. This is the Wild East. Here, when they want to move you, they do not bring a sheriff with an eviction notice. They bring fire. We have fire extinguishers, Cal said. For the first time, the ghost of a smile touched her mouth. It wasn't a nice smile, but it was a genuine one. You are arrogant. Americans are always so optimistic about their ability to survive. Not optimistic, Cal said. Stubborn. Volkov cleared his throat. We keep lease. Katya, fix language if you can. If not, we sign anyway. She sighed, a sound of long-suffering patience. I will draft an addendum defining productive capacity as presence of livestock regardless of sale. It might hold up. It might not. She looked at her father. But the cattle contracts. The ones you sent me last week? Volkov flinched. Yes. The supplier. Oral livestock. She tapped a key on her laptop. I ran a check on the corporate registration. It is a shell company owned by a holding group in Khabarovsk. So, the holding group is a subsidiary of Baikal Amur Investments. She paused for effect. Which is majority owned by Maxim Terasov. The name landed in the room like a grenade. Volkov went still. Even Cal, who didn't know the name, felt the temperature drop. Terasov, Volkov whispered. The Bratva, Katya said. You are buying cattle from the same people who are extorting the local businesses. You are paying them to rob you, Papa. I did not know, Volkov said. He looked suddenly old. The broker, he said it was independent. The broker lied, Katya said. Or he works for Terasov. Either way, if you sign this, you are in business with the mob. If you don't sign, you have no cows. She looked at Cal. Friction, Mr. Henderson? How much friction do you have against organized crime? Cal looked at Volkov. The big man was staring at his hands. This was the shark he had warned Cal about. We need cows, Cal said. Is there another source? Not locally, Katya said. Terasov controls the regional market. A monopoly. Then we go outside, Cal said. We go west. Or we buy direct from the villagers. Small batches. Inefficient, Katya said. Logistical nightmare. Better than a partner who breaks your legs, Cal said. You're the lawyer. Write a contract for individual purchases. Cash on the barrelhead. No paper trail to Terasov. She tapped her pen against her chin. The rhythm was fast, calculating. It would take days. You would have to drive to every village within 200 kilometers. I like to drive, Cal said. She looked at him. The disdain was gone, replaced by a cool professional curiosity. It is a loophole. A messy one. But it avoids the shell company. Do it, Volkov said, slamming his hand on the table. Write it. We buy from grandmothers if we have to. I do not pay Terasov. Fine, Katya said. She cracked her knuckles. But I charge my standard hourly rate, Papa. Family discount is suspended for stupidity. Dinner was a silent affair. Volkov had opened a tin of stewed beef and boiled some potatoes. They ate at the folding table, the papers pushed to one side. The generator hummed in the background. The wind battered the boarded windows. How long do you stay? Volkov asked. 3 days, Katya said. I have a deposition on Friday. A maritime case. A captain who ran a tanker aground while drunk. You defend him? Cal asked. I defend the shipping line, she said. The captain is a liability. We are cutting him loose. Cold, Cal said. Necessary, she replied. She poured herself a glass of wine from a bottle she had brought. He endangered the asset. He showed poor judgment. Sentimentality would cost the company millions. You sound like the bank that took my ranch, Cal said. She paused, the glass halfway to her lips. She looked at him over the rim. You lost a ranch. Foreclosed. Corporate buyout. I see. She took a sip. And now you are here. Trying to save my father's folly, to redeem your own failure. Katya. Volkov barked. It's all right, Cal said, his voice steady. She's right. That's exactly what I'm doing. She lowered the glass. She looked at him with something approaching respect. Honesty. That is rare. Usually, men in your position have stories about bad luck. Victimhood. I had bad luck, Cal said. But I also signed the papers. I didn't read the fine print. Always read the fine print, she said softly. After dinner, Volkov went to check the generator. Cal stepped out onto the porch to get away from the smell of heating oil. The night was vast and starless, a heavy blanket over the world. The door opened. Katya stepped out. She had wrapped the camel coat around her shoulders like a cape. She took a silver case from her pocket, produced a slim cigarette, and lit it with a gold lighter. The flame illuminated her face for a second, sharp angles, tired eyes. You do not smoke, she asked. Gave it up. Too expensive. She exhaled a plume of smoke into the dark. My father is terrified, you know. I know. He was a terrifying man once, she said. In the FSB. People crossed the street when they saw him. Now, he is afraid of bankers. And thugs like Terasov. The world changed on him, Cal said. He's trying to find a place in it. He is trying to go back, she said. To the land. To the simple life of the peasant. But he is not a peasant. He is a predator who lost his teeth. He's got teeth, Cal said, thinking of the gun under Volkov's coat. He just doesn't know who to bite yet. She turned to him. And you, cowboy? Do you have teeth? I'm just the help, Miss Volkova. Katya, she corrected. If we are to be co-conspirators in this disaster, you call me Katya. Katya, Cal tested the name. You think we're going to fail? Statistically? Yes. You are undercapitalized, understaffed, and operating in a hostile environment. She took a long drag. But you found the loophole today. The village buying strategy. Common sense. In law, common sense is a superpower, she said. She dropped the cigarette and crushed it with her heel. Keep him alive, Cal. He is a fool, but he is my father. I'll do my best. Do better than best, she said, turning back to the door. Do what is necessary. Like I do. She went inside. The door clicked shut. Cal stood alone in the dark. He looked at the crushed cigarette butt, glowing faintly in the mud. She was hard, yes. But he had seen the way she looked at Volkov when he wasn't watching. She was scared, too. He looked out at the invisible hills. The friction, he had called it. He had a feeling the friction was about to start making sparks. And between Volkov's paranoia, Katya's cold logic, and the shadow of the Bratva, the whole place was soaked in gasoline. Friction, he whispered. He headed for the tractor. It was going to be a cold night. Chapter 7. The cattle looked like they had been built out of spare parts in a dark room. Cal leaned over the rail of the holding pen, chewing on a splinter of wood he'd peeled from the fence. The pen was located behind a decommissioned concrete plant in a town called Spask Dolny. The air smelled of wet cement, diesel fumes, and bovine distress. They are sturdy, Volkov said. He was standing next to Cal, hands shoved deep in his pockets. He was trying to sound confident, but he looked like a man trying to convince himself a counterfeit watch kept good time. They're not sturdy, Dmitri. They're survivors. There's a difference. Cal pointed to a mottled red and white cow standing near the water trough. Her hip bones were jutting out like coat hangers. That one's got hoof rot. See how she's favoring the left rear? That infection goes up the leg. You lose the meat. You lose the calf. He pointed to another. That bull there. The black one. He's got a swayback and one eye. He couldn't mount a cow if you gave him a step stool. The seller, a man named Yakov with gold teeth and a tracksuit that had seen better decades, walked over. He was smoking a cigarette that smelled like burning tires. Good stock, Yakov said in broken English, grinning at Cal. Simmental. Very strong. Milk and meat. 2 for 1. They're scrub cattle, Yakov, Cal said. Mixed breed. Underfed. How old is the red one? 12. 14. Yakov shrugged, a fluid motion that disavowed all liability. No papers. But she has spirit. Spirit doesn't pay the mortgage, Cal said. He turned to Volkov. Walk away. This is a boneyard, not a herd. Volkov pulled Cal aside, out of Yakov's earshot. The wind whipped dust around them. We need cows, Volkov hissed. Katya's deadline. If we have no animals by Friday, the lease review starts. We need presents. Presents is one thing. Buying a veterinary bill is another. These animals will die in the winter, Volkov. You're throwing money into a hole. Price is good, Volkov insisted. Cash deal. No receipts. No Terasov. There's a reason there's no Terasov, Cal said. Even the mob wouldn't steal this garbage. We buy 50, Volkov decided. He turned back to Yakov. We take 50. The best 50. Cash. Cal spat the wood splinter into the mud. You're the boss. The transaction was a mess. Volkov paid in rubles, counting the stack of bills on the hood of the Land Cruiser. Yakov counted it twice, licking his thumb, his eyes darting around the yard. They loaded the cattle into 2 hired trucks, ancient Kamaz transporters that leaked oil and groaned under the weight. Cal worked the chute, slapping rumps, shouting, trying to sort the walking wounded from the merely pathetic. Yakov's men helped by shouting and waving electric prods, stressing the animals until the whites of their eyes showed. When the trucks were loaded, Yakov walked up to the driver's side of the lead truck. He said something to the driver, then turned to Volkov. He held out his hand. Loading fee, Yakov said. Volkov frowned. We agreed on price. Loading included. Price was for cows, Yakov said, smiling his gold smile. Loading is extra. Union rules. There is no union, Volkov said. His voice dropped that dangerous octave. Is local union, Yakov said. He whistled. 3 men stepped out from the shadow of the concrete plant. They were holding lengths of pipe and a tire iron. They didn't look like they were there to fix a flat. Cal stepped off the chute. He checked the distance to the Land Cruiser. Too far. He looked for a weapon. A sorting stick. It would snap on the first hit. Pay him, Cal said quietly. Volkov looked at Cal, betrayed. What? Pay him. Unless you want to fight 4 guys in a mud pit over $200. We have the cows. Let's go. Volkov's jaw worked. The veins in his neck stood out. He pulled his wallet, took out a handful of bills, and threw them on the ground at Yakov's feet. For the union, Volkov spat. Yakov laughed, bending to pick up the money. Pleasure doing business, comrade. They drove away, the trucks rattling ahead of them. Volkov didn't speak for 20 miles. He gripped the steering wheel so hard, the leather creaked. You said walk away, Volkov finally said. I did. Why you tell me to pay? Because you already made the mistake of buying them, Cal said. The only thing worse than buying bad cows is getting your head cracked open and still not getting the cows. It's called a sunk cost, Dmitri. You cut your losses and you drive. Volkov hit the dashboard with his fist. They treat me like tourist. Like Americanes. Welcome to the club, Cal said. Now you know how I feel. The second stop was different. Volkov had been stewing for an hour, his humiliation fermenting into a cold, hard resolve. He pulled the Land Cruiser off the main highway onto a dirt track that led to a former state-run dairy facility near Chugayevka. Where are we going? Cal asked. To see Sergei, Volkov said. He was colleague in old days. Does he sell cows? He acquires things. The facility was fenced with high chain link, topped with razor wire. A guard with an AK-47 sat in a booth. He stepped out as they approached. Volkov rolled down the window. He didn't speak. He just held up a small, maroon booklet. The guard looked at the booklet. He looked at Volkov's face. He stiffened, saluted, and opened the gate. They drove to a large metal barn. Inside, the setup was industrial. Clean concrete floors, steel piping, and about 150 head of cattle. Cal got out. He walked the line. These were better. Not prize winners, mostly Hereford crosses, a few Russian whiteheads, but they were fleshy. Their eyes were clear. They moved without limping. These are stolen, Cal said. Volkov walked up beside him. They are reallocated. Bankrupt farm in Amur region. Sergei collected them against debt. Who's the debt to? State. Or bank. Or Sergei. Does not matter. A man walked out of the office. He was wearing a tracksuit like Yakov, but this one was silk, and he wore a shoulder holster over it. He spread his arms. Dmitri, you old wolf. They embraced, the Russian bear hug, followed by kisses on cheeks. They spoke rapidly in Russian. Sergei laughed, slapped Volkov's shoulder, then looked at Cal. This is the cowboy? Sergei asked in English. This is Cal, Volkov said. He says cows are good. Top quality, Sergei said. For you, Dmitri. A gift. We pay, Volkov said. But we pay fair price. And we take them now. Now. Sergei looked at his watch. It is late. Trucks. Volkov stepped close to Sergei. He whispered something. He didn't smile. He put a hand on Sergei's neck, a gesture that looked friendly but clearly wasn't. Sergei's smile faltered. He nodded. Okay. Okay, Dima. For you. We load now. Cal watched the transaction. There was no haggling. No extra fees. Just the unspoken currency of past violence. We got 150 head, Cal said as they walked back to the car. Plus the 50 skeletons from Yakov. 200. That's a herd. Yes, Volkov said. He looked taller than he had an hour ago. Now we ranch. The disaster started 5 miles from the headquarters. The hired trucks from Yakov's yard and Sergei's transporters couldn't make it up the washed-out logging road that led to the property line. The drivers refused to risk their axles. They stopped at the turnoff, where the gravel met the mud. We dump here, the lead driver shouted. You can't dump here, Cal yelled back. It's open country. We're 5 miles from the corrals. Not my problem. The driver was already unlatching the rear gate. Stop. Cal ran toward him, but the metal gate swung open with a crash. The cattle poured out. They had been cooped up for hours, jostled, frightened, and dehydrated. They hit the ground running. The 50 scrub cows from Yakov, mixed with the Hereford crosses from Sergei, creating a confused bawling mass of 200 animals swirling on the narrow road. "Get the horse!" Cal screamed at Volkov. They had trailered Grom behind the Land Cruiser. Volkov fumbled with the trailer latch. Grom backed out, sensing the chaos, ears pinned flat. Cal didn't bother with the saddle. He grabbed the mane and vaulted onto the horse's bare back. He had a halter and a lead rope, nothing else. No bit. No stirrups. Just balance and desperation. "Block the road," Cal shouted. "Don't let them turn back." He kicked Grom into a gallop. The Bashkir horse surged forward, surprisingly fast. Cal rode into the flank of the herd, waving his hat, whistling sharply. The cattle were scattering into the timber on the east side of the road. If they got into the deep woods, they'd be gone. Wolf bait. Ha! Ha! Get back! Cal slapped the neck of a heifer, turning her. She balked, spun, and trotted back toward the group. It was a chaotic ballet. Mud flew. Cows bellowed. The truck drivers stood on their running boards, smoking and watching the show. Volkov was useless on foot. He was waving his arms, shouting in Russian, but a 1,000-pound steer didn't care about FSB credentials. A big Red Bull brushed past him, knocking him into the ditch. Cal rode hard. He cut off a group of 10 that were heading for a ravine. Grom bit at the shoulder of a lagging cow, forcing her to turn. The horse knew his job, even if the humans didn't. "Push them north," Cal yelled. "Toward the valley." They managed to get the bulk of the herd moving in the right direction. The mob instinct took over. Once the leaders started walking up the road, the others followed. But the timber was thick. Cal saw 3 shapes break away, 2 heifers and that one-eyed bull from Yakov's lot. They crashed through the brush, heading west, away from the ranch, away from safety. Cal turned Grom to pursue. "Let them go," Volkov shouted from the mud, wiping slime off his coat. "That's money running away," Cal yelled. "Let them go," Volkov roared. "You lose the herd to save 3. Keep them moving." Cal hesitated. He looked at the 3 stragglers disappearing into the darkening birch forest. Then he looked at the 197 animals milling on the road. Volkov was right. It was the math of survival. Cal pulled Grom back. He rode flank, keeping the main body together. The sun went down. The temperature plummeted. The last 3 miles were a death march. Cal froze to the horse's back. His hands were numb claws. The cattle were tired, stumbling in the dark. They finally hit the perimeter fence of the headquarters, the one Cal had fixed yesterday. He rode ahead, swung the gate open. The herd flowed through. They smelled the hay Cal had spread earlier. They moved toward the water troughs. Cal slid off the horse. His legs buckled. He held onto the fence post to stay upright. Grom stood head down, blowing hard. Volkov walked up. He was covered in mud from ear to heel. He looked like a golem made of clay. They stood there, listening to the sound of 200 animals chewing. It was a rhythmic, comforting crunch, crunch, crunch. "We lost 3, Cal said. His voice was a croak. "We kept most," Volkov said. He leaned against the gate, exhausted. He pulled a flask from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and took a long pull. He handed it to Cal. Cal drank. The vodka burned like gasoline, thawing his chest. "Is a start," Volkov said. "They're a mess, Dmitri. That first batch, they're going to bring disease. We need to quarantine them." "Tomorrow," Volkov said. "Tomorrow, we quarantine. Tonight, we are ranchers." Cal looked at the dark shapes of the cattle, moving in the moonlight. He felt a strange, fierce pride. They were ugly, sick, stolen, and mismatched. But they were here. "Yeah," Cal said, handing the flask back. "Tonight we're ranchers." From the darkness of the western woods, A wolf howled again. It was closer than the night before. It had smelled the stragglers. Cal shivered. The tax had been paid. The land had taken its first cut. "Let's get inside," Cal said, "before we lose any more." Chapter 8. The hydraulic chute hissed, a sharp intake of breath in the morning silence, and clamped tight around the neck of a Hereford steer. The animal kicked once, a dull thud against the metal bars, then settled into a resigned huffing. Cal jammed the needle into the steer's hip. Antibiotics. The herd was a walking petri dish of respiratory infections, thanks to the cold drive and the stress of the trucks. He tossed the empty syringe into a bucket of soapy water and grabbed a fresh one. "Next," Cal said. Alexei, the kid Volkov had hired from the village, unlatched the rear gate. He was 22, skinny as a rail, wearing a knit cap pulled down to his eyebrows and a jacket that said Chicago Bulls on the back. He moved with a frantic energy, terrified of the cows but eager to please. "Big one coming," Alexei shouted in Russian-accented English. A red-white Simmental bull, one of the walking disasters from Yakov's yard, slammed into the chute. Cal hit the lever. The bars slammed shut. "Easy, big fella," Cal muttered. He ran a gloved hand along the bull's spine. The animal was hot, feverish. "You bought a lemon, Dmitri." Volkov was sitting on the top rail of the corral, smoking. He looked like a gargoyle, perched on a cathedral, brooding over his creation. "He eats," Volkov said. "He walks. Is enough." "He's got shipping fever," Cal said, drawing up the meds. "And his left eye is cloudy. Pink eye. If it spreads, we're blind." "Fix him," Volkov said. "That is why I pay you." Cal injected the bull. He was about to release the clamp when the sound of gravel crunching under heavy tires cut through the wind. It wasn't the rattle of the farm truck or the whine of the ATV. It was a synchronized, rolling growl. Cal looked up. 3 black SUVs were coming up the drive. Mercedes G-Wagons. They looked like bank vaults on wheels, boxy and aggressive, the chrome grills flashing in the pale sunlight. They didn't slow down for the potholes. They floated over them, the suspension swallowing the rough terrain with indifferent arrogance. They stopped in a line, blocking the exit to the main road. "Company," Cal said. He didn't release the bull. He kept the animal between him and the cars. 1,000 pounds of beef made for decent cover. Volkov dropped his cigarette. He didn't step on it. He slid off the fence, his boots hitting the mud with a splash. He adjusted his coat, checking the button, checking the hang. It was a nervous tick. He touched his left side where the Makarov lived. "Stay here," Volkov said. The command lacked authority. It sounded more like a plea. The doors of the G-Wagons opened in unison. 6 men got out. They were the standard uniform of the International Heavy. Thick necks, leather jackets, hair cut so short it showed the topography of their skulls. They stood by the open doors, hands clasped in front of their crotches, scanning the perimeter. They weren't looking at the cows. They were looking for threats. Then the rear door of the middle vehicle opened. The man who stepped out didn't look like a thug. He looked like he was on his way to a board meeting in Zurich. He wore a navy wool coat over a gray suit, a scarf of lighter gray cashmere draped casually around his neck. He was trim, athletic, with a face that had been scrubbed clean of any pores or imperfections. He walked toward the corral. He didn't look at the mud he was stepping in. He moved as if the ground had a personal obligation to be firm under his feet. "Maxim," Volkov said. He walked out to meet him, stopping 10 yards from the fence. "Dmitri," the man said. His voice was smooth, a baritone that carried easily without being raised. He spread his hands. "You did not invite me to the housewarming." "It is not a house," Volkov said. "It is a work site." It is a mud pit, Maxim corrected. He stopped and looked around, his gaze taking in the rotting barn, the leaning fences, the shivering cattle. You have fallen far, Colonel. From the Lubyanka to this. Cal stayed by the chute. He watched the body language. The 6 guards were relaxed, which was bad. It meant they didn't think Volkov was a threat. They were bored. One was picking his teeth. Maxim walked to the fence rail. He ran a gloved finger along the wood Cal had replaced yesterday. He looked at the dust on his fingertip, then wiped it on a pristine white handkerchief he pulled from his pocket. You are buying cattle, Maxim said. From Sergei. From Yakov. I buy where I can, Volkov said. He was standing, too stiffly. He was broadcasting fear. You buy from my people, Maxim said. Without paying the tax. I paid cash, Volkov said. Full price. You paid the retail price, Maxim said gently, like he was explaining simple math to a child. You did not pay the franchise fee. You are operating in my district, Dmitri. The air you breathe, the road you drive, the grass these ugly beasts eat, it all has a cost. Cal released the bull. The chute clanged open. The animal stumbled out, shaking its head. It trotted past Maxim, snorting snot onto the sleeve of his navy coat. Maxim didn't flinch. He didn't even look at the bull. He looked at Cal. And this, Maxim said, switching to English. His accent was faint, mid-Atlantic, educated. This must be the American. Cal leaned against the chute levers. He held the sorting stick like a walking cane. Cal Henderson. Maxim Terasov, the man said. He didn't offer a hand. I have heard of you. The cowboy. They say you rode a horse through the night to save the colonel's bad investment. Just doing the job, Cal said. Loyalty, Maxim mused. A rare commodity. Expensive, usually. He turned back to Volkov. Does he know, Dmitri? Does he know who really owns this dirt? I have the deed, Volkov said through gritted teeth. Signed by the governor. The governor, Maxim chuckled. It was a dry, rattling sound. The governor rents his chair from me. The deed is paper. I hold the debt on the previous owner. The collective farm owed 40 million rubles when it collapsed. That debt did not disappear. It was reassigned. That is between you and the state, Volkov said. It is between me and the land, Maxim said. The smile vanished. His face went flat, the eyes turning into shark glass. 20%, Dmitri. Of the herd. Of the sale price. Of everything. 20% is robbery, Volkov said. I have margins. I have costs. You have breath, Maxim said. You have a daughter who drives a very nice Audi. You have an American pet. He gestured to Cal. These are luxuries. You pay for luxuries. He reached into his coat. Volkov flinched, his hand jerking toward his holster. Maxim paused, his hand inside his lapel. He smiled again, a cruel, knowing expression. He pulled out a silver cigar case. Easy, Colonel, Maxim said softly. You are too old for quick draw. He lit a cigar, the smoke drifting toward them, sweet and pungent. You have 1 month, Maxim said. Get your operation running. Fatten your cows. When you sell, I take my cut. If you try to sell without me, well. He looked at the barn. Wood burns so easily in this dry wind. He turned to walk away, then stopped. He looked at Cal again. You like it here, cowboy? It's quiet, Cal said. It can get loud, Maxim said. Very loud. Go home, Mr. Henderson. America is safe. Here, the winters kill the weak. And the strong take what is left. He turned and walked back to the SUV. The guards folded themselves back into the vehicles. The door slammed, thump, 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 a sequence of heavy finality. The convoy reversed in a synchronized arc and drove away. Cal watched them go. He waited until the dust settled, until the sound of the engines faded into the vastness of the steppe. Volkov was shaking. It wasn't visible from a distance, but up close Cal could see the tremor in the hand that held the cigarette he was trying to light. "He's not just a thug," Cal said. He walked over and struck a match on his zipper, holding it out for Volkov. Volkov took the light, dragging deep. "He is Vor," Volkov said. "Thief in law. But modern. He went to business school in London. He kills you with spreadsheet, then shoots you in back of head. He said he owns the debt. He lies. He buys debt for pennies, then demands full value. It is the Krai, the roof protection racket." "So we pay?" Cal asked. 20% wipes us out. We can't turn a profit on that. Not with the feed costs." "We do not pay," Volkov said. The fear was hardening into something brittle and angry. "If I pay once, I pay forever. I become his employee. If you don't pay, he burns the barn." "He threatens," Volkov said. "He waits. He wants us to do the work. He will not burn ranch while we are fattening his payday. He will wait until harvest." Cal looked at the cattle milling in the pen. The sick bull was drinking water, oblivious to the fact that his existence was now a negotiation point in a gang war. "That gives us time," Cal said. 6 months. Maybe 7. "Time for what?" Volkov asked. He looked exhausted, the adrenaline crash hitting him hard. "Time to build the friction Katya talked about," Cal said. "Time to get heavy." "We are 2 men," Volkov said. "And a boy." He gestured to Alexei, who was hiding behind the water tank, peeking out like a frightened rabbit. "Against an army." "I've seen his army," Cal said. "They're city muscle. They wear leather soles in the mud. They get bored standing still. They don't know the terrain." Cal walked to the fence and looked out at the rolling hills, the scrub brush, the ravines that cut through the property like scars. "This isn't a parking lot, Dmitri. It's a wilderness. Out here, a G-Wagon is just a big coffin if you get it stuck." Volkov looked at him. "You speak like insurgent." "I speak like a man who just had his retirement plan threatened by a guy in a scarf," Cal said. "I didn't come here to build a ranch for a mobster." "He knows about Katya," Volkov whispered. "He mentioned the Audi." "He knows what he sees," Cal said. "He sees a terrified old man and a dumb cowboy. Let him keep seeing that." Cal picked up the sorting stick. He slapped it against his palm. "But we need to change the rules. If he wants a tax, we make it expensive to collect." "How?" "We stop playing defense," Cal said. "Get back on the phone to your friend Sergey. We don't just need cows." "What do we need?" "We need a perimeter," Cal said. "And I need a rifle." "I told you," Volkov said automatically. "No guns." "He just threatened to burn us out, Dmitri." The no-guns rule expired when those SUVs rolled onto the property. Cal locked eyes with the Russian. "You want a partner, or you want a victim? Decide right now." Volkov stared at the cigarette burning down to his knuckles. He dropped it into the mud and ground it out with his heel, twisting it until there was nothing left but a smear of ash. "There is an old SKS in the attic," Volkov muttered. "It needs cleaning." "I'll clean it," Cal said. "It stays in the house," Volkov added, a weak attempt to maintain control. "For now," Cal agreed. He turned back to the chute. "Alexei, get out from behind the tank. We got work to do." The kid crept out, eyes wide. "They gone, boss?" "They're gone," Cal said. "Bring me the next one." The work resumed. The clanking of the metal, the huffing of the cattle, the squelch of boots in the muck. But the air had changed. The isolation of the ranch didn't feel like solitude anymore. It felt like a siege. Cal jammed a needle into a heifer's flank, harder than he needed to. He was thinking about Maxim's shoes. Clean. Perfect. Nobody kept their shoes clean in this country for long. 20%, Cal muttered to the cow. Over my dead body. The cow just chewed her cud, indifferent to the violent economics of the Russian Far East. She was just there to eat grass. Cal envied her simplicity. He checked the gate, wiped the sweat from his eyes, and signaled for the next problem to enter the chute. Chapter 9. The arc welder hissed like a cornered snake, spitting a shower of blue-white sparks onto the frozen mud. Cal flinched as a piece of slag burned through his denim sleeve, stinging the skin, but he didn't pull back. He held the electrode steady, counting the seconds, fusing the heavy steel hinge to the gatepost. He lifted the mask. The world was gray and dim after the brilliance of the arc. "Hold it," Cal said. Alexei, standing on the other side of the gate, didn't understand the words, but he understood the tone. He leaned his shoulder into the metal, bracing it. The kid was wearing 3 layers of mismatched flannel and a hat that looked like a tea cozy, but he didn't complain. He was the only one of the local crew who didn't look at the clock every 10 minutes. Cal inspected the weld. It wasn't pretty, a line of scarred bubbled metal, but it was solid. He gave the gate a shove. It swung smooth and heavy, latching with a satisfying clang. "Good," Cal said. "Next one." He dragged the welding rig toward the second corral. The machine was a Soviet relic Volkov had dug out of a shed in Vladivostok. It weighed as much as a small car and smelled of ozone and burning insulation. It had no dials, just a switch that said on and off in Cyrillic. You regulated the amperage by how angry you made it. The ranch was waking up, but it was a painful, grinding awakening. Over by the barn, the 3-day laborers Volkov had hired, men with faces like clenched fists, were sledgehammering posts into the permafrost. Thud. 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 It was the heartbeat of the operation. They were using brute force where finesse would have saved their backs, but Cal had given up trying to explain the physics of leverage. They swung hammers like they were killing snakes. Volkov was pacing the perimeter, the black notebook in his hand. He was counting lumber. Again. Cal wiped the soot from his face and reset the ground clamp. They were building a forcing pen, a funnel to push the cattle toward the squeeze chute without making them panic. In Montana, he'd order prefabricated panels. Here, he was scavenging. The rails were old drilling pipe from a defunct exploration site. The posts were railroad ties. It was ugly, industrial, and indestructible. "Cowboy," Volkov called out. He walked over, stepping carefully over a coil of rusty wire. "Ivan says we need more cutting discs." He broke 3. "Tell Ivan to stop leaning on the grinder," Cal said, not looking up. "Let the tool do the work. If he pushes, it shatters." "Ivan is strong," Volkov said. "He pushes everything." "Then tell him to push a broom. I'm down to the last box of discs." Volkov grunted and wrote something in the book. "We are over budget on hardware." "We're under budget on miracles," Cal said. "You want a corral that holds a 2,000-pound bull. You pay for the steel." He dropped the mask and struck the arc again. ZZZZT crack. The work was brutal. It wasn't just the cold, though the temperature hovered just below freezing, turning the mud into a sticky, semi-solid glue that sucked the energy out of your legs. It was the resistance of the place. Nothing fit. Threads were stripped. Bolts were metric when the wrench was standard, or stripped when the wrench fit. Every task required an improvisation, a jury rig, a hack. Cal loved it. There was a purity to it that he hadn't felt in years. At Broken Arrow, the problems were abstract, interest rates, market fluctuations, inheritance taxes. Here, the problems were physical. A post was crooked. A pipe was too long. A cow was sick. You fixed it with your hands, and when you went to sleep, your body hurt, but your mind was quiet. By noon, the sun had broken through the overcast, weak and watery. They stopped for lunch, sausage, hard bread, and tea from a thermos. The workers sat on a pile of lumber, smoking and speaking in low, rapid Russian. They laughed occasionally, glancing at Cal. He knew they called him Americanes. He knew they thought he was soft, because he wore gloves to handle wire. Alexei sat a little apart from them, closer to Cal. He was whittling a piece of pine with a pocket knife. "You weld good," Alexei said. His English was improving, mostly because Cal refused to learn more than the basic Russian commands. "Function over form, kid," Cal said. He pointed at the knife. "You're dulling the blade. Cut away from you." Alexei reversed the stroke. "My father, he work in factory. Make tanks. He say weld is, how you say? Soul of machine." "Your dad was a poet," Cal said. "Welds are just scars that hold things together." A commotion erupted from the holding pen. The workers jumped up. One of the new steers, a skittish black-white cross, had found a weak spot in the temporary fencing. It had pushed through a section of rot and was loose in the yard. "Get him!" Ivan shouted, grabbing a shovel. The men fanned out, yelling, waving their arms. It was exactly the wrong thing to do. The steer, already nervous, saw 3 predators approaching with weapons. It lowered its head, snorted, and bolted toward the open gap between the barn and the shed. If it cleared the gap, it was in the open field. They'd be chasing it for hours. "Don't chase it," Cal yelled. "You're pushing him." They didn't listen. Ivan swung the shovel like a bat. The steer dodged, scrambling for traction in the mud, and accelerated. Cal stood up. He didn't run. He walked to the fence post where his rope hung, a stiff nylon lariat he'd brought from home. He coiled it as he walked, building the loop, feeling the wax and the lay of the strands. The steer broke past the men. It was running full tilt now, heading for the freedom of the steppe. Cal stepped into the lane. He was 30 feet away. The steer saw him and swerved left. Cal didn't throw yet. He swung the loop once, twice, feeding slack. He watched the rhythm of the animal's front legs. Left, right, left. He threw. The loop flew flat and hard, a yellow snake in the air. It opened up, hovered for a split second, and dropped perfectly over the steer's horns. Cal let the slack run, then planted his heels. He brought the rope to his hip, dallying it around his body. A dangerous move without a saddle horn, but he had the leverage. The rope went taut. Snap. The steer's head was yanked around. The momentum spun the animal off balance. It stumbled, skidded sideways in the mud, and came to a halt, blowing hard, eyes wide. Cal held the tension. "Easy now." The yard went silent. Ivan lowered his shovel. The other 2 men stared. They had seen ropes used to tie things down, but they had never seen a rope used as a weapon, as an extension of a man's will. It was magic. Volkov was standing on the porch of the HQ. He had stopped writing. He was watching Cal with a look of intense calculation. Cal walked down the rope, hand over hand, keeping it tight until he reached the steer. He slapped the animal on the nose. "Back up." The steer backed up. Cal led it back to the pen, the animal subdued by the sheer confusion of what had just happened. He unloosed the loop, coiled the rope, and hung it back on the post. "Okay," Cal said to the staring men. "Back to work. That fence isn't going to build itself." Ivan looked at the shovel in his hand, then at the rope. He spat on the ground, shook his head, and went back to the hammer. Alexei didn't move. He was staring at the rope like it was the Holy Grail. "Show me," Alexei said. Cal looked at the kid. It takes practice. I practice, Alexei said. I learn. Cal picked up the rope. All right. Grab that sawhorse. Set it up over there. For the next hour, while the other men banged iron, Cal taught the physics of the loop. It's not about the arm, Cal said, standing behind the kid, adjusting his grip. It's the wrist. You're not throwing a rock. You're painting a circle in the air. Alexei swung the rope. It flopped like a dead fish, hitting his own leg. Too much elbow, Cal said. Relax. Feel the tip. The tip guides the loop. Volkov came down from the porch. He walked over and stood watching. He didn't interrupt. He pulled out the notebook. You teach him cowboy tricks? Volkov asked. I'm teaching him leverage, Cal said. If he can rope, he can doctor a calf in the field without 2 men helping him. It's efficiency. It is skill, Volkov said. Specific skill. It's a tool. Like the welder. Alexei spun the loop again. This time, it stayed open. It wobbled, but it was a circle. He threw it at the sawhorse. It missed, but it landed close. Better, Cal said. Again. Volkov watched the loop fly. You have hands, he said to Cal. Good hands. You fix metal. You fix cow. You throw rope. My granddad said if you can't fix it, you don't own it. And the gun? Volkov asked quietly. You have hands for gun. Cal stopped coiling the rope. He looked at the Russian. I told you. I can shoot. Shooting is easy, Volkov said. Killing is work. Like digging hole. I haven't killed anyone, Volkov. And I plan to keep it that way. Plans change, Volkov said. He nodded at Alexei, who was resetting for another throw. The boy, he has potential. But he is soft. He's smart, Cal corrected. Smart lasts longer than hard. Not here, Volkov said. He closed the notebook with a snap. Maxim called. Cal stiffened. And? He sends inspector next week. To count cows. To calculate his percentage. We won't have the numbers up by next week, Cal said. The herd is still recovering. I know. That is why we work tonight. Volkov pointed to the unfinished corral. We need floodlights. We finish the sorting alley. When inspector comes, he must see organization. He must see American efficiency. If he sees chaos, he sees weakness. Then get Ivan another box of discs, Cal said. Because we're going to be cutting pipe until midnight. I get discs, Volkov said. He started to walk away, then turned back. Cal. Yeah. Teach the boy to rope, Volkov said. But teach him to watch his back too. The rope is good for cow. But wolf does not care about rope. Volkov walked toward the Land Cruiser. Cal turned back to Alexei. The kid had finally roped the sawhorse. He was beaming, a smile splitting his dirty face from ear to ear. I got him. Alexei shouted. I catch the wood beast. Don't celebrate yet, Cal said, stepping in. You caught him. Now, how do you keep him from dragging you across the county? Dally up. Let me show you the bite. Cal wrapped his hand over the kids on the rope. The sun was dropping behind the hills, casting long, jagged shadows across the mud. The temperature was plunging. The metal of the pipes groaned as it cooled. It was a hard land. It broke tools, it broke animals, and it broke men. But as Cal watched the loop fly again, spinning gold in the dying light, he felt a strange sense of ownership. Not of the land, the bank owned that, or the mob, but of the work. He was building something. And for the first time since the auctioneer's gavel fell at Broken Arrow, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Again, Cal ordered. Until you can do it with your eyes closed. Again, Alexei repeated, swinging the rope. Behind them, the arc welder sparked to life, a blue star burning in the Russian twilight. Chapter 10. The thermometer nailed to the porch post was a liar. It read 12 degrees below freezing, but the wind coming down from the Seacoast Allen Mountains stripped the number of any meaning. It was a physical weight, a solid wall of air that found every gap in the siding, every loose seam in a jacket, every weakness in a man's resolve. Cal stood on the porch, chipping ice off the water bucket with a pry bar. The ice was 3 inches thick and had formed overnight. It shattered in jagged glass-like shards. "Coffee freezes in the cup," Cal said to the gray morning. He kicked the ice shards onto the frozen mud. The landscape had lost its color. The gold of the autumn grass was gone, replaced by a brittle, desolate brown that crunched underfoot like dry bones. The sky wasn't blue or gray. It was a flat, hostile white, the color of a cataract. A dog started barking near the perimeter gate. It wasn't the frantic yapping of a stray. It was the low, warning growl of a guard dog that sees something it doesn't understand. Cal dropped the pry bar and walked to the rail. A figure was standing at the main gate. He hadn't come by car or truck. There were no tracks. He had simply materialized out of the tree line like a piece of the forest that had decided to go for a walk. He was short, wrapped in furs that looked home-cured, reindeer hide, maybe elk. He held a wooden staff in one hand and stood perfectly still, watching the ranch house. Volkov came out the door, struggling with the zipper of his parka. He had a mug of tea in one hand and his eyes were red-rimmed. He'd been up late, staring at the ledger again. "Who is that?" Volkov asked. "Visiting committee," Cal said. He walked past the gate. "Didn't trigger the motion sensor." "Sensor is frozen," Volkov muttered. "Battery died in night. Or he knows where to walk." They walked down the driveway. The wind bit at their exposed skin. The stranger watched them come. As they got closer, Cal saw the details. The man was old, his face a map of deep creases stained by smoke and sun. His eyes were dark, almost black, set deep under heavy brows. He wore boots made of skin with the fur on the outside, tied with leather thongs. He didn't look at Volkov. He looked at Cal. He looked at the way Cal walked, the way he held his hands. "Alexei!" Volkov shouted toward the barn. "Get over here!" The kid came running, slipping on the icy ruts. He skidded to a halt, looking from Volkov to the old man. His eyes went wide. "Grandfather Yuri," Alexei whispered. "You know him?" Cal asked. "Everyone know him," Alexei said. He took off his knit cap, a gesture of respect Cal hadn't seen him use for anyone, even the priest in town. "He is Udage. Hunter. He live in the high valley." The old man spoke. His voice was like stones grinding together in a riverbed. He didn't gesture. He just stated facts. Alexei listened, nodding rapidly. He looked pale. "Translate," Volkov ordered. He says you are building a coffin," Alexei said. Volkov bristled. "Tell him this is private property. Tell him I have deed." Alexei said something in Russian to the old man. Yuri didn't blink. He spat on the frozen ground, a dark stream of tobacco juice that froze before it fully soaked in. He spoke again, pointing a gnarled finger at the north, then at the cattle huddled in the lee of the barn. "He says deed is paper," Alexei translated, his voice trembling. "He says the White Death comes. The Zud." "What is Zud?" Cal asked. "It is hard to say in English," Alexei struggled. "It is when snow melts a little, then freezes hard. Ice crust. Iron ground. The animals cannot dig to grass. They break hooves. They starve standing up. Then the wind comes and stops their hearts." Cal looked at the cattle. They were already fluffed up against the cold, their breath steaming. They were eating the hay he'd put out, but they were eating it fast. Ask him when, Cal said. Alexei asked. Yuri looked at the sky. He looked at the way the birds were flying, low, silent. He held up 3 fingers. 3 weeks? Volkov asked. 3 months? Days, Alexei said. 3 days. The big wind. He says the bears are sleeping early. The tigers are coming down to the valley. The world is closing its door. Yuri reached into his fur coat and pulled out a pouch. He handed it to Cal, not Volkov. Cal took it. It was dried meat. Smoked venison. Why give me this? Cal asked. Yuri spoke. A short sentence. He says, you will need energy to dig graves, Alexei whispered. The old man turned and walked away. He didn't say goodbye. He just turned his back on them and walked toward the timber, moving with a fluid, silent gait that made no sound on the frozen earth. Volkov watched him go. Superstition, he scoffed. Old savage, trying to scare city people. He wants vodka. Or money. He didn't ask for money, Cal said. He squeezed the pouch of meat. It was rock hard. And he didn't wait for a handout. Weather report says snow flurries, Volkov said, tapping his phone. 5 degrees. Not apocalypse. Your phone gets data from a satellite 500 miles away, Cal said. That guy has lived here for 70 years. If he says the door is closing, I believe him. Cal walked back to the corrals. He climbed the fence and looked at the feed stacks. They had round bales. Local hay. It was decent quality, but they had bought enough for a standard winter. Based on Montana math, if the temperature dropped to 40 below, if the wind chill hit 60 below, the caloric intake requirement wouldn't just double. It would triple. The cows would burn energy just trying to keep their blood liquid. And the shelter. The barn was drafty. The roof leaked. The windbreaks were non-existent in the north pasture. Volkov! Cal yelled. The Russian walked over, looking annoyed. Stop shouting. You scare the cows. We're short, Cal said. Short on what? Men. Wire. Calories, Cal said. And cover. If this Zud hits, if we get an ice layer, these cows can't graze. They'll be 100% dependent on hay. We have enough for 2 months. Winter here lasts 5. We buy more later, Volkov said, waving a hand. Cash flow is tight. You can't buy hay when the roads are buried under 6 feet of snow, Cal said. We need to truck it in now. Today. And we need lumber. I need to build wind walls on the north side of the pens. We need heaters for the water tanks. Heaters? Volkov laughed. It was a sharp, incredulous bark. We have no power lines, cowboy. You want to run generator 24 hours? The fuel cost. If they don't drink, they don't eat, Cal said. If they don't eat, they freeze. You stop the water, you kill the herd. It's biology, Dmitri. It doesn't care about your fuel budget. Volkov's face hardened. He pulled out the black notebook. He slammed it against the fence post. Budget is not suggestion. Volkov shouted. It is wall. I have no more money, Cal. The cattle purchase, the bribes, the fuel, we are red. Deep red. I ask Moscow for more, they ask for results. They see no beef. They see only receipts from American manager who wants luxury hotel for cows. A windbreak isn't a luxury. Cal stepped closer, invading the Russian space. It's a life vest. You want results. A pile of frozen carcasses in the spring is a result. Is that what you want to show the inspectors? You spend like American government, Volkov spat. Throw money at problem. Here we endure. Cows are Russian cows now. They endure. They're flesh and blood, not tanks, Cal said. And that old man wasn't selling superstition. He was giving you a professional courtesy. I do not pay for windbreaks, Volkov said. He turned his back. Make do. Use scrap wood. Use snow. But no more trucks. No more checks. He stormed off toward the headquarters, the black notebook clutched in his hand like a weapon. Cal watched him go. The wind gusted, picking up grit from the driveway and stinging Cal's face. Make do, Cal muttered. He looked at Alexei. The kid was still standing by the gate, holding his cap. He looked terrified. Is true? Alexei asked. What Yuri say? Probably, Cal said. He looked at the sky. The white haze was thickening, lowering. The pressure in the air was dropping. He could feel it in his bad knee, the one he'd twisted in the roping accident 3 years ago. It throbbed, a dull, reliable ache. We need wood, Cal said. Any wood. Pallets. Fallen trees. The old siding from the dairy plant. Ivan say too cold to work, Alexei said. Tell Ivan if he doesn't work, he freezes too, Cal said. We're going to build a wall, Alexei. A big ugly wall. And we're going to do it before that sky falls down on us. Cal walked to the shed where the tractor was parked. He checked the fuel gauge. Half a tank. He thought about the bank account. Volkov was tapped out. That meant no more feed deliveries until they sold something. But they had nothing to sell but skinny steers. He walked into the barn. The air inside was only slightly warmer than outside. The dust motes danced in the shafts of light, coming through the gaps in the siding. He found the chainsaw. It was a still, one of the few quality tools Volkov had bought. He checked the chain tension. He needed leverage. Not mechanical leverage, financial leverage. He pulled out his phone. No signal. He walked out of the barn and climbed the ladder to the top of the silo. The wind up here was ferocious, trying to peel him off the rusted metal rungs. He held the phone up. 1 bar. Edge network. He texted Katya. Winter coming fast. Need hay. Dad is broke. Need 20,000 United States dollars or herd dies. Can you float it? Cal. He watched the little spinning circle. Sending. Sending. Failed. He cursed and held the phone higher, his fingers numb. He hit retry. Sent. He waited. 1 minute. 2. The cold was seeping through his boots, turning his toes into unresponsive blocks of wood. The phone buzzed. I am a lawyer, not a bank. But I have a credit line for emergency logistics. Is this an emergency, or are you panic shopping? Cal typed with a clumsy thumb. Old man predicts Zud 3 days. If he's right, we're dead. If he's wrong, you own a lot of hay. A long pause. The wind screamed around the silo. Buy the hay. Use the account ending in 4490. I will deal with Papa. If the cows die, Henderson, you owe me a ranch. Cal put the phone in his pocket. He climbed down. He walked into the headquarters. Volkov was sitting at the desk, head in his hands, the ledger open in front of him. He looked up when Cal entered. I told you, Volkov said wearily. No money. I found some, Cal said. Order the hay. Get the truck moving from Spask. Double load. Volkov stared at him. How? Don't ask, Cal said. Just make the call. Tell them you found a reserve fund. Volkov looked at Cal's face. He saw the grim set of the jaw, the windburn on the cheeks. He didn't ask further. He picked up the phone. Cal walked back out. He fired up the chainsaw. The engine roared, a defiant scream against the silence of the steppe. He started cutting the overgrown birch saplings near the fence line. He dragged them to the north side of the corral, stacking them, weaving the branches through the wire. It was primitive. It was ugly. It was a beaver dam made by desperate men. Ivan and the other workers came out, bundled in scarves. They watched Cal for a moment. They saw the Americanes dragging trees, sweating in the freezing air. Ivan picked up a sledgehammer. He didn't smile. He just started pounding a stake into the ground to brace the brush wall. They worked until dark. They worked until their breath formed ice in their beards. That night, the temperature dropped another 10 degrees. The wind stopped. The silence returned, absolute and terrifying. Cal lay in his sleeping bag in the tractor cab. He couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about Yuri's eyes. The way the old man had looked at the horizon, as if he saw an army marching toward them. Cal touched the cold glass of the window. "Come on then," he whispered to the dark. A single snowflake landed on the glass. Then another. They weren't soft, fluffy flakes. They were hard, crystalline pellets. The vanguard. The door was closing. Chapter 11. The wind didn't howl. Howling implies something biological, a throat and lungs and a reason for the noise. This wind was a mechanical shriek, a continuous, high-velocity pressure that turned the ranch house into a submarine diving past its crush depth. Cal sat at the kitchen table, watching the filament in the bare bulb above his head vibrate. It was a hypnotic, terrified little dance. The generator out in the shed was chugging hard, a rhythmic thump-thump-thump that sounded like a failing heart. "Stop looking at light," Volkov grumbled. He was sitting in the armchair, a velvet monstrosity he'd salvaged from the collective farm office, polishing his boots. "Again. You make it nervous." "It's surging," Cal said. "Fuel line is probably gelling up. I should go check it." "You go out there, you don't come back," Volkov said. He didn't look up from the leather. Yuri was right. This is not snow. This is concrete falling from sky. Cal looked at the window. It was boarded up on the outside, but he could hear the ice pellets hitting the plywood. It sounded like gravel being thrown by a shovel. The temperature inside the house had dropped to 50 degrees, despite the propane heater hissing in the corner. They had been trapped for 18 hours. Cabin fever wasn't just boredom. It was a slow-acting poison. It magnified the small irritations, the way Volkov sucked his teeth, the smell of stale tea, the constant oppressive weight of the gamble they had taken. "The hay trucks made it," Cal said, mostly to remind himself. "They dumped the load before the road closed." "They dumped it in snow," Volkov countered. "Now we have frozen hay next to frozen cows. Better than empty bellies." Volkov stopped polishing. He held the boot up to the light. "You spent $20,000 of money we do not have. On hay we might not be able to feed. You are high-stakes gambler, Cowboy." "I used Katya's credit line," Cal said. "She authorized it." "She authorized logistics," Volkov corrected. "Not charity for doomed animals." When she sees the bill. The satellite phone on the desk chirped. It wasn't a ring. It was a digital trill, alien and insistent. In the silence of the storm, it sounded like a fire alarm. Volkov stared at it. He put the boot down slowly. He looked at Cal. "Speak of devil," Volkov muttered. He picked up the handset. The unit was a brick-sized Iridium Extreme, the only link to the world that still had paved roads and central heating. "Da," Volkov barked. He listened. His face, usually a mask of stoic granite, shifted. His eyebrows pulled together. He looked at the ceiling, then at the floor, anywhere but at the phone. "I know. Yes, it is much money. No, Katya, listen. The American, he says." Volkov pulled the phone away from his ear, as a sharp, tinny voice erupted from the speaker. He winced. He looked at Cal, with an expression of malicious compliance. "She wants you," Volkov said. He extended the phone. "She has questions. About contract." Cal took the phone. The plastic was warm from Volkov's grip. He walked to the window, turning his back on the room, seeking a sliver of privacy in the box. "Hello." "You are insane," Katya's voice came through, crisp and distorted by 20,000 miles of space. $20,000, Henderson? Did you buy the hay or the farm that grew it?" "Market price plus hazard pay," Cal said. "Drivers don't drive into a blizzard for minimum wage. We got a double load. Enough to get us through the freeze. If the cattle survive to eat it," she snapped. "I am looking at the weather report for Primorsky. They are calling it a cyclonic event. State of emergency." "It's bad," Cal admitted. "I can't see the barn from the porch. The wind is clocking 60, easy. And the herd? Huddled up behind the windbreak we built. We pushed the stragglers in right before it hit. They're tough animals, Katya. But they need calories. You are spending my money on a hypothesis." "I'm spending it on an asset protection strategy," Cal said, slipping into her language. "Dead cows have zero liquidity. Live cows, even expensive ones, have potential." There was a silence on the line. The static hissed, a white noise that matched the storm outside. "You are learning," she said. The anger had receded, replaced by a tired curiosity. "How is my father?" Cal glanced over his shoulder. Volkov had poured a glass of vodka and was staring at a map on the wall, tracing the border with a finger. "He's polishing his boots for the 3rd time today. He's scared, but he's holding it together. He didn't drink until 5 o'clock. "That is an improvement," she said. "Usually, in crisis, he starts at noon. He's worried about the Bratva and the bank." "Let him worry," she said. "Fear keeps him sharp." "What are you doing?" "Me?" Cal looked at his reflection in the dark glass of the window. "I'm reading the wall. Counting knotholes. Trying not to think about how much propane is left in the tank." "It sounds lonely." "It's quiet," Cal said. "Even with the wind. It's that heavy kind of quiet. You know." "I know," she said. Her voice softened, losing the courtroom edge. "I am in my apartment in Vladivostok. The power is out here too. I am sitting by the window with a candle. I can see the bridge across the Golden Horn Bay. The lights are out on the suspension cables. It looks like a skeleton in the mist." "Sounds cheerful." "It is stark," she said. "I have a brief due in the morning. A merger acquisition. Millions of rubles moving from one column to another. And I cannot focus. I keep looking at the dark bridge and thinking about that mud pit you are standing in." "It's not mud right now," Cal said. "It's iron. The ground is frozen solid." "Why do you stay, Cal?" The question caught him off guard. It wasn't an interrogation. It was a genuine inquiry. "The contract," Cal said automatically. "The contract is unenforceable," she said. "You know that. If you walked away tomorrow, hitched a ride to the airport, what could we do? Sue you. You have no assets. We couldn't stop you." "I gave my word." "Your word," she repeated. A quaint American concept. Like fair play or low-fat milk. It does not exist here. Here, people stay because they are trapped or because they are hungry. "Maybe I'm hungry," Cal said. "For what? Beef?" "For a win," Cal said. He leaned his forehead against the cold plywood. "I lost the ranch, Katya. My family's place. I watched them auction off 3 generations of sweat for pennies on the dollar. I felt erased. Coming here, fighting this land, fighting your dad's stubbornness, It makes me feel like I exist again. Redemption through suffering, she mused. Very Russian. You fit in better than you think. I don't know about that. I still miss a decent hamburger. She laughed. It was a short, breathy sound, distorted by the satellite delay, but it was the warmest thing in the room. I miss the silence, she admitted. The city, it screams at you. Even when it is quiet, there is the hum of electricity, the traffic, the neighbors. I remember when I was a girl, visiting the dacha. The silence was so big, you could hear your own blood moving. That's what I have here, Cal said. Just the wind and the blood. Do not let the blood stop moving, cowboy. I'm trying. And Cal? Yeah. The hay, she said. It was the right call. The legal team would advise against it. But the daughter says thank you. For keeping him alive. He's keeping me alive too, Cal said, looking at Volkov's broad back. He knows where the generator switches are. Be careful, she said. The storm is the easy part. When the snow stops, the wolves come out. Two-legged ones. I'll watch the perimeter. Good night, Cal. Night, Katya. The connection broke. The digital trill was replaced by the dead air of the room. Cal lowered the phone. He stood there for a moment, holding the plastic brick, feeling the ghost of the conversation linger. It was strange. He had talked to her for maybe 10 minutes, but he felt like he'd just had a 3-hour dinner. He felt seen. He walked back to the table. Volkov was watching him. The boot was on the floor, polished to a mirror shine. The vodka glass was empty. 2 hours, Volkov said. 10 minutes, Cal corrected. He set the phone on the table. You talk soft, Volkov said. Like talking to horse. We were discussing the lease, Cal said. He sat down and picked up his knife and the whetstone. Scrape. Scrape. Lease does not make a woman laugh, Volkov said. His eyes were sharp, probing. My daughter, she is hard woman. She eats men for breakfast. Lawyers. Bankers. She chews them up. She's smart, Cal said. She knows what she wants. And what does she want from broken-down cowboy? Cal looked up. The accusation hung in the air, mixed with the smell of boot polish. She wants to know if her father is going to freeze to death, Cal said. She wants to know if her inheritance is going to be a pile of dead cows or a working ranch. Volkov grunted. He poured another splash of vodka. She worries about inheritance. Typical. But the tension had shifted. It wasn't gone, but it had changed flavor. Before, Volkov had looked at Cal as an employee, a tool, a potential liability. Now, he looked at him with a different kind of suspicion. The suspicion of a father who realizes another man has walked into the room. You like her, Volkov stated. It wasn't a question. I respect her, Cal said. She floats a $20,000 loan on a handshake. That takes guts. It takes calculation, Volkov said. She thinks you are useful. Do not mistake utility for affection, Henderson. Katya is practical. If you break leg, she shoots you. Just like you, Cal said. Volkov smiled. It was a grim showing of teeth. Yes. Just like me. The wind gusted hard, slamming a loose shutter against the siding somewhere upstairs. Bang. 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 Generator, Volkov said, changing the subject. It missed a beat. I heard it. You go check. Cal stood up. He zipped his jacket. I'll go check. While I'm out there, I'll clear the intake vents on the barn. If they clog with snow, the ammonia builds up. Suffocates the herd. Don't die, Volkov said. He picked up the remote for the TV, aiming it at the blank screen, a reflex from a life in the city. I'll try not to. Cal stepped into the mudroom. He pulled on his heavy gloves, wrapped a scarf around his face, and opened the outer door. The storm hit him like a physical blow. It was a white void. No ground, no sky, just a swirling vortex of ice. He grabbed the guide rope they had strung between the house and the shed. As he pulled himself into the blindness, he thought of Katya in her apartment watching the dark bridge. He thought of the silence she missed. He wasn't alone in the whiteout. He had a voice in his ear now. And for a man who had spent the last month talking to cows and a paranoid ex-spy, that voice was a dangerous thing. It was hope. And hope, in a Russian winter, was the thing that got you killed faster than the cold. Cal lowered his head and pushed into the wind. Chapter 12. The storm broke at midnight, leaving behind a silence so absolute it felt like deafness. Cal walked the perimeter of the feedlot, his boots crunching on snow that had been wind-hammered into white asphalt. The moon was out, a cold, indifferent eye staring down at the wreckage of the last 3 days. The drifts against the north side of the barn were 10 feet high, sculpted into knife-edge ridges. The cattle were alive. They were huddled in a tight mass behind the brush wall Cal had built, steaming in the moonlight, a singular organism of breath and heat. They had survived the Zud by burning calories like coal in a furnace. Now they were just tired, heads low, chewing the last of the hay. Cal checked the water tank. The propane heater was hissing, keeping a circle of black water open in the ice. "You made it," Cal whispered to a heifer that was licking salt off a post. She didn't look up. She had seen the other side of the thermal cliff and wasn't impressed by his commentary. He should have gone inside. He hadn't slept in 30 hours. His eyes felt like they were packed with sand, and his bad knee was throbbing a dull red rhythm. But the adrenaline of the storm hadn't fully washed out of his system. It left him wired, jittery, listening to the vast emptiness of the steppe. That's why he heard the engine. It wasn't the roar of a G-Wagon this time. It was a rattle, a cough and a sputter of a gasoline engine running rich, trying to stay quiet, and failing. Cal stopped. He killed his flashlight. He crouched in the shadow of the water tank, scanning the southern tree line. The windbreak he'd built blocked his view of the main road, but the sound was coming from the east, near the old drainage ravine. That was the weak point. The fence there was mostly rusted wire and hope. A pair of headlights flashed once, then cut out. "Two-legged wolves," Cal muttered. Katya had called it. He looked toward the house. It was a dark block across the yard, 200 yards away. Volkov was asleep or passed out. If Cal ran for the house, he'd alert them. If he yelled, he'd spook the herd, and in this confined space, a stampede would crush the calves against the fence. Cal checked his belt. He had a multi-tool and a heavy mag light. No knife. No gun. Volkov still had the SKS locked in the gun cabinet, the key probably under his pillow. The engine noise stopped. Then came the sound of wire being cut. Snip. The distinct, high-pitched ping of tension releasing. Cal moved. He kept low, using the cattle as cover, moving through the herd. The animals shifted around him, warm and heavy. He smelled their wet fur, the ammonia of the manure, the sweet scent of digested hay. He slipped through the mass of bodies until he reached the eastern edge of the pen. A box truck, an old gas utility van with mismatched tires, had backed up to the fence line. 3 men were out. They moved with the frantic, jerky energy of methamphetamines or desperation. They weren't wearing the leather jackets of Maxim's guard. These were guys in greasy parkas and surplus camo pants. Bottom feeders. They had cut the wire and were dragging a section of portable fencing to create a funnel toward the van's open doors. "Grab the small ones," one hissed in Russian. "Quickly. Before the light comes on." "The bull is watching," another whispered. "Fuck the bull. Get the calves. They fit in the van." They grabbed a calf, a white-faced Hereford dropped 3 weeks ago. The calf bawled, a high panicked bleat. "Shut it up," the first man snapped. He struck the calf on the muzzle with a gloved fist. That was the trigger. Cal didn't think about the odds. He didn't think about the no-guns rule or the lease agreement. He just felt a hot, bright line snap in his chest. He vaulted the fence. He landed in the snow behind the man holding the calf. Cal swung the maglite. It was a 3D-cell aluminum club, and he put his shoulder into it. The metal connected with the man's elbow with a sickening crunch. The man screamed and dropped the calf. He spun around, clutching his arm, his face a mask of shock under a dirty wool cap. "Get out," Cal said. He didn't shout. His voice was flat, breathless. The other 2 men froze. One was holding a cattle prod. The other, the driver, had a tire iron. "American?" the driver said. He looked confused, then he smiled. It was a bad smile, missing teeth. "The cowboy. Terasov said you were soft." "Terasov isn't here," Cal said. He stepped between the men and the herd. "Leave. Now." The driver laughed. "Get him, Boris." The man with the cattle prod lunged. It was a crude attack, a thrust aimed at Cal's chest. Cal sidestepped, slipping on the ice, but managed to grab the man's wrist. He twisted, using the leverage of the thick winter coat against the joint. The man grunted, dropping to one knee. But the driver was moving. He swung the tire iron. Cal saw it coming, but couldn't dodge fast enough on the slick ground. The iron bar caught him on the shoulder, a glancing blow that numbed his entire left arm instantly. The impact knocked him backward into the snow. Pain flared, white and sharp. "Soft," the driver sneered, standing over him. He raised the iron for a finishing blow. The man with the broken elbow was kicking at Cal's legs. Cal scrambled back, kicking snow into the driver's face, trying to find traction. His left arm was useless, hanging dead at his side. He gripped the flashlight in his right, but the driver had the reach. "Hold him," the driver shouted to the third man. The third man grabbed Cal's boot. Cal kicked, connecting with a shin, but he was pinned. The driver grunted, lining up the shot on Cal's skull. Crack. The sound wasn't loud. It was a dry, sharp snap, like a branch breaking in deep winter. The tire iron flew out of the driver's hand. It spun in the air, ringing like a bell as it hit the van's fender. The driver stared at his hand. He wasn't bleeding yet, but the vibration had numbed his fingers. He looked at the darkness toward the house. Crack. The second shot hit the snow 6 inches from the driver's left boot, kicking up a geyser of ice crystals. "Next one is not warning," Volkov's voice boomed from the shadows. It was deep, calm, and terrifyingly authoritative. The driver didn't look for the shooter. He didn't argue. He scrambled for the van door. "Go. Go." The man with the broken elbow was already running, cradling his arm, slipping and sliding toward the cab. The third man dropped the cattle prod and dove into the passenger side. The engine roared to life, gears grinding. The van peeled out, tires spinning on the ice, fishtailing wildly before gripping gravel and tearing off into the night. Cal lay in the snow, breathing hard. The cold was seeping into his clothes, but his shoulder felt like it was on fire. Volkov stepped into the moonlight. He was wearing a long wool coat over his pajamas and untied boots. He held the SKS carbine in one hand, the barrel pointing at the ground. He didn't look like a rancher. He looked like exactly what he was, a man who had spent 20 years erasing problems for the state. He walked over to where the driver had been standing. He bent down and picked something up from the snow. Then he walked to Cal. "You are hurt?" Volkov asked. He didn't offer a hand to help Cal up. He just looked down at him. "Shoulder," Cal grunted, rolling to his knees and pushing himself up with his good arm. He clipped me with a tire iron. Nothing broken, I think. You think, Volkov said. You Americans. Always thinking you are made of rubber. I stopped them, Cal said. He brushed the snow off his pants. They had a calf. I saw. You took your time. I was waiting for clear shot, Volkov said. You were dancing with them. Moving target. Hard to shoot around. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Volkov reached into his pocket and pulled out the object he had retrieved. He held it out to Cal. It was a brass shell casing. 7.62 by 39 millimeters. It was still warm. Keep it, Volkov said. Cal took the brass. It felt heavy in his palm, a small, tangible piece of violence. Souvenir? Cal asked. Receipt, Volkov corrected. You fight for herd. You take hit. Now, we are paid up. Paid up. You said I'd treat you like prisoner, Volkov said. He looked at the rifle, then checked the safety. Prisoners do not fight guards. Partners fight thieves. He shifted the rifle, holding it out butt first to Cal. Cal looked at the weapon. The wood stock was scarred, the finish worn off the metal receiver. It was an ugly, functional tool. Take it, Volkov said. You trusting me with a gun, Dmitri? I am trusting you with night shift, Volkov said. I am going back to bed. My feet are cold. Cal took the rifle. It smelled of solvent and old dust. He checked the action. A round was chambered. What if they come back? Cal asked. They won't, Volkov said, turning toward the house. Those were amateurs. Scavengers. They will tell their friends the ranch has teeth. That is enough for tonight. And tomorrow? Tomorrow we fix fence. Again. Volkov stopped and looked back. The moonlight caught the sharp angles of his face, softening the paranoia for a moment. You did good, cowboy. Stupid but good. I learned from the best. Volkov snorted, a cloud of steam escaping his lips. He trudged back toward the house, his unlaced boots leaving heavy tracks in the pristine snow. Cal stood alone by the broken fence. He rubbed his shoulder. It was going to be black and blue by morning, stiff as a board. He looked at the casing in his hand, then slipped it into his pocket next to his grandfather's lighter. He shifted the rifle to his good shoulder. The calf that had been dropped was standing by the mother, shaking. Cal walked over and checked it. No blood. Just scared. You're okay, little one, Cal whispered. He looked out at the empty step. The silence was back, but it felt different now. It wasn't just an emptiness. It was a perimeter. And for the first time, Cal felt like he was standing on the inside of it, looking out. He chambered a fresh round into the SKS, the metallic clack-clack sounding loud in the frozen air. Let 'em come, he said to the moon. He began his patrol. Chapter 13. The drag mark was a wide, muddy smear cutting through the frost, as if someone had pulled a heavy carpet across the pasture. It went straight through the new wire fence, not over it but through it. The high tensile steel strands were snapped like sewing thread, curling back with the violence of the break. Cal squatted next to the breach. He didn't touch the wire. He looked at the ground. The print was there, frozen into the mud. It was the size of a hubcap. The claw marks extended 3 inches beyond the toe pads, deep gouges that looked like they had been chiseled into the earth. Wolf? Alexei asked. He was standing 5 feet back, holding a pitchfork like a spear. His knuckles were white. Wolf packs don't drag a 400-pound calf, Cal said. He stood up, his bad knee protesting the cold. And wolves don't snap 12-gauge wire. They go under. He followed the trail toward the tree line. The blood was sparse, frozen droplets that looked like scattered rubies on the dirty snow. The predator hadn't killed it here. It had grabbed the heifer and dragged her alive into the timber. "Where's Volkov?" Cal asked. "In office," Alexei said. "With phone." "Go get him. Tell him to bring the rifle." Alexei hesitated. He looked at the dark wall of the forest. The birch trees were pale skeletons against the gray sky. "It is Amba," he whispered. "What's Amba?" "The Dark One. The grandfather." Alexei made a sign of the cross. "Tiger." "That's no cat," Cal said, pointing at the print. "Cats retract their claws. This is a bear. A big one." Cal walked to the edge of the trees. He didn't go in. He wasn't suicidal. The brush was thick, Korean pine and oak scrub. Visibility was 0. Volkov arrived 10 minutes later. He wasn't running, but he was walking fast. He had the SKS slung over his shoulder, but he held it tight against his chest. He looked at the broken fence, then at the drag mark. "How many?" Volkov asked. "Just one heifer." The white-faced cross. "We can't afford losses," Volkov muttered. He unslung the rifle and peered into the woods. "I go look." "Don't," Cal said. "Not with that pea shooter. You need a caliber that starts with a 4. That rifle will just make him mad unless you hit the brain box." Volkov ignored him. He stepped over the broken wire. He took 3 steps into the brush, then stopped. He stood there for a long time, listening. The forest was dead silent. No birds. No wind. Just the heavy, oppressive presence of something watching. Volkov stepped back. He looked pale. "He is gone," Volkov said, too quickly. "He eat, he sleep. We fix fence." "He'll be back," Cal said. "Once a bear learns beef is on the menu, he doesn't go back to berries. He's habituated now. This is his pantry." "We fix fence," Volkov repeated, louder this time. He turned and walked back toward the house. "Give me the rifle," Cal said. Volkov stopped. He turned slowly. "No. You put me on night watch last week," Cal said. "You gave it to me then." "That was for thieves," Volkov said. Men run when you shoot ground. Bear does not run. Bear charges. And if you have rifle, and bear kills you, I lose rifle." "You're worried about the hardware?" Cal laughed, a sharp, incredulous bark. "I'm the manager, Dmitri. I'm trying to protect the asset. You can't manage a predator problem with a pitchfork." "I protect asset," Volkov said. "You fix fence. If bear comes to yard, I shoot from window." "From the window?" "That's 200 yards. You'll miss or you'll wound him. A wounded bear is a landmine waiting to go off." "I was Spetsnaz," Volkov snapped. "I do not miss." He marched away, clutching the rifle like a security blanket. Cal watched him go. It wasn't arrogance. It was fear. The old spy could handle men. He knew their motivations, their weaknesses. But the woods, the wild, irrational violence of nature, it terrified him. He wanted to control the weapon, because it was the only thing that made him feel like he was still the one in charge. Cal turned back to Alexei. "Get the wire stretchers. And ring the electric fencer. We're going to hot wire this section." "Electricity stop, Amba?" Alexei asked, looking doubtful. "It might tickle him enough to make him think twice," Cal said. "Or it might just serve as a dinner bell. We'll find out." The day was a grind of tension. The workers, Ivan and the others, moved in a tight pack. Nobody went to the outhouse alone. They spoke in hushed tones, glancing constantly at the tree line. Cal worked the perimeter. He found another spot, 300 yards south, where the earth had been disturbed. Huge tracks circling the pen. The bear had been scouting all night, testing the defenses, looking for the weak link. He had found it at the ravine. It was an Ussuri brown bear. Cal knew the type from books, but seeing the sign was different. It was related to the Kodiak. Massive, aggressive, and hungry. And smart. By late afternoon, the sun was dropping behind the mountains, casting long blue shadows across the snow. The temperature plummeted. Cal was in the barn, checking the calves. The herd was nervous. They were bunching up, eyes wide, ears swiveling. They knew. Volkov was in the house. He hadn't come out since morning. Cal finished tossing hay and walked to the tractor. He grabbed his lariat, the stiff nylon rope he'd used on the steer. He didn't know why. It felt like a pitiful defense against 1,000 pounds of apex predator, but it was the only tool he had that extended his reach beyond his arm. He climbed the ladder to the hayloft door. It gave him a vantage point over the north pasture. He sat there as the light failed, watching. At 6 p.m., the motion sensor light on the corner of the barn flickered on. Cal stiffened. Nothing. Just the wind blowing snow across the beam. Then, a shape detached itself from the darkness of the ravine. It was huge. In the flat light of the halogen bulb, it looked like a boulder that had decided to roll uphill. It moved with a terrifying fluid grace, a rolling gait that ate up the ground. The hump of muscle on its back was massive. It stopped at the new wire Cal had strung. It sniffed the electric strand. Zap. The bear shook its head, a violent shudder. It didn't run. It swiped at the wire. The plastic insulator shattered, and the wire went dead. "Smart bastard," Cal whispered. The bear stood on its hind legs. It towered over the 8-foot fence. It looked at the cattle huddled in the pen. Then it looked at the barn. It looked right at Cal. Cal felt a primal chill that had nothing to do with the winter. The animal's eyes were small, reflecting the light with a dull red malice. It wasn't hunting for food anymore. It was hunting because it owned the territory, and the cows were trespassing. The bear dropped to all fours and started pacing the fence line, looking for a way in. Cal scrambled down the ladder. He ran to the house. He didn't knock, he kicked the door open. Volkov was at the table, eating soup. He jumped, reaching for the pistol on the table. "He's here," Cal said. "The bear. He's at the north pen." Volkov grabbed the rifle from the corner. "I come." They ran out. Volkov stopped on the porch, raising the rifle. "Where?" "By the grain bin," Cal pointed. "You can't see him from here. We have to get closer." "I see him," Volkov lied. He squinted into the dark. "You see a shadow, Dmitri. Come on." Cal started running toward the barn. Volkov followed, but slower. They reached the corner of the barn. Cal peeked around. The bear was inside the pen. It had simply pushed the heavy wooden gate until the latch sheared off. It was standing in the middle of the herd. The cattle had scattered to the far corners, climbing over each other in panic. The bear had a calf pinned to the frozen mud. It wasn't eating. It was just holding it down, looking around. "Shoot him," Cal whispered. "Now." Behind the shoulder. Volkov raised the rifle. The barrel was shaking. "Too many cows," Volkov said. "I hit cow. The calf is dead anyway. Take the shot." Volkov hesitated. The bear looked up. It let out a huff, a deep resonant sound like a compressor starting up. Volkov fired. Crack. The bullet hit the mud, 3 feet in front of the bear. The bear didn't flinch. It roared, a sound that vibrated in Cal's chest cavity. It charged. Not at them, but at the main mass of the herd. Chaos. The cattle stampeded. They hit the far fence, wood splintering, wire screaming. They poured out into the open steppe, running blind into the night. The bear grabbed another calf as the stream of beef went past. It shook the animal like a rag doll, breaking its spine instantly, then dropped it to chase the runners. "Shoot him!" Cal yelled. Volkov fired again. Crack! Crack! He was panic firing. One shot went high, hitting the silo with a metallic ping. The other hit a fleeing heifer in the hip. She went down, bawling. The bear vanished into the darkness, following the herd. Silence returned, except for the groans of the wounded heifer and the distant sound of 200 cows scattering into the wilderness. Cal stood there. He looked at the dead calf in the mud. He looked at the heifer thrashing in the snow, steam rising from the bullet wound. He turned to Volkov. The Russian was standing with the rifle lowered, staring at the disaster. He looked small in his big coat. "You missed," Cal said. "He moved," Volkov said. "The light, it was bad." "You missed because you were scared," Cal said. He walked over and grabbed the barrel of the rifle. "Give it to me." Volkov pulled back. "No. You just cost us $10,000 in stock, and maybe the whole herd," Cal said. "And you shot one of your own cows. Give me the damn gun." "It is my gun," Volkov shouted. "My ranch." Cal let go. He stepped back. He looked at the wounded heifer. She was suffering. "Finish her," Cal said. Volkov looked at the cow. He looked at Cal. He couldn't do it. The adrenaline was gone, replaced by the crushing reality of the failure. "Do it," Cal commanded. Volkov raised the rifle. He looked away as he pulled the trigger. Crack! The heifer stopped moving. Cal walked past him. He went to the dead calf. He crouched down. "He didn't eat it," Cal said. "He killed it for sport. Or to scatter them. He knows it's easier to pick them off in the woods." "What do we do?" Volkov asked. His voice was hollow. "We can't round them up in the dark," Cal said. "Not with a predator out there. We wait for light. And then I go get them." "We go get them," Volkov corrected. "No," Cal stood up. "You stay here. You guard the house. You guard the stragglers. If you come with me, you'll just shoot me in the back. You cannot go alone. No gun." "I don't need your gun," Cal said. He looked at the dark tree line where the bear had disappeared. "I need to think like him. And you're too loud, Dmitri. You smell like fear and vodka. He'd smell you a mile away." Cal walked toward the tack room. "Where are you going?" "To sharpen a knife," Cal said. "And to get my horse. If there's any herd left by morning, Grom is the only thing that can bring them back." "And the bear?" Cal stopped. He looked at the Russian. "If I find him, I'll let you know." "How?" "If I don't come back," Cal said, "you'll know he won." He walked into the barn, leaving Volkov standing in the blood-stained snow. The shadow of the mountain stretched over the ranch, long and cold, and somewhere in that shadow the bear was waiting. Cal felt for the lighter in his pocket. He spun the flint wheel. A small flame sputtered to life. "Fire and iron," he whispered. "That's all we got." He snapped the lid shut. Darkness took the barn again. Chapter 14. The cinch was stiff with frozen sweat. Cal hauled on the latigo, putting his shoulder into the horse's flank. Grom grunted, expanding his barrel to cheat the fit, but Cal drove a knee into the animal's ribs. The air whooshed out, and Cal pulled the slack, locking the knot. "Don't play games, pony," Cal whispered. "Not today." The sun hadn't crested the Seacoat Allen Range yet. The world was a monochrome etching of gray steel and white snow. The air was dead still, the temperature hovering at 10 below. It was the kind of cold that made metal brittle and turned rubber into hard plastic. Cal checked his gear. He had the nylon lariat coiled on the saddle horn, the loop shaken out and rebuilt 3 times to ensure it wouldn't kink in the frost. He had his belt knife, a 6-inch buck blade he'd spent an hour sharpening on a whetstone until it could shave the hair off his arm. That was it. He walked Grom out of the barn. The snow in the yard was a churned mess of hoof prints and tire tracks, a map of the previous night's disaster. Alexei was waiting by the gate. The kid had a hatchet tucked into his belt and was holding the reins of a plow horse. "I go," Alexei said. He wasn't asking. His chin was set, jaw tight. "You stay," Cal said. He didn't stop walking. "I track good," Alexei argued, hurrying to keep up. "My grandfather teach me. I see things you do not." "You see ghosts," Cal said. "And you freeze." "Go back to the house, Alexei. Help Volkov fix the fence. If the cows come back, I need a pen that holds them." "Amba is out there," Alexei whispered, grabbing Cal's sleeve. "He is not just bear. He is spirit. He's 600 pounds of hungry meat," Cal said, shaking the kid off. "And spirits don't leave tracks." He swung into the saddle. Grom danced sideways, eager to move, the cold energy crackling under his skin. Volkov stepped out onto the porch. He was holding the SKS. He didn't look like a commando this morning. He looked like a man who had lost his wallet and his keys and his nerve all at once. "You find them," Volkov shouted. "You do not fight him. You find cows, you come back. We take truck." "Truck can't go where they went," Cal said. "Keep the radio on channel 4. If I find the herd, I'll call." "Take the gun," Volkov offered, but he didn't move to hand it over. It was a token gesture. He gripped the stock so hard his knuckles were white. "You keep it," Cal said. "You might need it to shoot another heifer." He didn't wait for a response. He spurred Grom into a trot, heading north toward the tree line. The trail was easy to read. Too easy. 200 panicked cattle didn't move quietly. They had bulldozed a path through the snow, smashing saplings, churning the earth into a dark slurry. They had headed for the timber, seeking cover from the bear, but running blindly into the trap of the deep woods. Cal rode the edge of the track. He kept Grom off the rough ground, saving the horse's legs. He watched the birds. Magpies. They were chattering in the canopy, flashing black and white. Magpies meant disturbance. 2 miles in, the trail split. A small group, maybe 20 head, had broken off, heading west toward the river. The main body had gone straight, up a rising draw that led into the foothills. And there were other tracks. Cal pulled up. He leaned over the saddle. The bear prints wove in and out of the cattle trail. They were massive, purposeful. The bear wasn't just chasing, he was herding. He was pushing the main group higher, away from the open ground, toward the box canyons where the walls would do the work for him. "Smart bastard," Cal muttered. He looked at the landscape. It was beautiful, in a savage, indifferent way. The birch trees stood like bone pillars, peeling white bark fluttering in the slight breeze. The pines were dark, heavy with snow. It was a silent, vertical world that felt like a cathedral built by a god who didn't care for visitors. Cal felt that familiar tightening in his gut, the awareness of being small in a big place. It was the same feeling he'd had in the Badlands or the High Rockies. The land didn't hate you. It just didn't acknowledge your right to exist. You had to earn it every step. He pushed on. The draw narrowed. The walls rose up, granite slabs slick with ice flows. The snow here was deeper, untouched by the wind. He found the first carcass at mile 4. It was a yearling steer. Its neck had been broken with a single swipe. It hadn't been eaten. It was just stopped. Cal dismounted. Grom snorted, rolling his eyes, backing away from the smell of blood. Cal touched the steer's flank. Cold. Rigor had set in. This had happened hours ago, during the initial rout. "He's thinning the herd," Cal said to the horse, dropping the weak ones to slow the rest down. He remounted. The canyon was tightening like a noose. The light was failing, not because the sun was setting, but because the walls were blocking it out. The air grew colder, damp and heavy with the scent of pine resin and old decay. He saw the herd ahead. They were bunched up at the end of the box canyon, a dead end where a rock fall blocked the path. They were milling in a tight circle, exhausted, their breath forming a low cloud of fog. They were silent, traumatized. Cal scanned the rocks above them. Nothing. He pulled the radio from his pocket. Volkov. Come in. Static. The granite walls were killing the signal. Great. He had to turn them. If he could get behind them, push them back down the draw, he could run them past the danger zone before nightfall. He rode toward the herd. Hup. Hup. Get moving. The cattle turned their heads. They looked at him with dull eyes. They didn't move. They were frozen by a fear greater than the man on the horse. Cal uncoiled the rope. He slapped it against his chaps. Whop. Move out. A few steers shuffled, turning back toward the valley. Then Grom stopped. The horse went rigid. His ears, which had been swiveling, pinned flat against his skull. He trembled, a high-frequency vibration that buzzed through the saddle leather. Cal stopped breathing. He looked around. The canyon floor was a jumble of boulders and fallen timber. Plenty of shadows. Plenty of holes. The silence changed. The magpies had stopped screaming. Cal smelled it then. Not the clean scent of pine. A heavy, musk odor. Wet fur. Rotting meat. It hit him like a physical wave. It wasn't coming from the rocks above. It was coming from behind him. Cal turned in the saddle. The bear was 20 yards away. It hadn't been in the den. It hadn't been on the ridge. It had been following him. It had let him ride past, waiting for him to corner himself against the herd. It stood on all fours, blending perfectly with the dark rock and the brush. Only the steam from its mouth gave it away. It was immense, a mountain of brown fur and muscle, scarred from 100 fights. Its head was low, swinging slowly from side to side. It didn't roar. It didn't charge immediately. It just looked at him. Cal's hand went to his knife. A 6-inch blade, against an 800-pound killing machine. It was a joke. A punchline written in steel. Easy, Grom, Cal whispered. He gripped the reins tight, keeping the horse's head up. If Grom bolted now, he'd throw Cal into the rocks. The bear took a step. The snow crunched. It was cutting off the exit. He wants the horse, Cal realized. The cattle were a snack. The horse was a meal. And the man on top was just packaging. Cal looked at the terrain. To his left, a steep scree slope going up the canyon wall. Loose shale. Suicide. To his right, the herd, a wall of beef. Behind him, the bear. Forward. He had to go through the bear. It was insane. It was physics denial. But it was the only line of retreat. Cal gathered the reins. He dug his spurs in. Not a tap. A gouge. Kia. Grom exploded. The horse didn't want to go toward the predator, but the pain in his flanks and the rider's will gave him no choice. He launched forward, hooves tearing at the frozen ground. The bear reared up. It was sudden and terrifying, a wall of fur rising 8 feet in the air. It opened its jaws, a cavern of white teeth and pink flesh. It swiped a paw the size of a shovel, claws hooking the air. Cal ducked low, burying his face in Grom's mane. Go. Go. The horse screamed, a sound Cal had never heard before, and swerved at the last second. The bear's claws missed Cal's leg by an inch. They caught the saddlebag, ripping the leather apart like wet paper. The force of the blow staggered the horse. Grom stumbled, knees buckling. Cal lost his stirrup. He was thrown forward, hanging off the neck. The bear dropped to all fours and spun with impossible speed. It lunged for Grom's flank. Cal hauled on the rein, yanking the horse's head up. Grom found his footing, scrambling on the ice, hooves sparking against granite. They were past the bear. But the bear was fast. It charged. It wasn't the lumbering run of a cartoon animal. It was a sprint. A blurry, bounding gait that ate up the distance. Cal looked back. The bear was gaining. Grom was fast, but the snow was deep, and the horse was carrying 200 pounds of man and gear. The bear floated on top of the crust. "Run!" Cal screamed. They hit a patch of open ground. Grom stretched out, finding a gear of panic-fueled speed. The bear kept coming. It was silent now, focused entirely on the kill. Cal saw the low branch ahead, a thick limb of an ancient oak extending over the trail. He didn't have a plan. He had an instinct. He stood in the one stirrup he still had. He grabbed the saddle horn. "Sorry, boy," Cal gasped. As they passed under the limb, the bear was 10 feet behind, closing for the hamstring bite. Cal didn't swing. That was movie stuff. He yanked Grom hard to the right, into the deep powder. The horse floundered, losing speed instantly. The bear, carrying massive momentum, couldn't turn. It tried to dig in, claws tearing the earth, but it slid. It slid past them, crashing into the oak tree with a sound like a car hitting a telephone pole. Thud. Snow cascaded down from the canopy. The bear roared in frustration, shaking its head, momentarily stunned. Cal didn't wait to see if it had a concussion. He kicked Grom back onto the trail. "Don't look back. Run." They tore down the canyon, sliding around corners, jumping fallen logs. Cal rode loose, letting the horse pick the path. He could hear the bear behind them, crashing through the brush, but the impact had bought them 50 yards. They burst out of the draw and into the main valley. The ground flattened out. Grom had the advantage here. He opened up, his breath coming in ragged heaves, putting distance between them and the timber. Cal looked back. The bear had stopped at the edge of the trees. It stood on its hind legs again, watching them go. It swiped at a sapling, snapping it in half like a toothpick. Cal slowed the horse to a trot, then a walk. Grom was trembling violently, foam flecking his neck. Cal's hands were shaking so hard he couldn't feel the reins. He looked down. His jeans were shredded where the claw had passed, revealing the leather of his boot. The saddlebag was gone. He was alive. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the radio. His fingers were numb, clumsy blocks. "Volkov," Cal croaked. Static. Then a voice. "Henderson. You see cows?" "I saw them," Cal said. He coughed, the cold air burning his lungs. "They're boxed in the North Canyon." "Good. You bring them?" "No," Cal said. "I'm coming in. Alone." "Why?" "Because the landlord is home," Cal said. "And he just served an eviction notice." He patted Grom's neck. The horse was still dancing, watching the back trail. "Let's go home, buddy," Cal whispered. "Before he changes his mind." He turned the horse south, toward the ranch house. He didn't have the cows. He didn't have a plan. But he had a new understanding of the stakes. This wasn't a ranch anymore. It was a war zone. And he had just met the general of the opposing army. He touched the empty sheath on his belt. The knife was gone, lost in the scramble. He had gone hunting with a rope and a knife. He was coming back with neither. "Next time," Cal said to the empty step. "Next time, I bring the heavy metal." The wind picked up, erasing their tracks, but Cal knew the bear wouldn't forget. The map had changed. The North Canyon was no longer part of the ranch. It was enemy territory. Chapter 15. The adrenaline was a liar. It told Cal he was warm, that his hands were steady, that the horse beneath him was made of iron. But as the mile markers of the valley floor dragged past, the chemical high evaporated, leaving the cold truth of the situation to settle in his bones. Grom was hurting. The Bashkir wasn't limping, but his gait had lost its fluid drive. He was hitching on the offside rear, favoring the leg where the bear's claws had stripped the saddlebag. Blood was freezing in dark streaks against the shaggy winter coat, stiffening the hair into jagged icicles. Cal checked the back trail. The valley was a white funnel, emptying into the darkness of the foothills. Nothing moved. But that didn't mean they were alone. "We need a line," Cal muttered. "Straight shot home." He looked at the terrain. The valley floor was a mess of drifted snow and hidden deadfall, slow going. To the west, a limestone ridge rose up like a spine, windswept and mostly clear of snow. It was exposed, brutal, but it offered hard footing and speed. If they could gain the ridge, they could trot the 5 miles back to the ranch house. He neck-reined Grom toward the slope. The horse pinned his ears, resisting the climb. "I know," Cal said, patting the sweating neck. "It sucks. But the bear likes the timber. We like the high ground." They started up. The ground was treacherous, loose scree hidden under a skiff of powder. The shale clicked and clattered under Grom's hooves, a sound like breaking china that echoed too loudly in the silence. The wind hit them at the crest. It was a solid hammer of air, 60 miles an hour, carrying ice crystals that scoured Cal's face raw. He squinted against the sting, pulling his scarf up. The ridge was narrow, dropping away sharply on both sides into deep shadow-filled ravines. It was a tightrope walk. Cal pulled the radio. He wanted to check in with Volkov, to hear a human voice. "Volkov. Position check." Static. The wind was drowning out the signal, or the battery was dead from the cold. He shoved the plastic brick back into his pocket. Grom stumbled. A hoof skidded on a patch of black ice glazed over the rock. Cal threw his weight to the left, balancing the animal. "Easy. Watch your feet." They moved another 100 yards. The ranch lights were visible now, tiny yellow pinpricks in the vast blue twilight. They looked impossibly far away. Then Grom stopped. He didn't just halt, he froze, every muscle locking up. He snorted, a sharp, terrified sound, and stared down into the ravine on their right. Cal looked. 30 feet down, in the shadow of a rock overhang, something moved. It wasn't the bear. It was the herd. Or part of it. A knot of cattle had taken shelter in the lee of the cliff, trapped by the steep walls. But Grom wasn't looking at the cows. He was looking at the shape, stalking the perimeter of the trapped animals. The bear hadn't given up. It had simply taken a shortcut. It knew the terrain better than Cal did. It had doubled back along the ridgeline and dropped down to cut off the herd. And now it smelled the horse. The bear looked up. Even from this height, Cal saw the massive head lift, the ears swivel. It let out a huff, steam pluming. It started climbing the slope toward them. It moved with terrifying ease, claws digging into the shale, hauling its bulk up the near vertical face. Grom panicked. The horse reared, twisting violently away from the threat. His back hooves landed on the ice patch. There was no traction. No purchase. Cal felt the world tilt. The horse's hindquarters slipped over the edge of the ridge. Grom scrabbled frantically with his front hooves, sparks flying, but gravity had the leverage. "Kick out," Cal yelled. He kicked his feet free of the stirrups, or he tried to. His left boot, the one with the shredded leather from the bear swipe, caught in the iron. The horse went over. They fell together, a tangle of man and beast tumbling down the scree slope. The world became a blur of impact and noise. Sky. Rock. Snow. Sky. Cal's shoulder slammed into a boulder. His head snapped back. He felt the crushing weight of the horse roll over his leg, then off. He was sliding fast. He clawed at the ground, gloves tearing on the shale. He wasn't stopping. The slope was too steep, a 40-degree chute of loose rock acting like ball bearings. He saw the edge coming, a drop off into the ravine floor where the cattle were huddled. No. Cal jammed his heels into the scree. He grabbed a scrub oak root protruding from the snow. His arm wrenched in the socket. The root held. He swung hard, slamming into the rock face, the breath driven out of him. He hung there, dangling over the drop, boots scrabbling for purchase. Above him, Grom had managed to arrest his slide. The horse was on a wider shelf 10 yards up, scrambling to his feet. He was shaking, bleeding from a gash on his hip, but standing. Grom. Cal wheezed. Stay. The bear crested the ridge above them. It looked down. It saw the horse on the shelf. It saw the man hanging on the root. It made a choice. It stepped onto the slope. It started to slide down, claws acting as brakes, surfing the scree toward the horse. Grom didn't wait. He bolted. He scrambled along the narrow shelf, heading north, away from the ranch, away from Cal, running blind with terror. The bear watched the horse go. It hesitated. Then it looked down at Cal. Cal looked up. He was 20 feet below the bear. He had a knife he couldn't reach and a radio that was smashed in his pocket. The bear huffed. It swiped at the loose rock. A shower of stones clattered down, bouncing off Cal's helmet. It was deciding whether to climb down and finish the job. Cal pressed himself against the frozen dirt. He didn't move. He made himself small. Don't be prey, he thought. Be a rock. Be dirt. The bear sniffed the air. Then, incredibly, it turned. It started climbing back up to the ridge. It wanted the horse. The horse was big meat, running meat. The man was just a hard, gristly inconvenience clinging to a root. Cal watched the massive hindquarters disappear over the crest. He hung there for a long time, listening to the fading sound of hooves and the heavy rhythmic gait of the pursuit. Then the silence returned. Cal tried to pull himself up. His left arm screamed. The shoulder he'd hurt in the fight with the thieves was on fire. His leg, the one the horse had rolled on, felt numb. He looked down. It was a 20-foot drop to the ravine floor. Deep snow. Doable. He looked up. The slope he had just slid down was a sheet of ice and loose rock. Climbing back up to the ridge with a bad arm was impossible. He was trapped. Okay, Cal whispered. Down is the only way out. He let go. He fell, hitting the snowbank at the bottom with a whump. He went deep, buried to his chest in powder. It cushioned the impact, but it was cold, instantly, brutally cold. He fought his way out of the drift, gasping. He stood up. His left leg buckled. Damn it. He leaned against a boulder, testing the weight. The knee was swollen, stiff, but not broken. The ligaments were stretched to the limit, shouting at him, but they held. He looked around. He was in the box canyon, where the cows were trapped. They were staring at him. 20 head. They looked at him with mild curiosity, chewing their cud. They were safe here, out of the wind, hidden from the bear. You guys look comfortable, Cal said. His teeth were starting to chatter. He checked his pockets. The radio was in pieces. The plastic casing cracked, the battery popped out and lost in the snow. He checked his belt. The knife was gone. Lost on the slide. He checked his inner pocket. The lighter. It was there. He looked at the sky. Darkness was falling fast. The temperature was dropping like a stone. Without the horse, without movement, the cold would kill him in 3 hours. He had to move. But he couldn't climb out. The canyon walls were vertical here. The only exit was the way the cows had come in, back toward the timber, back toward where the bear had been. He looked at the cows. They were huddled together, a radiant mass of heat. "Old cowboy trick," Cal muttered. He limped toward the center of the herd. The animals shifted, grunting, but they didn't run. They were too tired, and they knew him. He was the guy with the hay. Cal pushed his way into the middle of the pack. He found a spot between a large Hereford cow and a steer. He wedged himself in. The heat was immediate. It radiated off their flanks, a humid animal warmth that smelled of manure and life. He pressed his back against the cow, his chest against the steer. They shifted to accommodate him, closing the circle. It wasn't a fire. It wasn't a house. But it was survival. He pulled his collar up. He watched the rim of the canyon, watching for the silhouette of the bear. He thought about Volkov. The Russian would be watching the clock. He'd see the empty horizon. Then he'd see the horse come back. Alone. Saddle twisted, blood on the flank. "He's gonna panic," Cal said to the steer. The steer chewed, a rhythmic crunch, crunch, crunch that vibrated through Cal's ribs. Cal closed his eyes for a second, fighting the urge to sleep. Sleep was death. He had to stay awake. He had to wait for morning. He reached into his pocket and fingered the brass casing Volkov had given him. "Receipt," Volkov had called it. "I'm not checking out yet, Dmitri," Cal whispered. But as the wind howled over the canyon rim, erasing the world above, Cal knew he was as close to the edge as he'd ever been. He was buried in the wild, part of the herd now, waiting to see if the wolf or the cold would take him first. Chapter 16. Morning arrived not as a sunrise, but as a slow, bruising shift from black to a gray so flat it looked like wet concrete poured over the sky. Cal peeled himself away from the steer. The movement felt like tearing Velcro. His jacket was frozen to the animal's flank. The condensation of their shared heat turned to a layer of ice. The steer grunted, shifting its weight, annoyed at the loss of its heater. Cal stood up. His left leg didn't want to hold him. The knee he'd twisted in the fall was the size of a grapefruit, stiff and throbbing with a dull hydraulic pressure. His shoulder was worse, a hot wire of pain running from his neck to his elbow every time he moved his arm. "Thanks for the lodging," Cal rasped. His voice sounded like it was coming from inside a tin can. The cows watched him. They were comfortable here, blocked from the wind by the canyon walls, standing in their own filth and warmth. They had no intention of moving. "I'll send a truck," Cal promised. He turned toward the canyon mouth. The snow was knee-deep and crusted on top, the kind of snow that promised support and then broke under your weight every third step. Crunch. Drop. Curse. Repeat. Walking out of the box canyon was a slow-motion escape from a grave. By the time he reached the open valley floor, sweat was freezing on his back, a cold clamminess that terrified him more than the wind. Sweat meant wet. Wet meant dead. He stopped to get his bearings. The landscape had changed. The storm and the wind had erased the landmarks. The distinct ridges he had memorized on the ride in were smoothed over, softened into white lumps that looked identical in every direction. The sun was a pale smear behind the overcast, offering no cardinal points. "North is that way," Cal said, pointing a trembling gloved hand toward a dark smudge on the horizon. Or was it west? He checked his pockets again. The broken radio. The lighter. The brass casing. A handful of loose change. No compass. No map. He started walking. The step was deceptive. It looked flat, but it was a sea of frozen tussocks and hidden ravines. He walked with a hitch, dragging his bad leg, counting steps to keep his mind occupied. 100. 200. Check the horizon. Nothing changed. The dark smudge didn't get closer. It might have been a cloud or a trick of the light. By noon, the thirst hit him. It wasn't a dry throat. It was a systemic demand, his blood turning to sludge. He grabbed a handful of clean snow and let it melt in his mouth. It burned his tongue and gave him a headache, but it was wet. His mind started to drift. It unmoored itself from the pain and floated into the past. He wasn't in Russia. He was back at Broken Arrow, fixing the windmill in the south pasture. His grandfather was there, holding the wrench, wearing that canvas coat that smelled of diesel and intricate tobacco. "You got to watch the horizon, Cal," the old man said. "A man gets lost when he looks at his feet. You look down, you walk in circles. You look up, you walk straight." Cal looked up. He was walking in a circle. He saw his own tracks dragging left, favoring the bad leg, intersecting the path he was on. He had spent 2 hours walking a 3-mile loop. He stopped. He wanted to sit down. The snow looked soft. It looked like a feather bed. If he sat down, the pain in his knee would stop. The shivering would stop. "No," Cal said aloud. He slapped his own face. Hard. The sting brought tears to his eyes, but it cleared the static. "Pick a point," he commanded himself. "That rock. Walk to the rock." He walked to the rock. It took an hour. Now that tree. The dead one. He walked to the tree. The day wore on, a gray endurance test. The cold was a patient predator. It waited for him to slow down, biting through the layers of denim and wool, seeking the core heat. As the light began to fail, the temperature plummeted. It didn't slide down, it fell off a cliff. The wind picked up, driving ice crystals into his exposed skin. He needed shelter. He was in the open. No trees. No caves. Just the rolling indifference of the plain. He found a depression in the ground, an old shell crater or a collapsed root cellar from a homestead long gone. It was shallow, maybe 3 feet deep, but it broke the wind. He slid into it. He needed fire. He gathered what he could: dried stalks of wormwood, dead grass exposed by the wind, a few brittle twigs from a stunted bush. It was a pathetic pile. It wouldn't roast a marshmallow, let alone save a life. He cleared a spot in the frozen dirt. He built a small pyramid of tinder. He reached into his pocket for the lighter. His fingers were useless claws. He couldn't feel the metal. He fumbled, dropping the Zippo into the snow. Panic flared, hot and sharp. He fell to his knees, digging frantically with his numb hands. Where is it? Where is it? His fingers brushed the cold metal. He grabbed it with 2 hands, bringing it to his mouth. He blew on his hands, trying to force warm air into the stiff joints. He flipped the lid. Clink. He spun the wheel. Spark. Nothing. "Come on," Cal whispered. "Don't do this." Spark. Nothing. The fluid was cold. It needed heat to vaporize. He put the lighter under his armpit, inside his jacket. He held it there, shivering violently, his teeth clicking together like castanets. He counted to 60. He pulled it out. Spark. Whoosh. A small yellow flame danced in the cup. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He touched it to the dry grass. Smoke curled, then a tiny flame took hold. He fed it carefully, twig by twig. The fire was the size of a dinner plate. It put out almost no heat, but the light pushed back the terrifying vastness of the Russian night. Cal huddled over it, his hands cupped around the flame. He took out the Bible. The leather cover was frozen hard. He opened it. The pages were thin, like onion skin. He hesitated. It was his mother's Bible. His grandfather's brand. He looked at the dying flame. The twigs were gone. He needed fuel. He ripped a page from the back. The concordance. Maps of the Holy Land. He fed it to the fire. The paper curled and blackened, flaring up for a few seconds. "Sorry, Ma," Cal whispered. He fed another page. Revelation. He sat there through the long night, feeding the words of prophets and apostles to the fire, one page at a time. He burned the red letters. He burned the begats. He burned the Psalms of Lament. He thought about the bank. The men in suits who signed papers in warm rooms. They thought they owned the land because they had the deed. They don't own anything, Cal thought, watching the paper turn to ash. The land owns us. We're just leasing the carbon. He hallucinated again. He saw Katya sitting across the fire, wearing her camel coat, smoking a slim cigarette. "You are stubborn, cowboy," she said. "Why don't you just freeze? It is easier." "I got fences to fix," Cal told the Phantom. "Fences are for people who have something to keep in," she said. "You have nothing. No ranch. No horse. No home." "I got a job," Cal said. "And I gave my word." She smiled, blowing smoke that turned into snow. "Your word. That American currency." The fire died at 4 a.m. He had burned through Malachi. The cold rushed back in, reclaiming the crater. Cal curled into a ball, tucking his hands into his crotch, his chin to his chest. He shivered until his muscles locked up, and then the shivering stopped. That was the danger zone. The warm drowsiness. The feeling that it would be okay to just close his eyes for a minute. "Get up," he told himself. His lips wouldn't move. He forced himself to stand. It took 3 tries. His legs were wooden stilts. He started walking in the dark. If he stopped, he died. Movement was heat. He walked like a drunk, stumbling over tussocks, falling, getting up. He lost track of time. He lost track of direction. He just kept moving his left foot, then his right foot. Left. Right. Left. The sky began to lighten. The gray returned, revealing a world that looked exactly the same as the one he had walked through yesterday. He stopped. He swayed, trying to focus his eyes. In the distance, maybe a mile away, a straight line cut across the white chaos. It was too straight to be natural. Nature didn't do straight lines. A road. Or a fence. Cal laughed. It was a dry, cracking sound. Civilization. He pushed toward it. The mile took an eternity. He fell twice, crawling the last 50 yards on his hands and knees because his legs simply refused the command to stand. He reached the edge of the road. It wasn't paved. It was a gravel track, rutted and blown over with snow, but it was a road. It went somewhere. He collapsed on the shoulder, staring at the ruts. A tire track. A heavy tread. Recent. He lay on his back, looking at the sky. The clouds were breaking up. A patch of blue, impossibly bright, showed through. He heard the sound. A low rumble. A diesel engine. He tried to wave, but his arm was too heavy. A truck cresting the rise. An old Kamaz flatbed, rusted orange, belching black smoke. It was hauling timber. The truck slowed. The air brakes hissed, a sharp, angry snake sound. It stopped 10 feet from him. The door opened. A man jumped down. He was wearing a grease-stained parka and a hat with ear flaps. He had a cigarette dangling from his lip. He walked over to Cal, crunching the snow. He looked down. He spoke in Russian. Rough, gravelly words. Cal looked up at him. "Do you have a cigarette?" The man didn't understand. He frowned. He looked at Cal's clothes, the shredded denim, the blood, the lack of a coat suitable for the weather. He reached down and grabbed Cal's good arm. He hauled him up. Cal screamed as his bad shoulder shifted, but the sound was weak. The driver practically threw him into the cab. It smelled of stale tobacco, diesel, and wet dog. It was the warmest place Cal had ever been. The driver climbed in. He looked at Cal, shaking his head. "Americanaise?" the driver asked. He tapped his own chest. "Ivan." Cal whispered. "Broken arrow." "Crazy," Ivan decided. He put the truck in gear. Cal leaned his head against the vibrating glass. He watched the white landscape slide by. He was alive. He had cheated the Zud, cheated the bear, and cheated the cold. He reached into his pocket and touched the lighter. It was still there, warm from his body. He closed his eyes. "Not today, Granddad," he whispered. "Not today." The truck rattled down the road, carrying the frozen cowboy back toward the ruin he was trying to call home. Chapter 17. The horse came back alone. Volkov saw it from the porch window. He was drinking tea that had gone cold an hour ago, staring at the tree line through a pair of Zeiss binoculars that had belonged to a dead East German officer. The animal limped out of the morning fog, a dark, shaggy shape coalescing into a silhouette of failure. Volkov set the mug down. He didn't run. He picked up the SKS rifle from the table, checked the safety, and walked out into the freezing mud. Grom stopped at the gate. The Bashkir was trembling, head low, steam rising from his coat in ragged bursts. The saddle was twisted sideways, the girth hanging loose. The leather saddlebags were gone, ripped away, leaving only jagged straps flapping against the horse's flank. Volkov approached slowly. "Easy. Easy, brother." He grabbed the bridle. The horse rolled his eyes, showing white, and shied away. Volkov held firm, stroking the nose, murmuring nonsense words in Russian until the animal settled. Volkov inspected the damage. Deep scratches on the right flank. Dried blood, dark and crusted. The horse had been in a fight. But there was no rider. Volkov looked north. The tracks were visible in the snow for 100 yards before they disappeared into the white expanse of the valley. "Where is he?" Volkov asked the horse. Grom just blew air through his nostrils. Volkov's eyes narrowed. He looked at the empty straps where the saddlebags had been. He looked at the direction the horse had come from. Not from the box canyon. From the east. The east led to the ridge line. And beyond the ridge line, 20 miles of rough country was the border fence. China. A cold, familiar logic clicked into place in Volkov's mind. It wasn't the logic of a rancher. It was the logic of a lieutenant colonel of the FSB. Scenario: the American encounters trouble. The bear scares the horse. The American is thrown. Or, the American rides out. He realizes the job is impossible. He realizes he is freezing, broke, and working for a man on a watch list. He looks at the map. He sees the border. He knows China pays for Western consultants. Or he just wants to disappear. Volkov ran a hand over the saddle. The leather was scraped. A staged accident? A convenient bear attack to cover a departure? "He ran," Volkov whispered. The words tasted bitter, like copper. The bastard ran. He didn't feel sadness. He felt a vindictive satisfaction. It confirmed everything he knew about the world. Loyalty was a transaction. When the currency of hope ran out, the loyalty bounced like a bad check. He turned and marched back to the house. He didn't bother to unsaddle the horse. Grom could wait. He went to the heavy oak desk. He opened the bottom drawer and pulled out a satellite phone, not the one Cal had used, but a different one. A secure line. He dialed a number he hadn't called in 4 years. "Commandant Zuravlev," a voice answered. Sleepy. Annoyed. "It is Volkov." A pause. The sound of a lighter flicking. Dmitri, I thought you were growing potatoes. Cattle, Volkov corrected. I have a situation, Igor. A security breach. I have a foreign national, American citizen, loose in the border zone. Sector 4. A tourist. An employee. Disgruntled. He has knowledge of local infrastructure. He may be attempting to cross to China. Zuravlev laughed. Through the snow? He will die. He is resourceful, Volkov said. And he is carrying sensitive data. It was a lie. Cal was carrying a pocket knife and a lighter. But Volkov knew how to push the buttons. Mention sensitive data and American in the same sentence, and the gears of the state would grind into motion. Description? Male. 6'2". Dark hair. Wearing denim. Injured left shoulder. He is on foot. I will send a patrol, Zuravlev said, his voice sharpening. And the chopper? The Mi-8 is at the refueling station in Dalnogorsk. Send it, Volkov said. I want him found. Before he crosses. Alive. Volkov looked at the empty chair where Cal had sat the night before, talking about fences. Secure him, Volkov said. Condition is secondary. He hung up. He poured a shot of vodka. His hands were shaking just a little. Not from fear. From rage. He had almost trusted the cowboy. He had almost believed the speech about giving his word. Fool, Volkov spat at his reflection in the dark window. 2 hours later, the roar of rotors shattered the silence of the valley. The Mi-8 hip was an ugly, brutal machine, a flying tank painted in drab camouflage. It thumped over the ranch house, low enough to shake the snow off the roof, before banking north toward the border. Volkov stood on the porch, watching it go. A car horn blared from the driveway. The black Audi Q7 tore into the yard, fishtailing in the mud, spraying slush halfway up the siding of the barn. Katya didn't wait for the car to stop completely before she threw the door open. She was wearing a heavy woolen coat and boots that were not made for a feedlot. She stormed up the steps, her face pale with fury. What have you done? She demanded. I am securing the perimeter, Volkov said calmly. He leaned against the post, lighting a cigarette. Securing the perimeter? She pointed at the receding helicopter. You called in a border intercept. I have a friend in the JAG office. He told me you reported a spy trying to defect. I reported a loose variable, Volkov said. Henderson is gone. The horse came back. Saddlebags ripped off. And that means he defected? She stepped into his personal space, smelling of expensive perfume and rage. Look at the horse, Papa. I saw it by the gate. It is bleeding. There are claw marks on the flank. Deep ones. Bear, Volkov admitted. Yes. A bear. He was attacked. Or he staged it, Volkov said. He cut the horse to sell the story. Then he walked to the highway. Or the border. He cut the horse. Katya stared at him. You think Cal Henderson, a man who spent $20,000 of my money to buy hay for cows that aren't even his, would cut a horse and run away? Desperation makes men do strange things. Paranoia makes you do stupid things. She screamed it. He is not a spy, Papa. He is a cowboy. He went out there with a knife to save your herd because you were too afraid to go with him. Volkov flinched. The truth struck him like a slap. I was not afraid, he growled. I was prudent. He was reckless. He is dying out there. She grabbed his coat lapels. While you play war games with your old friends, he is freezing in a snowbank. Call them off. Tell the pilot to switch to search and rescue. I cannot, Volkov said. He pulled away from her. The order is given. If they find him, they will arrest him. Then we sort it out. If they find him, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. He is alone. Hurt. In the Zud. She turned and ran back to the Audi. She popped the trunk and pulled out a duffel bag. She started throwing things onto the hood. A first aid kit, blankets, a thermos. What are you doing? Volkov asked. I am going to find him, she said. You cannot go out there. The snow is 3 feet deep. The car will not make it. Then I will walk, she said. She was crying now, tears freezing on her cheeks, but her hands were steady as she checked a flashlight. Someone has to be a human being here. Katya, stop. Volkov stepped off the porch. You will die. Better to die looking for a friend than to live like you, she spat. Sitting in a bunker, waiting for everyone to betray you. Grandfather would be ashamed. Volkov stopped. The wind howled around the corner of the house. The helicopter was a distant thrum in the north. Grandfather would be ashamed. He looked at the horse, shivering by the gate. He looked at the claw marks. They were jagged, messy. Not the work of a knife. A knife cuts clean. These were tears. And the horse was looking back toward the north. Ears pricked. Waiting. Animals knew. Animals didn't lie. Volkov felt something crack inside his chest. It was the ice that had formed around his heart, somewhere in a basement in Lubyanka 20 years ago. He walked past Katya. He went to the Land Cruiser. Put your bag in the truck, he said. Katya stopped. What? The Audi is useless, Volkov said. He opened the back of the Toyota and threw in a pair of snowshoes and the SKS rifle. We take the truck. We drive as far as we can. Then we walk. You are calling off the soldiers? I will call Zhuravlev, Volkov said. He took the satellite phone out of his pocket. I will tell him. I will tell him the intelligence was faulty. He looked at her. His eyes were tired, the gray of old granite. He is probably dead, Katya. You know this. He is stubborn, she said, throwing her bag into the passenger seat. Americans are stubborn. Let us hope so, Volkov said. Get in. He dialed the number as he climbed into the driver's seat. Igor. Yes. Volkov. Call off the intercept. No, not a spy. My daughter, yes. She says I am an idiot. Yes. Just a lost cowboy. Switch to grid search. Look for heat signatures. And Igor. If you see a bear, kill it. He threw the phone onto the dashboard. He gunned the engine. Let's go find your stray, Volkov said. They drove north, into the white wasteland, leaving the ranch behind. Behind them, Grom let out a long, loud whinny, a sound that carried on the wind like a prayer. Chapter 18. The cab of the Kamaz smelled of wet dog, unwashed wool, and a tobacco so harsh it watered Cal's eyes even from 3 feet away. The heater blasted air that tasted like scorched dust. Cal sat against the passenger door, his head rattling against the glass with every pothole. His left arm was cradled in his lap, a dead weight that throbbed in sync with the diesel engine's idle. Americanes, Ivan said again. He was shouting over the roar of the transmission. He pointed a scarred finger at the windshield. Ranch. Cows. Yeah, Cal croaked. His throat felt like he'd swallowed a handful of gravel. Cows. Big house. Broken fence. Ivan nodded, shifting gears with a movement that involved his entire upper body. The truck groaned, metal grinding on metal, but picked up speed. Outside, the white landscape blurred. Birch trees, snowdrifts, the endless indifferent sky. Cal closed his eyes. The heat was making him dizzy. He felt the lighter in his pocket, pressing against his ribs. A small, hard knot of reality. He didn't know how far he'd walked. 5 miles? 10. He knew he had burned his mother's Bible. He knew he had left Grom behind. The guilt of that sat heavier than the pain in his shoulder. A cowboy who walks home is a pedestrian. A cowboy who loses his horse to a bear is a failure. Problem, Ivan announced. Cal opened his eyes. The truck was slowing down. Ahead, the road narrowed where the snowplows had given up. A black vehicle was blocking the single lane, facing them. It was the Land Cruiser. Cal's heart did a slow, painful roll in his chest. Ivan hit the air horn. H-O-O-N-K. A blast that shook snow off the nearby trees. The driver's door of the Toyota opened. Volkov stepped out. He wasn't wearing his tactical coat. He was in a thick wool sweater, looking small against the vastness of the snow. He held a hand up, shielding his eyes, squinting at the lumbering truck. Then the passenger door flew open. Katya scrambled out into the drift. She didn't look at the truck. She looked at the passenger window. She started running before Ivan had fully stopped the rig. "Stop," Cal said. Ivan slammed the brakes. The air system hissed violently. The truck shuddered to a halt 10 feet from the Land Cruiser's bumper. Cal fumbled for the door handle. His fingers were stiff, unresponsive wood. He shoved with his good shoulder. The heavy steel door swung open. The cold hit him, sharp and awakening. He swung his legs out. They didn't want to hold him. He slid down the steps, his boots hitting the packed snow with a jarring thud that sent a spike of white fire up his spine. He grabbed the fender to stay upright. "Cal." Katya hit him at full speed. She didn't care about the mud or the blood on his jacket. She wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his chest. She was shaking, a high-frequency vibration of terror releasing its grip. "You are alive," she whispered into his coat. "You stupid, stubborn bastard." Cal winced as she squeezed his bad shoulder, but he didn't pull away. He leaned his chin on the top of her head. She smelled of expensive shampoo and cold air. "I'm okay," Cal lied. "Just went for a walk." Volkov walked up. He moved slower, his face unreadable. He stopped 3 paces away. He looked at Cal's shredded jeans, the blood dried on his sleeve, the gray tint of his skin. He looked at Ivan, who was leaning out of the cab, smoking a cigarette and watching the drama with mild interest. Volkov nodded to the driver, a quick, sharp jerk of the chin. Acknowledgement. One Russian to another. Ivan nodded back, flicked his ash, and put the truck in neutral. "You look like hell, Henderson," Volkov said. "You should see the bear," Cal said. He tried to smile, but his lips split. "He's got a headache." "And the horse?" Volkov asked. The question hung there, heavy. "He made it?" Cal asked, the hope rising in his throat. "He came back this morning," Volkov said. "Alone. Scratched up. But alive." Cal let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His knees buckled. Katya grabbed him, taking his weight. "Papa. Help him." Volkov stepped in, grabbing Cal's good arm. He was strong, solid as a fence post. Together, they hauled Cal toward the Land Cruiser. "My truck," Ivan shouted from the cab. "You want me to follow?" "Go home, Ivan," Volkov yelled over his shoulder. "I will send vodka." "A case." "2 cases." Ivan haggled. "Done." They shoved Cal into the back seat of the Toyota. It was warm, leather-scented. A different world. Katya climbed in next to him, pulling a blanket from the cargo area and wrapping it around his shoulders. "Drink," she ordered, shoving a thermos cup at him. "It is tea. Sweet." Cal drank. The sugar hit his bloodstream like a narcotic. Volkov got in the front. He turned around, his arm resting on the seat back. He looked at Cal for a long moment. I called the army, Volkov said quietly. Cal lowered the cup. You what? I thought you defected, Volkov said. He didn't blink. I thought you stole the money belt and ran for China. I called Zuravlev. I told him you were a spy. Cal stared at him. You called an airstrike on me? An intercept, Volkov corrected. The Mi-8 is already in the air. Papa. Katya slapped the back of the driver's seat. Fix it. Now. I am fixing it, Volkov said. He picked up the satellite phone from the dashboard. He looked at Cal. I owe you apology, cowboy. I let the old ghost talk too loud. Just call off the chopper, Cal said, leaning his head back. I'm too tired to get arrested today. Volkov dialed. He spoke rapidly in Russian, his voice tight, authoritative, but deferential. He listened. He winced. Yes, Igor. My mistake. Bad intel. No, he is here. He is injured. Yes. I understand. Volkov hung up. He didn't look happy. The helicopter is returning to base, Volkov said. But Zuravlev is displeased. He demands a report. In person. That sounds like a you problem, Cal mumbled. His eyes were closing. The warmth was pulling him under. Sleep, Katya said, her hand on his arm. We are going home. The ranch house was a fortress against the wind, but inside the air was thick with the smell of iodine and rubbing alcohol. Cal sat on the kitchen table, shirt off. His left shoulder was a canvas of purple and black bruising, swelling up toward the neck. The skin was scraped raw where he'd hit the scree. Katya was cleaning the cuts with a cotton swab. Her touch was gentle, precise. She had tied her hair back, sleeves rolled up. Ligaments are torn, she diagnosed, pressing on the joint. Cal hissed. But the bone feels intact. You dislocated it. Maybe it popped back in when you hit the bottom. Feels like it's full of broken glass, Cal said. You need an X-ray, she said. And painkillers. Real ones, not aspirin. Volkov was pacing the living room. He held a glass of vodka, but he wasn't drinking it. He was watching the satellite phone, sitting on the oak desk like it was a bomb timer. It rang. Volkov stopped pacing. He stared at it. Answer it, Papa, Katya said, not looking up from Cal's arm. Face the music. Volkov picked it up. Volkov. The voice on the other end was loud enough for Cal to hear the tinny distortion of shouting. It was a man used to giving orders that resulted in craters. Volkov stood at attention. It was a reflex, decades old. He nodded at the empty air. Yes, General. I understand, General. It was a miscalculation of the asset's trajectory. No, sir. No foreign involvement. Yes, sir. I will pay for the fuel. Personally. The shouting continued. Volkov's face turned a dull brick red. He was being dressed down like a cadet who had crashed a tank into the parade ground. You jeopardize the agency's credibility, Dmitri, the voice roared. You cry wolf. You send Spetsnaz to chase a cowpuncher? Are you senile? Or just drunk? I was protecting the border integrity, Volkov said, his voice straining to maintain dignity. You were protecting your own paranoia. The line crackled. You are done, Volkov. You are retired. Stay retired. If you call me again with anything less than a Chinese invasion division, I will have you stationed in Magadan counting seals. Do you hear me? I hear you, General. The line went dead. Volkov lowered the phone. He stood there for a long time, the silence of the room rushing in to fill the void left by the shouting. He looked old. The fear that usually animated him, the sharp, nervous energy was gone. In its place was a heavy, flat resignation. He walked to the table and set the phone down gently. He picked up his vodka. "He says I am retired," Volkov said. He looked at the liquid in the glass. "You are retired, Papa," Katya said. She taped a gauze pad over a cut on Cal's forearm. "You have been retired for 5 years. Maybe now you will believe it." "He called me a fool," Volkov said. "He said I waste resources." "You did," Cal said. Volkov looked at him. The anger flared for a second, then died. "Yes," Volkov admitted. "I did." He pulled a chair out and sat down heavily across from Cal. He looked at the bruises on Cal's shoulder. "You came back," Volkov said. It was a statement of fact, but it carried a question mark. "I work here," Cal said. "I have a contract." "Contract?" Volkov scoffed. "You could have walked. Ivan would have driven you to Vladivostok. You have passport." "I told you," Cal said. "I don't run." Volkov shook his head. "I spent 30 years looking for people who run. Everyone runs, Henderson. Eventually." "Not everyone," Katya said. She finished taping Cal up. "Some people just get lost and stubbornly walk in circles until they find a road." Volkov downed the vodka. He slammed the glass onto the table. "The bear," Volkov said. "Is he dead?" "No," Cal said. "He's got a headache, and he's probably sore, but he's alive. He's smart, Dmitri. He used the terrain. He trapped the herd." "Trapped?" "They're in a box canyon, about 4 miles north. I huddled with them last night. They're safe for now, but they're stuck. If the snow deepens, they starve." Volkov nodded. He looked at the map on the wall. He was no longer the FSB agent hunting spies. He was a rancher with a problem. "We need to break trail," Volkov said. "The tractor. The blade is rusted, but it works." "Tractor won't fit in the canyon," Cal said. "We need horses. We need to trample a path." "Grom is hurt," Volkov said. "Then we use the plow horse," Cal said. "And we walk. We pack the snow down. We carry feed in if we have to." Volkov looked at Cal's shoulder. "You cannot carry feed. You cannot ride." "I can walk," Cal said. "And I can yell." Volkov looked at his daughter. "And you?" "Lawyer." Katya wiped her hands on a towel. She looked at her manicure, which was ruined. "I can drive the tractor to the canyon mouth," she said. "I know how to drive a stick shift. It cannot be that different from the Audi." "It is very different from Audi," Volkov said, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. He stood up. He walked to the window and looked out at the yard. Grom was in the corral eating hay, blanketed. The storm clouds were breaking up, revealing a hard blue sky. "Zhuravlev is right," Volkov said softly. "I am done with spy games." He turned back to them. He looked different. The weight of the agency, the expectation of being the colonel, seemed to have sloughed off with the phone call. He was just a man in a sweater in a drafty house. "We are alone here," Volkov said. "No cavalry coming. No helicopter. Just us," Cal agreed. "Good," Volkov said. "I never liked pilots anyway. They drink too much." He went to the cupboard and pulled out a fresh bottle. He poured 3 glasses. "To the return," Volkov said, raising his glass. "To the herd," Cal said, lifting his left hand painfully. "To the friction," Katya added, clinking her glass against theirs. They drank. The vodka was cold and clean. "Rest now," Volkov ordered Cal. "Tomorrow we go to war with the snow." Cal nodded. He watched Volkov move to the sink to rinse the glasses. The paranoia wasn't gone. It was built into the man's DNA, but the target had shifted. He wasn't afraid of Cal anymore. He was afraid of failing him. And that, Cal knew, was a much more dangerous kind of loyalty. He touched the lighter in his pocket again. One day at a time, Granddad. One day at a time. Chapter 19. The pain in Cal's shoulder had a color. Yesterday, it had been a blinding white spike. Today it was a dull, throbbing purple that sat heavy in the joint like wet sand. He sat in the armchair by the window, the one Volkov usually occupied. His left arm was immobilized in a sling, fashioned from a silk scarf Katya had sacrificed. On his lap lay the SKS rifle, dismantled. He was cleaning it one-handed, a slow, meditative process of rag and oil. Click. Rub. Click. Katya was at the oak desk. The generator was running smooth for once, feeding juice to her laptop. She was typing with the ferocity of a concert pianist playing Rachmaninoff, attacking the keys. "You are going to break the spacebar," Cal said. She didn't stop typing. "I am drafting a cease and desist to the bank in Vladivostok. They are trying to freeze the operating account again. They claim irregular activity. Is buying $20,000 of hay regular? When the account holder is Dmitri Volkov. Buying groceries is irregular. Buying explosives is standard." She hit enter with a final, decisive snap and spun her chair around. "How is the arm?" "Still attached." "That is not a medical diagnosis." She stood up and walked over. She was wearing jeans and one of her father's wool sweaters, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. The city armor was gone. She looked tired, her eyes dark-circled, but she moved with a restless energy. She reached out and touched the skin above the sling. Her fingers were cool. "Swelling is down," she noted. "But you are gray. You need protein." "I need to get out of this chair," Cal said. "I've been sitting here for 2 days. The cows are still stuck in the canyon." "Papa is digging them out," she said. "He and Ivan took the tractor. They are clearing a path. You are grounded." "I'm not a pilot, Katya." "No. You are the liability. If you fall on that shoulder again, you will need surgery. And the nearest surgeon is in Khabarovsk and likely uses a rusty saw." She sat on the edge of the coffee table, facing him. "So you sit. And you clean the gun. And you tell me why." Cal looked at the firing pin in his hand. "Why what?" "Why you came back," she said. "I saw the tracks, Cal. I saw where the horse fell. You were clear of the ridge. You could have walked to the highway. You had cash in your pocket. You have a passport. I told you. The contract." "Bullshit," she said softly. "Nobody dies for a contract. Not unless they have nothing else to live for." Cal set the firing pin down on the oil-stained cloth. He looked out the window. The snow was blindingly bright under the hard blue sky. It was the same blue as the Montana sky, the kind that didn't care if you were looking at it or buried under it. "I didn't have a funeral," Cal said. Katya frowned. "Excuse me?" "For the ranch," Cal said. "Broken Arrow. When my dad died, we had a service. Big deal. Whole county came. But when the ranch died, when the gavel fell, everybody just got in their trucks and drove away. It was like 80 years of history just evaporated. Poof." He picked up the rag, wiping a smudge of carbon from the bolt carrier. "I felt like a ghost," he continued. "I was walking around, breathing, eating, but I didn't cast a shadow. Because the thing that made me me, the land of the work, was gone. When I saw your dad's ad, manager needed, it didn't look like a job. It looked like a way to get solid again." Katya watched him. She crossed her arms, hugging the oversized sweater to her chest. "You wanted to haunt a new house," she said. "Maybe. Or maybe I just wanted to see if I could build something that wouldn't blow away. He looked at her. What about you? You got the Audi, the career, the apartment with the view of the bridge. Why are you sitting in a drafty farmhouse nursing a cripple? I am not nursing you, she corrected. I am protecting the investment. Right. The investment. She stood up and walked to the fireplace. The logs were crackling, spitting sparks against the screen. She stared into the flames. When I was a girl, she said, her back to him, we lived in Moscow. Papa was important. Men came to the apartment at night. They spoke in whispers. Sometimes Papa would leave for weeks. When he came back, he would smell of airplane fuel and bleach. She turned around. I learned to be quiet. I learned that truth was a variable. If the phone rang, you didn't answer. If someone asked where Papa was, you said he was fishing. Always fishing. Hard way to grow up, Cal said. It was safe, she said. But it was suffocating. I became a lawyer because the law has rules. It is written down. Clause A leads to Clause B. It is not like Papa's world, where friends become enemies because the wind changes direction. So why come back here? Cal asked. This is his world. The paranoia. The secrets. Because he is losing, she said simply. In Moscow, he was a shark. Here, he is an old bear with no teeth. He is trying to build something real, Cal. For the first time in his life. He wants to leave something behind that isn't a redacted file. He wants a legacy, Cal said. He wants forgiveness, she corrected. From the land. From me. From himself. She walked back to him and took the rag from his hand. She started wiping the gun oil from his fingers. And I think he is starting to trust you, which terrifies him. He called an airstrike on me. He called it off, she said. She looked him in the eyes. That is the victory. For Volkov, canceling an order is harder than giving it. The front door banged open. A blast of freezing air swept through the room, killing the warmth instantly. Volkov stomped in, stomping snow from his boots. He looked exhausted, his face windburned to a deep beet red. Tractor is stuck, Volkov announced. Hydraulic line burst. Fluid everywhere. Ivan is fixing it with duct tape and prayers. He walked to the kitchen and poured a glass of water, drinking it in one long gulp. He looked at Cal and Katya. He saw her hand holding Cal's. He saw the intimacy of the quiet room. He didn't frown. He didn't smile. He just cataloged it. Data point. Did you reach the cows? Cal asked. We broke the drift, Volkov said, wiping his mouth. They are moving. Slowly. They are hungry. They follow the hay trail. They should be at the barn by sunset. Good, Cal said. We need to get calories into them. We need to get calories into us, Volkov grumbled. Katya, is there soup? On the stove, she said, letting go of Cal's hand. I will heat it. Before she could move, the door opened again. It didn't bang this time. It was pushed open slowly, heavy, as if the person on the other side was leaning their entire weight against it. Alexei stepped in. The kid looked like he had crawled out of a grave. His face was smeared with soot and dried blood. His jacket, the Chicago Bulls one, was shredded at the sleeve. He was shivering violently, his teeth chattering so hard it sounded like dice in a cup. But he wasn't empty-handed. He was dragging something. A heavy dark mass on a plastic tarp. He pulled it over the threshold, grunting with the effort, leaving a smear of red slush on the floorboards. Alexei. Katya gasped. She ran to him. The kid dropped the tarp. He stood up straight, or as straight as he could. He looked at Cal. Done, Alexei whispered. Cal looked at the tarp. It was the pelt. It was massive, a tangled rug of coarse brown fur, stiff with frost and blood. The head was attached, the jaws frozen open in a silent snarl, the eyes clouded and dull. The paws were the size of catcher's mitts, the claws black and curved like sickles. It was the Ussuri brown bear. The Amba. Volkov walked over. He stared at the carcass. He nudged it with his boot. It was solid. Real. You killed him? Volkov asked. His voice was hushed. Alexei nodded. He swayed, grabbing the doorframe for support. How? Cal asked. He stood up, ignoring the pain in his shoulder. You didn't have a gun. No gun, Alexei rasped. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something. He held it out to Cal. It was a piece of wire. High-tensile steel fencing wire. Twisted into a loop. A snare. I track him, Alexei said. His English was broken, stripping down to the essentials. 2 days. I see where he walk. Same path. Always same path. Habituation, Cal nodded. I set wire, Alexei said. By the rock fall. Where he climb. I wait. You waited 2 days in the cold? Katya asked, horrified. He come last night, Alexei said. He step in. Wire catch leg. He pull. Wire tighten. The kid mimed the action, his hands shaking. He fight, Alexei said. He fight hard. I have hatchet. Cal looked at the hatchet on the kid's belt. The handle was splintered. The blade was dark. You went at a trapped bear with a hatchet? Cal asked. Jesus, kid. That's not hunting. That's a duel. Grandfathers say, metal is strong but heart is stronger, Alexei said. He looked at the pelt again. He is very strong spirit. But I am rancher now. Volkov looked at the boy. Really looked at him. For weeks, Alexei had just been the village boy, a pair of hands to hold a shovel. Now, he was standing in the doorway with the skin of a monster that had terrified a Spetsnaz colonel. Volkov walked to the cupboard. He bypassed the water. He took the bottle of vodka, the good stuff, the standard platinum. He poured a shot glass full to the brim. He walked back to Alexei. Drink, Volkov ordered. Alexei looked at the glass, then at Volkov. In Russia, a man pouring you a drink was a gesture. A superior pouring you a drink was a knighthood. Alexei took the glass. He downed it in one swallow, coughing as the fire hit his empty stomach. Good, Volkov said. He clapped a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder. You are useful. Useful, Cal said. He just saved your herd from the boogeyman, Dmitri. Give him a raise. I give him bonus, Volkov agreed. And boots. New boots. Cal walked over to the pelt. He knelt down. The smell filled the room, that musk of wild animal blood and winter. He ran his hand over the fur. It was thick, oily. He found the snare mark on the leg. It was deep. The kid had set it perfectly, anchored to a rock that wouldn't move. You did good, Alexei, Cal said. You saved us a lot of trouble. For you, Alexei said. He pointed at Cal. For me. For teaching, Alexei said. The rope. The loop. Snare is just loop that does not let go. Cal smiled. It hurt his split lip, but it felt good. Yeah. It is. We hang it, Volkov decided. On the wall. Behind desk. So when banker comes, he sees what happens to predators. It needs to be tanned first, Cal said. Or it'll rot. Ivan knows how, Alexei said. He fix. Katya was guiding Alexei to a chair. Sit. You are freezing. I will get you soup. The room settled into a new gravity. The threat that had been stalking them, The physical manifestation of the wild was dead on the floor. But something else had shifted. Volkov went back to the window. He looked out at the snow. "The bear is gone," Volkov said quietly. "But the Bratva remains." "One monster at a time," Cal said. He stood up, feeling the throb in his shoulder, but feeling lighter somehow. He looked at Katya. She was ladling soup into a bowl, fussing over the kid. She looked up and caught Cal's eye. She didn't smile, but her expression was soft, open. "Friction," Cal thought. "We're making sparks." "Alexei," Cal said. "Tomorrow, you teach me how to set that snare. We might need it for two-legged wolves." Alexei grinned, his teeth stained with blood and soot. "I teach. Is easy. You just have to wait." "Waiting is the hard part," Cal said. He picked up the SKS bolt carrier and slid it back into the receiver. Click-clack. The rifle was clean. The bear was dead. The cows were coming home. For a moment, in the warmth of the ranch house, Cal Henderson felt the shadow of Broken Arrow recede, replaced by the gritty, bloody reality of the life he was fighting to keep. Chapter 20. The sky wasn't white. It was the color of a 3-day-old bruise, a swollen purple-black that seemed to press down on the ridges of the Seacoast Allen Mountains, flattening the world by sheer atmospheric weight. Cal stood by the tractor, his good hand resting on the warm metal of the engine block. The air was absolutely still. It was a silence that made his ears ring, a vacuum waiting to be filled by violence. "The birds are gone," Alexei said. The kid was standing by the corral gate, looking up. He was wearing his new boots, insulated rubber muck boots Volkov had ordered from the city, and he looked like a soldier waiting for the artillery barrage to start. "Magpies left an hour ago," Cal noted. "Even the crows are grounded." Volkov walked out of the house. He held an old brass barometer in his hand, tapping the glass face with a fingernail. Tink. Tink. "Broken," Volkov muttered. "It's not broken, Dmitri." "Needle is on floor," Volkov said. "It says pressure is non-existent. It says we are inside vacuum cleaner. It says the bottom is dropping out," Cal said. He looked at the cattle. They had managed to walk the herd back from the canyon yesterday, using the path Volkov and Ivan had packed down with the tractor. Now the animals were in the main holding pens, eating the expensive hay. They were thin, gaunt-flanked, their coats matted with ice, but they were eating. "We need to move them inside," Cal said. "Into the main barn. And the machine shed." "Barn holds 100, Volkov calculated. "Shed holds 50. "We have 200. "Then 50 stay in the lee of the windbreak," Cal said. "We rotate them. Every 6 hours. Hot bunking. Rotate cows in blizzard." Volkov looked at the purple sky. "News says wind will be 100 kilometers. Temperature -40. "If we leave them out there, they freeze standing up," Cal said. "The wind chill will flash freeze their lungs. Move them. Now." "Ivan," Volkov shouted. "Get the gates." The preparation was a frantic, organized chaos. It wasn't ranch work, it was submarine damage control. They weren't farming, they were batting down hatches. Katya came out wearing a heavy parka, her face smeared with cold cream to protect against the frostbite. She carried a clipboard. "I inventoried the fuel," she said, shouting to be heard over the rising moan of the wind that was just starting to crest the hills. "We have 300 gallons of diesel. Propane is at 40%. "Generator?" Cal asked. "Topped off. I covered the intake with plywood, left a gap for air. To keep the snow out." "Smart," Cal said. "You're thinking like an engineer." "I am thinking like a woman who does not want to freeze in the dark," she said. She looked at his sling. "You drive the skid steer. One hand. Push snow." Do not lift anything. Yes, ma'am. Cal climbed into the Bobcat's skid steer. It was a tight squeeze. He keyed the ignition. The diesel clattered to life. The first flakes hit at 2 p.m. They weren't flakes. They were shards of ice, hard and granular, hitting the windshield like buckshot. The wind arrived 10 seconds later, not as a gust, but as a solid wall. 1 second, Cal could see the tree line half a mile away. The next second, the world ended at the hood of the machine. Whiteout. Here we go, Cal muttered. He dropped the bucket and started scraping the alleyway, clearing a path for the stragglers. The snow was accumulating instantly, drifting horizontally. He saw vague shapes moving in the white void. Ivan swinging a sorting stick, Volkov shouting orders that were snatched away by the wind, Alexei guiding a calf by its tail. Cal worked the controls, his bad shoulder throbbing with every jolt of the machine. He pushed a drift away from the barn door. He spun the machine, backed up, and pushed again. The cold was finding its way into the cab. The heater was blowing full blast, but the glass was icing over on the inside. Cal had to scrape a peephole with his credit card just to see where he was driving. By 4 p.m., the light was gone. It was pitch black, a darkness so absolute it felt heavy. The floodlights on the barn flickered on. Volkov had hit the switch. They cut cones of yellow illumination through the swirling madness. Cal parked the skid steer in the machine shed, wedging it between a tractor and a stack of pallets. He climbed out. The wind knocked him sideways. He grabbed the doorframe to stay upright. He limped into the main barn. It was a cathedral of noise. The wind shrieked against the metal roof, a high-pitched scream of metal under stress. Inside, the air was thick with the steam of 100 cattle. They were packed tight, shoulder to shoulder, their body heat raising the temperature to something survivable. Volkov was there, leaning against a post, wiping frost from his eyebrows. Ivan was slumped on a hay bale, smoking a cigarette that trembled in his hand. Count. Cal yelled. 190, Volkov shouted back. We lost 10. Lost. Scattered. Ran into the dark. Could not stop them. Volkov's face was grim. We closed the door. Cal looked at the mass of beef. 190 is a win, Dmitri. In this. The roof, Volkov pointed up. The corrugated metal sheets were groaning, rippling like fabric in the gale. A loose nail popped with a sound like a gunshot, pinging off a rafter. It holds. Volkov asked. It holds or it doesn't, Cal said. If it goes, we have a convertible. Nothing we can do now. Katya and Alexei came in from the side door that connected to the house. They were carrying thermoses. We are trapped, Katya announced. She poured steaming coffee into plastic cups. Snow is halfway up the kitchen window. The door is blocked. We had to use the tunnel. The tunnel was a narrow, covered walkway Volkov had built between the house and the barn, a remnant of his obsession with secure movement. Cal had mocked it when he arrived. He wasn't mocking it now. Drink, Katya said, handing Cal a cup. You look like a corpse. Feel like one. Cal took the coffee. His hand was shaking. The adrenaline crash was hitting him. They stood in the circle of the barn light, surrounded by the heavy breathing of the herd and the apocalyptic roar outside. It felt intimate and terrifying, like being in the belly of a wooden ship during a hurricane. Temperature? Cal asked. -38, Alexei said. He was checking a digital sensor. With wind, -60. Nothing survives out there, Ivan said, crossing himself. Not Amba. Not wolf. Only demon. Or broken equipment, Cal said. He looked at the water troughs. Are the heaters working? Green light, Volkov said. Water is liquid. For now. A sudden boom shook the structure. Dust rained down from the rafters. The cattle surged, bellowing in panic. "What was that?" Katya asked, gripping Cal's good arm. "Wind load," Cal said, looking at the south wall. The timbers were bowing inward, groaning under the pressure. Gust must have hit 80. "We need to brace it," Volkov said. He grabbed a loose 4x4 post. "Ivan, help me." They jammed the post against the wall, wedging it into the dirt floor. It was a toothpick against a tidal wave, but it was something. Cal watched them work. He felt a strange detachment. This was the McDonald moment, the realization that the universe wasn't hostile, just enormous and energetic. The storm didn't care about the mortgage, the Bratva, or the price of beef. It was just energy-seeking equilibrium. "Cal," Katya whispered. "Look." She pointed to the far end of the barn, near the generator room door. A shadow moved. It wasn't a cow. It wasn't one of them. Cal dropped his coffee cup. He reached for the knife on his belt, the replacement buck knife Volkov had given him. "Dmitri!" Cal shouted. Volkov turned. He saw the shadow. He dropped the post and pulled the Makarov from his shoulder holster in one fluid motion. "Who is there?" Volkov roared over the wind. The shadow stepped into the light. It was a man. He was covered in ice, his parka frozen into a rigid shell. He was shaking so hard he could barely stand. He held his hands up. They were black with frostbite. It was one of the men from the truck. The thieves. The one Cal had hit with the flashlight, the one with the broken elbow. He stumbled forward and collapsed face first into the straw. Volkov moved in, gun trained on the prone figure. He kicked the man's boot. No reaction. "He is dead?" Ivan asked. Katya ran over. She knelt down, checking the man's neck. "Pulse," she said. "Weak. He is hypothermic. Dying." "Let him die," Volkov said, holstering the gun. "He came to steal." "He came to survive," Cal said. He walked over, looking at the man. His truck probably went off the road. He walked back to the only light he could see. "He is trash," Volkov spat. "He works for Terasov." "He's a human being," Katya said furiously. "Get blankets. Get hot water. Now." She looked at her father with eyes that brooked no argument. Volkov hesitated. He looked at the thief, then at his daughter. "Ivan," Volkov barked. "Get blankets." They rolled the man over. His face was waxy blue-white. His eyes fluttered open. He looked at Volkov, then at Cal. He tried to speak. His lips cracked, bleeding. "Maxim," the man wheezed. "Save your breath," Cal said. "No." The man grabbed Cal's sleeve with a frozen claw. "Maxim, he said, not just us." Cal leaned closer. "What?" "Sabotage," the man whispered. "Power, cut the power." The lights went out. The barn plunged into absolute darkness. The hum of the ventilation fans died. The heaters in the water tanks clicked off. The only sound was the wind, screaming in triumph, and the terrified shuffling of 200 blind animals. "Generator!" Volkov shouted in the dark. "It didn't fail," Cal said, his voice flat in the blackness. He remembered the outline of the barn, the location of the door. He said sabotage. "There are more of them," Volkov realized. "Outside." "In this weather?" Katya's voice was trembling. "Best time to attack," Cal said. "Nobody looks out the window in a blizzard." He fumbled for his lighter. Spark. The small flame illuminated their faces, pale, tense, surrounded by the massive shadows of the herd. "They cut the line," Cal said. "They want the cows to freeze. They want to break us without firing a shot." Ivan watched the door. Volkov ordered. "Alexei, stay with Katya." "Where are you going?" Katya asked as Cal moved toward the generator room. "To see if I can fix it," Cal said. "And to see if anyone is waiting for me." "Take the gun," Volkov said. He pressed the cold steel of the Makarov into Cal's good hand. "I can't shoot lefty," Cal said. "Then learn," Volkov said. "Fast." Cal took the pistol. He checked the safety. "Cover the main door, Dmitri. If they come in shooting." Cal moved toward the utility room, the lighter held high. The flame flickered in the draft. The barn felt different now. It wasn't a shelter anymore. It was a trap. Chapter 21. The utility room smelled of diesel fumes and unwashed bodies. Cal stepped inside, the lighter flame wobbling in the draft. The generator, a hulking yellow caterpillar unit, was silent. The control panel door hung open, wires spilling out like colorful guts. "Clean cut," Cal whispered. He didn't touch the wires. He moved the lighter in a slow arc. The shadows jumped. Behind the fuel tank, a shape detached itself from the darkness. It wasn't a tactical movement. It was clumsy, the scuffle of a boot on concrete. A man stepped out, holding a pair of heavy bolt cutters. He wore a ski mask and a jacket that looked too thin for the weather. "Put it down," Cal said. He raised the Makarov with his left hand. The pistol felt wrong, heavy and awkward in his offhand grip. The man froze. He looked at the gun, then at Cal's sling. He saw the weakness. "Americanes," the man grunted. He tossed the bolt cutters. They clanged loudly against the generator housing. Cal flinched at the noise. The man lunged. He didn't go for Cal. He went for the door Cal had just come through, the door leading back to the barn, back to the dark confusion of the herd. Cal stepped into the path. He tried to bring the gun up, but his bad shoulder screamed, a blinding flash of white pain that made his vision swim. He didn't shoot. He couldn't verify the target in the flickering light, and a stray round would punch through the plywood wall into the cattle. The man lowered his shoulder and hit Cal square in the chest. It was like being hit by a sandbag. Cal flew backward, slamming into the metal shelving. Tools rained down, wrenches, screwdrivers, a box of nails. The lighter flew from his hand and died. Darkness. Cal slid to the floor, gasping for air. He heard the door bang open, then heavy footsteps running toward the main barn. "Volkov!" Cal shouted. "Incoming!" He scrambled up, ignoring the fire in his ligaments, and felt for the doorway. He burst into the main barn. It was chaos. The cattle were surging, a massive, frightened organism reacting to the noise and the smell of strangers. Flashlights' beams cut through the gloom. Volkov's near the main door, Katya's near the chute. And a third light. The saboteur was running toward the north wall, waving a flare. A red chemical flare. He cracked it. Hiss. The crimson light flooded the barn, painting the terror in blood tones. The cattle shied away from the sputtering flame, crashing into the wooden pens. "He's burning it," Cal yelled. The man threw the flare. It arched through the air, trailing red smoke, and landed in the hayloft above the maternity pen. Dry straw. Dust. The perfect kindling. "Shoot him!" Volkov roared. Volkov fired. Blam. The muzzle flash was blinding in the dark. The bullet missed the running man, splintering a post. The noise was deafening in the enclosed space. The herd panicked. The saboteur reached the side door, the one leading to the windbreak. He kicked the latch. The wind caught the door and ripped it from his hand, slamming it against the siding with a crash that shook the building. The blizzard poured in. It wasn't just wind, it was a physical invasion. Snow, ice, and a temperature of 40 below zero blasted into the humid warmth of the barn. The fog of cattle breath instantly crystallized into ice fog. The sudden drop in pressure and the shrieking wind were too much for the animals. The herd turned. They turned away from the cold, away from the red glare of the burning hay in the loft. They turned toward the only other exit. The main sliding doors. "They're stampeding!" Cal shouted. "Dmitri, move!" Volkov was standing in front of the main doors, trying to hold the line. He saw the wall of beef coming at him, 200,000 pounds of panic moving at 20 miles an hour. He didn't argue. He dove to the side, rolling behind a stack of salt bags just as the lead steers hit the doors. Crack! The locking bar, a piece of 4x4 lumber, snapped like a toothpick. The metal doors groaned, bowed outward, and then blew off their tracks. The herd poured out into the night. They flowed like dark water, tumbling over each other, slipping on the ice, scrambling to get away from the fire and the noise. They ran straight into the teeth of the Zud. "No!" Katya screamed. Cal ran to the hayloft ladder. The flare was sputtering in the straw, a small circle of flame starting to lick at the dry bales. He couldn't climb with one arm. "Ivan!" Cal yelled. "Get the extinguisher!" Ivan was already there, wielding a heavy red canister. He sprayed the loft, a cloud of white chemical powder choking the red light. The fire died before it could take hold. But the damage was done. Cal walked to the shattered main doors. The wind was howling through the gap, stripping the heat from the barn in seconds. The floor was empty, save for the manure and the deep gouges of hooves. Outside, the darkness had swallowed the herd. Volkov stood up from behind the salt bags. He brushed straw from his coat. He walked to the opening and looked out. "Gone," Volkov said. The word was snatched away by the gale. "They won't go far," Cal said, joining him. "Not in this. They'll drift with the wind until they hit a fence or a ravine." "The wind is from the north," Volkov said. "They drift south, toward the river." "The river is frozen," Cal said. "The ice is thin near the rapids," Volkov countered. "If 200 cows walk onto it." He didn't finish. He didn't have to. Cal looked at the storm. You couldn't see 5 feet. Going out there was suicide. But staying here meant bankruptcy. "We have to turn them," Cal said. "We cannot turn them on foot," Volkov said. "And the machines, skid steer is too slow. Tractor is broken." "We have horses," Cal said. "Grom is hurt," Volkov reminded him. "And you have one arm." "I have a plow horse," Cal said. "He's slow, but he's heavy." "And Grom. Grom is a war horse, Dmitri. He'll go." "You ride one-handed in a blizzard?" Volkov looked at him like he was insane. "You will freeze. Or you will fall." "If those cows hit the river, we're done," Cal said. "The ranch is done. Katya's money is gone. Your legacy is gone." He turned to look at the lawyer. She was standing by the chute, holding a flashlight, her face pale. She heard him. "Don't look at me for permission," she said, her voice trembling. "I am just the bank." "I'm not asking for permission," Cal said. "I'm asking for a scarf to tie my arm to my body so it doesn't flop around." Volkov stared at the empty barn. He looked at the fire extinguisher, foam dripping from the loft. He looked at the open door where the saboteur had escaped. "The man," Volkov said. "The one who lit the fire. He is out there too." "Let the wind have him," Cal said. "I want the cows." Volkov nodded. A sharp, decisive movement. "Ivan." Volkov barked. "Saddle the horses. The American rides the plow horse. I ride Grom." Cal looked at him. "You." "It is my herd," Volkov said. He pulled his scarf tight. "And if we find the man, I do not want witnesses." "No killing," Cal warned. "We turn the cows. That's the mission." "Mission is survival," Volkov said. Get your gear." 10 minutes later, they were mounted. The plow horse, a massive gray draft animal named Tank, stood like a statue in the gale. He didn't like it, but he had the resignation of a creature bred for toil. Cal sat deep in the saddle, his bad arm strapped tight to his torso under his parka. He held the reins in his right hand. Volkov was on Grom. The Bashkir was dancing, tossing his head, fighting the bit. The horse was hurt, yes, but the adrenaline of the storm seemed to have overridden the pain. Or maybe he just hated the wind. "Stay close," Cal shouted over the roar. "If we get separated, head for the tree line. Do not stop." Katya stood by the ruined doors, holding a lantern. She looked small, fragile. "Bring them back," she said. It wasn't an order. It was a prayer. They rode out. The transition was brutal. Inside the barn, it was loud. Outside, it was a sensory erasure. The wind blinded them, deafened them, and tried to push them off the horses. The snow was driving horizontal, stinging like needles. They found the trail easily. 200 animals leave a highway, even in a blizzard. The snow was churned into a dark, muddy slurry that hadn't frozen yet. They rode south, wind at their backs. That was the danger. The cattle would keep walking with the wind until they hit an obstacle. "How far to the river?" Cal yelled. 3 miles. Volkov screamed back. They pushed the horses into a trot. It was dangerous footing, hidden ice, deep drifts, but they had to catch the leaders before the ice did. Cal couldn't feel his left side. The pain was a distant, dull ache, buried under the cold. He focused on the rhythm of the horse, the dark smear of the trail. A mile in, they found the stragglers. The calves. They had dropped out, exhausted, curling up in the snow to die. "Leave them," Volkov shouted. It went against every instinct Cal had, but he nodded. "You save the capital, not the interest." They rode on. Shapes materialized in the white void. The main herd. They were moving in a slow, trudging wedge, heads down, driven by the relentless pressure of the storm. They were a mile from the river. "Flank them," Cal signaled. He kicked Tank to the left. Volkov took the right. They needed to get ahead of the leaders and turn them back into the wind. It was the hardest thing you could ask a cow to do, walk into the ice. Cal pushed the plow horse past the stumbling steers. Tank was slow, but he was a bulldozer. He plowed through drifts that came up to his chest. Cal reached the front. The lead animals, the big Herefords, were trudging blindly toward the drop-off of the riverbank. "Here! Get back!" Cal screamed. He slapped his leg with the reins. The cows ignored him. They were in a trance of survival. Cal rode Tank right into the face of the lead steer. Physical collision. The steer stopped, blinked, and tried to go around. "Turn around." Cal whipped the animal across the nose with the tail of his reins. On the right flank, Volkov was firing his pistol into the air. Crack! Crack! The noise was swallowed by the wind, but the muzzle flash startled the cows. They started to mill. Confused. The momentum stalled. "Push them!" Cal yelled. "Push them west. Toward the timber." They didn't have to go back to the barn. They just had to get off the river trajectory. The timber offered shelter. Cal rode back and forth across the front of the herd, a one-armed madman on a draft horse screaming insults at the beef. "Move, you useless hamburger! Move!" Slowly, painfully, the herd began to turn. They drifted west, seeking the path of least resistance away from the crazy men on horses. Then Cal saw it. A flare. Another red flare, popping in the distance near the riverbank. Someone was down there. Someone was signaling. "Volkov." Cal pointed. Volkov saw it. He pulled Grom up. He looked at the herd, now moving safely toward the trees. Then he looked at the flare. He didn't hesitate. He spun the horse and rode toward the red light. Dmitri, no. Cal shouted. But the Russian was gone, swallowed by the whiteout. Cal cursed. He looked at the cows. They were moving right. They would hit the trees and huddle up. They were safe enough. He turned tank and followed Volkov. He found them at the river's edge. The wind had scoured the snow off the ice here. It was a black, slick sheet stretching across the dark water. The rapids below were open, churning white foam. A snowmobile was overturned on the bank. It had hit a stump buried in the drift. The driver was pinned underneath it. He was waving the flare. Volkov was standing over him, the Makarov in his hand. Cal rode up. He slid off tank, his legs numb. He stumbled to Volkov's side. The man under the machine was Maxim Terasov. The Bratva boss wasn't wearing his suit and scarf. He was in high-tech snow gear, but his leg was trapped under the heavy tread of the machine. He looked up at them, his face a mask of pain and arrogance. "Colonel," Maxim grunted. "You took your time." "You cut my wire," Volkov said. He aimed the pistol at Maxim's head. "You burned my barn." "Business," Maxim wheezed. "Hostile takeover." "You tried to kill my herd," Volkov said. His finger tightened on the trigger. "Dmitri," Cal said. He stepped closer. "Don't." "He is pest," Volkov said. "He is disease. I cure it." "You shoot him, you start a war you can't finish," Cal said. "His men know he's here. If he disappears, they burn the ranch down with Katya inside." "If he lives, he comes back," Volkov argued. "Not if we change the deal," Cal said. He looked down at Maxim. "Hey, sunshine. Leg looks broken." "Tib-fib fracture," Maxim said through gritted teeth. "Compound. I can feel the bone." "That sucks," Cal said. "We can leave you here. The frostbite will take the leg in about 20 minutes. The heart stops in an hour." Maxim looked at the black water of the river. He looked at Volkov's gun. Then he looked at Cal. The arrogance slipped, just a fraction. "Negotiate," Maxim said. "No negotiation," Volkov said. "Wait," Cal put a hand on Volkov's gun arm. "We pull you out. We drive you to the hospital. But the debt is gone. The 20% is gone. And you stay the hell off our land." "Or?" Maxim asked. "Or we leave you," Cal said. "And nature takes its 20%. Which is all of you." Maxim stared at him. The flare sputtered and died, plunging them back into the gray stormlight. "Agreed," Maxim whispered. "Say it louder," Volkov demanded. "Agreed." Maxim screamed over the wind. "The debt is cancelled. Now get this thing off me." Volkov looked at Cal. He lowered the gun. He didn't look happy, but he looked rational. "We lift on 3, Cal said. "I can only use one arm. You have to do the heavy work, Dmitri." "I am strong," Volkov said. He holstered the pistol. "I am Russian." They grabbed the roll bar of the snowmobile. 1, 2, 3. They heaved. The machine groaned and tipped up. Maxim screamed as he dragged his shattered leg free. He rolled into the snow, gasping. Cal let the machine drop. He stood over the mobster. "Welcome to the cattle business," Cal said. "It's a tough industry." Volkov grabbed Maxim by the collar and started dragging him toward the horses. "You ride behind me," Volkov told the Bratva boss. "If you fall off, I do not stop." Cal mounted tank. He watched Volkov heave the injured man onto Grom. The storm was still raging, but the wind felt different now. It wasn't just noise. It was the sound of the slate being wiped clean. "Let's go home," Cal said. They turned back toward the ranch, leaving the river and the darkness behind them. Chapter 22. The wind had teeth now, serrated edges of ice that chewed through layers of Gore-Tex and wool to find the skin beneath. Cal rode tank with his chin buried in his collar, his good hand numb inside a mitt that felt like a boxing glove. Behind him, Grom slogged through the drifts, carrying a double load that defied physics and veterinary sense. Volkov sat in the saddle, grim and upright, while Maxim Terasov slumped against the Russian's back, his shattered leg dragging in the snow, leaving a furrow that the wind erased seconds later. Maxim wasn't screaming anymore. The cold had done the work of morphine, freezing the nerve endings into a dull gray silence. "Keep him awake," Cal shouted over the gale. Volkov slapped the mobster's cheek. Thwack. "Do not sleep, Terasov," Volkov roared. "You die in my saddle, I dump you in the ravine." "I am awake," Maxim slurred. "I am freezing." "Good. Freezing is living." They crested the rise, overlooking the ranch. The main barn lights were out, the generator line was still cut, but the yard was illuminated. Headlights. 6 beams cut through the swirling whiteout. The 3 G-wagons were back, arranged in a tactical V formation facing the house. "Company," Cal said. He pulled tank up. "His guard," Volkov said. "They came looking." "They see us coming out of the dark," Cal said, eyeing the vehicles. "They see you holding their boss. They're going to think we're using him as a shield." "We are using him as a shield," Volkov noted. A spotlight mounted on the lead SUV swiveled, blindingly bright against the snow. It swept the tree line, then locked onto the horses. Crack. The shot wasn't a warning. It hit the ground 5 feet in front of tank, kicking up a geyser of frozen dirt. "Down," Cal yelled. He kicked his feet out of the stirrups and slid off the plow horse, hitting the snow on his good side. He grabbed the reins, pulling the massive horse down to its knees. Tank, tired and trained to the plow, complied with a groan. Volkov wasn't so lucky. Grom shied at the gunshot, spinning. Maxim groaned, slipping sideways. Volkov grabbed him, hauling him back to center, but they were exposed targets in the spotlight's glare. Crack. Crack thump. A bullet hit the saddle horn, shattering the leather. Another punched through the flap of Volkov's coat. "They are shooting to kill," Volkov yelled. He spurred Grom behind the bulk of tank. "Tell him to call them off," Cal shouted. He was huddled behind the plow horse, snow packing into his collar. Volkov shook Maxim. "Tell them, or I let them shoot you." Maxim tried to lift his head. He was drifting, the hypothermia shutting down his cognitive functions. "Radio," he whispered. "Jacket pocket." Volkov jammed his hand into Maxim's parka. He fished out a compact Motorola handheld. He pressed the transmit button. "Cease fire," Volkov screamed into the mic. "This is Volkov. I have Terasov. He is alive. Shoot again," and I put a bullet in his ear. The radio crackled. "Prove it. Prove it." Volkov looked at the half-conscious man. He slapped him again. "Harder. Speak." Maxim coughed. "Boris, you idiot, stand down." The voice was weak, barely a whisper, but it was enough. The shooting stopped. The silence rushed back in, heavy and filled with the wind. "We are coming in," Volkov broadcast. "Do not move. Do not exit vehicles." "We want the boss," the radio crackled back. "You get him when we get inside," Volkov said. "If I see a door open, the deal is off." He clipped the radio to his collar. "Let's go," Volkov said to Cal. Cal stood up. His legs were shaking, fatigue, cold, adrenaline. He hauled tank up. The horse shook himself, snow flying. They walked the horses into the yard. It was the longest 100 yards of Cal's life. The spotlight tracked them every inch. He could see the silhouettes of men inside the SUVs, weapons raised. One twitch, one slip on the ice, and the air would be filled with lead. They reached the porch. The front door of the house flew open. Katya stood there, the SKS rifle in her hands. She aimed it squarely at the SUVs. "Inside," she ordered. "Quickly." They hauled Maxim off the horse. He screamed then, a high, ragged sound as the blood started to move in his broken leg. Ivan and Alexei ran out, grabbing the mobster's arms and dragging him into the mudroom. Cal followed, stumbling over the threshold. Volkov came last, walking backward, pistol drawn, watching the cars. He kicked the door shut and threw the deadbolt. The warmth of the house hit them like a physical wall. It smelled of wood smoke, wet wool, and copper. They dumped Maxim on the rug in front of the fire. "Heat packs," Katya barked at Alexei. "And the first aid kit. The big one." She knelt beside the mobster. She took a knife and sliced open the expensive snow pants. Cal looked away. The leg was a mess. The bone had tinted the skin, purple and angry. The foot was turned at a 90-degree angle. "He needs a hospital," Katya said. "Now. He is going into shock." "He stays until the storm breaks," Volkov said. He was at the window, peering through a crack in the curtains. "His men are still there." "They won't leave without him," Cal said. He sank into the armchair, his own arm throbbing in sympathy with the mobster's leg. "They will rush the house," Volkov predicted. "They are nervous. Leaderless men are dangerous." "Give me the radio," Cal said. Volkov tossed it to him. Cal keyed the mic. "Boris. This is the American." "We want Maxim," the voice came back. Angry. Scared. "He's by the fire," Cal said. "He's got a compound fracture and frostbite. We're stabilizing him. You guys rush the door. The first thing that happens is the lights go out. The second thing is nobody leaves." "We have guns," Boris said. "So do we," Cal lied. "And we have coffee. You guys look cold out there." A pause. "What do you want?" "We want you to sit tight," Cal said. "Keep your engines running. Don't freeze. When the wind dies down, we'll load him up. Until then, nobody crosses the porch line. Capiche?" Silence. Then we wait. For now. Cal dropped the radio on the table. "Coffee." Volkov looked at him. "De-escalation," Cal said. "You threaten a man with a gun, he gets jumpy. You offer him a waiting room, he relaxes." "You are soft," Volkov grumbled. But he holstered his pistol. On the floor, Maxim groaned. Katya was setting the leg. She didn't have anesthesia. She had a leather belt for him to bite on, and a bottle of vodka to pour on the wound. "Hold him," Katya ordered Ivan. Ivan put his weight on Maxim's chest. "Do it," Maxim hissed around the belt. Katya pulled traction. Crunch. Maxim arched his back, a guttural roar escaping his throat, then passed out. "Done," Katya said, her hands shaking as she reached for a splint. "Ivan, tie it off." She stood up and walked to the kitchen sink. She scrubbed her hands with dish soap, scrubbing hard, like she was trying to take the skin off. Cal walked over to her. "You okay?" "I just set the leg of the man who tried to bankrupt us," she said. "I should have twisted it the wrong way." "That's not who you are," Cal said. "How do you know who I am?" She turned, eyes flashing. "Maybe I am exactly like him. Maybe I am worse." "You're here," Cal said. "You drove a tractor through a blizzard to save cows. You ran out with a rifle to cover us. You're not him, Katya. You're Volkov's daughter, but you've got a different kind of steel." She looked at him. The anger drained away, leaving exhaustion. She leaned her forehead against his good shoulder. "I am tired of the cold, Cal. I am tired of the guns. Storm's breaking, Cal said. Barometer is rising. Volkov walked into the kitchen. He poured 3 shots of vodka. He slid one to Cal, one to Katya. To shoulder, Volkov said. It was the unit motto. Spetsnaz. Plecho k plechu. Cal picked up the glass. To getting back alive. They drank. The cows? Volkov asked. They drifted into the timber, Cal said. They're safe enough. We'll count them tomorrow. And him. Volkov pointed a thumb at the unconscious figure on the rug. He wakes up, we remind him of the deal, Cal said. Debt cancelled. Ranch is ours. He will lie, Volkov said. He will say he agreed under duress. He did agree under duress, Katya said. That is the definition of the contract. Then we make him sign it, Cal said. When he wakes up. Before we give him back to Boris. Sign what? Volkov asked. We have no paper. I have a napkin, Katya said. She grabbed a paper towel roll. She pulled a Sharpie from her pocket. She wrote quickly. Bold strokes. I, Maxim Terasov, acknowledge full satisfaction of all debts owed by Vostok Agri. I relinquish all claims to land, livestock, and assets. Signed. She walked over and placed the paper towel on the floor next to the mobster's hand. Primitive, she said. But admissible. Volkov looked at the paper towel. He looked at the man. He smiled. It was the first time Cal had seen him smile with genuine humor. Russian contract, Volkov said. Written in blood and paper towel. Just missing the handshake, Cal said. They sat in the kitchen as the wind outside began to drop. The house groaned, settling. The tension was still there, the G-wagons outside, the loaded guns on the table, but the immediate crisis had passed. Cal touched his shoulder. The pain was still there, but it was distant now. He looked at Volkov, then at Katya. They looked like a family. A dysfunctional, dangerous, battered family, but a family. Hey Dmitri, Cal said. Yes. Next time we go for a ride, Cal said, I'm driving the truck. Volkov chuckled. He poured another round. Agreed, Cowboy. Agreed. Outside, the snow stopped falling. The clouds parted, revealing a single cold star hanging over the steppe. Chapter 23. The sun came up like a blood blister popping on the horizon, spilling a thin, red light across the snow that offered no heat. The storm had scrubbed the sky clean. It was a vacuum of blue, expansive and indifferent. Cal stood at the window, peering through the gap in the curtains. His breath fogged the glass, freezing instantly into a delicate fern-like pattern. They're still running, Cal said. The 3 Mercedes G-wagons sat in the yard, idling. Exhaust plumes rose straight up, solid white columns in the still air. The windows were iced over, opaque slabs of gray. They looked like dormant beasts waiting for a thaw that wasn't coming. They have heat, Volkov said from the kitchen. They have leather seats. They can wait. Volkov was checking the magazine of the Makarov. He stripped the rounds out, click, 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 wiped them with a rag, and loaded them back in. It was a nervous tick, a mechanical rosary. On the floor, Maxim Terasov shifted. The morphine from the first aid kit, a relic from Volkov's service days, was wearing off. The mobster's face was the color of old parchment. His leg, splinted with 2 pieces of firewood and duct tape, was propped on a cushion. Water, Maxim croaked. Katya stepped over and held a glass to his lips. He drank greedily, water spilling down his chin onto the expensive collar of his thermal shirt. The deal holds? Maxim whispered, looking at Volkov. The deal holds, Volkov said. He picked up the paper towel from the floor. The Sharpie ink had bled slightly into the ply. You sign. Then you leave. I can't write, Maxim said. My hands are frozen. You can hold a pen, Cal said, turning from the window. Or we can let Boris come in and see you lying in your own piss. Might change the power dynamic out there. Maxim glared at him. The arrogance was dimmed, but the ember was still there. He took the pen Katya offered. He scrawled a signature that looked like a seismograph reading during an earthquake. Witness, Katya said. She signed below it. Then she made Cal sign. Legally, she said, folding the paper towel and putting it in her pocket, this is garbage. But in a tribal court, it might count for something. It counts because I have the gun, Volkov said. He walked over to the gun cabinet. He unlocked it. He took out the SKS rifle. He held it for a moment, feeling the weight, the scarred wood stock. He looked at the door, then at Cal. I have to carry him, Volkov said. He is dead weight. I cannot carry him and the rifle. Cal watched him. The Russian's eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with the exhaustion of the siege. So? Cal asked. Volkov turned the rifle. He held it out, butt first. You cover me, Volkov said. It wasn't a casual request. It was the transfer of power. For 3 weeks, Volkov had guarded the armory like a dragon sitting on gold. Now, he was handing the only long-range weapon to the man he had accused of being a spy 24 hours ago. Cal took the rifle with his good hand. He propped the stock against his hip. My shoulder is trash, Cal said. I can't hold it steady offhand. Use the porch rail, Volkov said. Do not miss. I won't miss. Volkov nodded. He walked to Maxim. Up. Time to go home. Ivan and Alexei stepped forward to help, but Volkov waved them off. Stay back. If they see too many targets, they get twitchy. Just me and the package. Volkov hauled Maxim up. The mobster screamed, a ragged thin sound. Volkov ignored it. He draped Maxim's arm over his shoulder, gripping the belt of the man's snow pants. He half carried, half dragged him toward the door. Open it, Volkov ordered. Cal opened the door. The cold hit them instantly, -30, sharp enough to freeze the moisture in your nose on the first inhale. Cal stepped out first. He moved to the left, behind the thick timber column of the porch. He rested the forestock of the SKS on the railing. He nestled the buttplate into his good shoulder, ignoring the dull ache. He sighted down the iron sights. The lead G-Wagon was 50 yards away. Coming out. Cal shouted. Hold your fire. The door of the lead SUV opened. A boot hit the snow. Then a leg. Then Boris. The lieutenant looked bad. He had clearly spent the night running the engine, probably sleeping in shifts. His eyes were puffy, his face pale. He held a compact submachine gun, a suppressed Keter, hanging on a sling. He didn't raise it, but his hand was on the grip. 2 other men got out of the flanking vehicles. They stayed behind the doors, using the engine blocks for cover. Volkov stepped onto the porch. He was struggling under Maxim's weight. The mobster's broken leg dragged on the wood, leaving a wet trail. Boris! Maxim yelled. It was weak, but it carried in the silent air. Help me, you idiot! Boris looked at his boss. He saw the splint. He saw the way Maxim hung limp against Volkov. He saw the weakness. Boris didn't move to help. He stood by the fender, watching. He looks heavy, Colonel, Boris shouted. His voice was flat, insolent. He is broken, Volkov said, stepping down into the snow. Take him. Broken, Boris repeated. He looked at the other men. A glance passed between them. A calculation. In the criminal ecosystem, weakness is blood in the water. Maxim wasn't just injured, he was compromised. He had been captured by a peasant and a cowboy. His mystique was gone. Maybe he is too broken, Boris said. He unslung the keter. He didn't aim at Volkov. He aimed at Maxim. Don't you do it, Cal whispered to himself, taking up the slack on the trigger. Volkov froze. He realized the dynamic had shifted. He wasn't delivering a hostage, he was delivering a liability. He signed the deal, Boris, Volkov said, his voice steady. We are square. Maxim makes deals, Boris said, raising the muzzle. I make corrections. If he dies here, it was the Americans who did it. A tragedy. I take over operations. Treason, Maxim hissed, trying to stand up, but his leg buckled. Evolution, Boris corrected. He tightened his grip. Cal didn't wait for the muzzle flash. He breathed out. The iron sight settled on the black receiver of the submachine gun in Boris's hand. Crack. The SKS bucked against his shoulder. The round didn't hit the gun. It hit the fender of the G-Wagon, inches from Boris's hip. The sound of the impact, metal tearing, was louder than the shot. A piece of shrapnel or jacket fragment skipped up and sliced Boris's cheek. Boris flinched, dropping to a crouch, swinging the gun toward the porch. Next one is center mass. Cal roared. He racked the bolt, chambering a fresh round. Drop it. Boris hesitated. He looked at the porch. He couldn't see Cal, just the barrel of the rifle and a dark shape behind the post. He looked at Volkov, who had dropped Maxim into the snow and drawn his Makarov, aiming it at Boris's face. You want to be boss? Volkov shouted. Then you have to survive the promotion ceremony. Drop the gun. Boris looked at his men. They hadn't moved. They weren't going to die for a lieutenant who couldn't even execute a coup properly. Boris let the keter hang on its sling. He held up his hands. Just talking, Boris said, wiping blood from his cheek. Just negotiating. Negotiation is over, Volkov said. Load him up. Boris walked forward. He grabbed Maxim by the collar of his coat, roughly, with zero respect, and dragged him toward the car. Maxim groaned, his eyes rolling back in his head. Careful with the leg, Cal shouted. I worked hard on that splint. Boris ignored him. He shoved Maxim into the back seat like a bag of laundry. He slammed the door. He turned back to Volkov. You think this is over, Colonel? Boris asked. Paper towels burn. Everything burns, Volkov said. Even G-Wagons. Get off my land. Boris spat in the snow. He got into the driver's seat. The engines revved. The convoy reversed, tires spinning on the packed snow, spraying ice. They turned in a wide, sloppy arc and accelerated down the driveway, disappearing into the white haze of the valley. Volkov stood in the yard, watching them go. He lowered the pistol. He didn't move for a long time. He just stood there, a solitary figure in a wool sweater, breathing in the cold. Cal walked down the steps. He kept the rifle pointed downrange, just in case. You okay? Cal asked. Volkov turned. He looked at Cal. Then he looked at the rifle in Cal's hand. You missed, Volkov said. I hit the fender, Cal said. It makes a louder noise. Scarier. You aimed for the gun, Volkov accused. Maybe. You Americans, Volkov shook his head, but there was no heat in it. Always looking for the trick shot. Next time, kill him. It saves paperwork. I thought you were retired from killing. I am, Volkov said. He holstered the Makarov. But old habits, they itch. He reached out. Cal thought he was asking for the rifle back. Instead, Volkov gripped Cal's shoulder, the good one. He squeezed hard. You covered me, Volkov said. I told you I would. Yes, Volkov said. You did. He didn't say thank you. He didn't have to. The grip on the shoulder said everything. It was the handshake of men who had stood in the same hole and climbed out the same side. Katya came out onto the porch. She was wearing her coat, hugging herself against the chill. "Are they gone?" she asked. "For now," Volkov said. "Boris will be busy fighting for his chair. Maxim will be busy learning to walk again. We have time." "Time is money," she said. "And we have neither." "We have cows," Cal said. He looked toward the timber line, where the herd had drifted during the storm. "If they're alive." "We count them," Volkov said. "Now." He turned to the house. "Ivan. Alexei. Get the horses. We work." Cal handed the rifle back to Volkov. Volkov pushed it back. "Keep it," Volkov said. "It is ranch property. You are manager. Manager needs tools." Cal looked at the SKS. It was heavy, ugly, and smelled of cheap powder. "I prefer a rope," Cal said. "Rope is for cows," Volkov said, walking toward the barn. "Rifle is for neighbors." Cal slung the rifle over his shoulder. The strap dug into his bruised muscle, a reminder of the night's work. He looked at the empty road where the Bratva had vanished. They would be back. Maybe not today, maybe not next month. But wolves always circled back to where they smelled blood. "Let's go find the money," Cal said to the empty yard. He walked toward the barn to saddle a tired plow horse, feeling the weight of the trust he had just earned settling onto him like a new coat. It fit better than he expected. Chapter 24. The silence of the steppe was different after a storm. It wasn't just the absence of noise. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket that dampened the world. The snow was packed so hard you could drive a truck over the drifts without leaving a tire track. Cal stood by the corral fence, his breath pluming in the -20-degree air. He held a coffee cup in his good hand. His left arm was strapped tight to his chest under his parka, a dead weight that throbbed with a dull, rhythmic reminder of the last 48 hours. "It's too quiet," Cal said. Volkov was leaning against the post next to him. He was smoking a cigarette, squinting at the dark line of timber 3 miles to the west. "Quiet is good," Volkov said. "Quiet means nobody is shooting." "Quiet means nothing is moving," Cal corrected. "If they were alive, we'd hear them. 200 cows make noise, Dmitri. Even in the snow." "They are hunkered down," Volkov said. He flicked his ash onto the white ground. "They conserve energy." "Russian cows." "They were American cows 3 weeks ago," Cal said. "They don't know the drill yet." They saddled up. It was a slow, painful process. Cal couldn't lift the saddle, so Ivan had to heave the heavy roping rig onto Tank's back. The plow horse groaned, expanding his barrel against the cinch. He was tired of being a cowboy horse. He wanted a plow and a flat field. "Ready?" Volkov asked. He was on Grom. The Bashkir looked rough, ribs showing, coat matted with dried sweat and blood from the bear fight, but his ears were pricked forward. "Let's go count the damage," Cal said. They rode out. The sun was blinding, reflecting off 1 billion ice crystals. It was a world of diamonds and death. They followed the trail they had cut the night before, a chaotic, churned-up highway of frozen mud leading to the river, then veering sharply west toward the trees. They found the first carcass a mile from the barn. It was a heifer. She had stumbled into a ravine filled with soft drift snow. She had bogged down, exhausted, and the cold had simply turned off the lights. She looked like she was sleeping, dusted with a fine layer of frost. Cal didn't stop. "You don't mourn the stragglers. You look for the herd." "1," Volkov counted. His voice was flat. They found 2 more near the tree line. Calves. They had huddled together against a birch tree, but the wind had found them anyway. 3, Volkov said. They entered the timber. The temperature rose slightly, sheltered from the biting air, but the shadows were long and blue. The tracks were everywhere here, a maze of hoofprints circling trees, stripping bark for food. They scattered, Cal observed, looking for cover. Listen, Volkov said. He pulled Grom up. A sound drifted through the pines. A low, resonant mourning. Moo. Cal kicked Tank into a trot. They broke through a dense thicket of scrub oak and entered a small clearing. There they were. The herd had found a natural windbreak, a limestone depression shielded by a dense stand of spruce. They were packed tight, a single, shivering organism of red and white hide. The heat rising from their bodies had melted the snow beneath them into a muddy slurry, and the steam hung over them like a localized fog bank. They looked rough. Their hip bones were sharp. Their eyes were dull. Frost hung from their muzzles in long beards. But they were standing. They made it, Cal whispered. Count them, Volkov said. He pulled out his notebook. It took 20 minutes. They rode the perimeter, moving the animals just enough to get a head count. 178, Cal said finally. Volkov did the math. We lost 22. 10% loss, Cal said. In a Zud. With a fire. And a stampede? Is expensive, Volkov grunted. But he closed the notebook with a snap that sounded like satisfaction. But acceptable. Maxim wanted 20% tax. Nature took 10. We beat the spread. We still have to get them home, Cal said. And we have to feed them. They've burned every ounce of fat they had. If we don't get hay into them in 4 hours, they'll start dropping from ketoacidosis. The tractor is fixed, Volkov said. Ivan finished the hydraulic line this morning. We bring the bales to them. No, Cal said. We drive them back. They need to move. Get the blood pumping. If they stand here, they stiffen up. Pneumonia sets in. Volkov looked at the herd. He looked at Cal's bound arm. You want to drive 170 cows 3 miles in snow. One-handed? I've done it with no hands, Cal lied. Just use my knees and a good dog. Since I don't have a dog, I got you. Volkov smiled. It was a grim showing of teeth. I bark loud. The drive back was a slow, grinding march. The cattle were reluctant to leave the shelter of the trees. They had to be pushed, shouted at, and bullied into the open. Cal rode flank, letting Tank do the heavy lifting. He used his voice, a hoarse croak that carried over the snow. Kia. Get up. Go home. Volkov rode point, leading the way, breaking the trail. He looked natural in the saddle now, not like a cowboy but like a cavalry officer. He sat upright, rigid, scanning the horizon for threats that weren't there anymore. They hit the yard at noon. Katya was waiting. She had opened the barn doors, the ones they had repaired with plywood and 2 X4s. The inside was dark, but it was dry, and the hay was piled high in the feeders. The cattle smelled the alfalfa. The lead steer bellowed, a sound of pure longing, and broke into a trot. The rest followed. They poured into the barn, a river of beef flowing toward salvation. Cal sat on Tank by the gate, counting them in. 176, 177, 178. He let out a breath that hurt his ribs. Done, he said. He slid off the horse. His legs gave way. He grabbed the fence to keep from face-planting in the mud. Katya was there instantly. She ducked under his good arm, taking his weight. You are an idiot, she said. Her tone was affectionate, but her eyes were worried. You are gray. I'm fine, Cal said. Just running on fumes. Volkov rode up. He dismounted Grom with a stiffness that betrayed his age. He handed the reins to Ivan, who had come running from the machine shed. Rub them down, Volkov ordered. Grain for the horses. Extra ration. He walked over to Cal and Katya. We survived, Volkov said. The cows survived, Cal corrected. We just opened the doors. Modesty is boring, Katya said. Come inside. I made borscht. And I found the aspirin. The kitchen was warm. The smell of beets, dill, and beef broth filled the air. It was the smell of life. Cal sat at the table, his arm out of the sling so Katya could check the circulation. His fingers were pink. You keep the arm, she pronounced. But you do not lift anything heavier than a spoon for 2 weeks. I have fences to fix, Cal argued. The north perimeter is gone. The bear tore down the box canyon wire. Ivan fixes fence, Volkov said, slurping his soup. Alexei fixes fence. You manage. Manager implies I manage people, Cal said. Not just point at things. You manage vision, Volkov said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It wasn't the napkin contract. It was a formal document, stamped with the official seal of the regional magistrate. He slid it across the table. Cal looked at it. It was in Russian. My Russian is getting better, Cal said. But legalese is still Greek to me. It is the deed amendment, Katya explained, spooning sour cream into her bowl. I filed it electronically this morning. The productive capacity clause. And we met the requirement, Volkov said. 178 head. On the property. Alive. The land is secured for 49 years. Cal touched the paper. It was just pulp and ink, but it weighed 50,000 acres. And Maxim? Cal asked. Is he going to honor the napkin? Maxim is in a private clinic in Vladivostok, Katya said. I checked. He had surgery this morning. Rods and pins. He will not be walking for 6 months. And after 6 months. He is a businessman, Volkov said. He understands leverage. We saved his life. We have his signature. And more importantly, Volkov tapped the table. We beat him. In Russia, you do not fight the man who beat you. You wait for him to die of old age. It is safer. Cal leaned back. The chair creaked. So we're clear, Cal said. We are clear, Volkov agreed. We are broke. We have no fuel. We have enough hay for 3 weeks. But we are clear. 3 weeks is a lifetime, Cal said. The grass comes back in April. April is 2 months away, Volkov noted. It will be a long road. I like long roads, Cal said. Keeps you looking at the horizon. Katya reached out and covered his hand with hers. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. The friction was gone, replaced by a steady, quiet heat. Volkov stood up. He walked to the wall where the map of the ranch hung. He took a red marker. He circled the North Canyon, the place where the bear had lived, where the cows had been trapped. We named this, Volkov said. Bear Creek. Cal suggested. No, Volkov said. He wrote in Cyrillic, then in English block letters. Henderson's draw. Cal stared at the map. You can't name it after me, Cal said. I'm just the help. You are the reason we have cows to put in it, Volkov said. He capped the marker. It is on the map now. It is official. Cal felt a lump in his throat. It was the same feeling he'd had when his grandfather let him brand his first calf. The feeling of being woven into the fabric of a place. Thanks, Dmitri, Cal whispered. Do not thank me, Volkov said, turning back to the table, his face serious. Thank me when you fix the budget. Katya says we are bleeding cash. We'll sell the steers in the fall, Cal said. Market is going up. I checked the futures on your phone. You checked the futures? Katya raised an eyebrow. I was bored while I was cleaning the gun. And if we fatten them up, Cal said, we're going to be rich. Or at least not poor. Not poor is good, Volkov decided. I toast to not poor. He raised his soup spoon. To not poor, Cal agreed, raising his spoon. To spring, Katya said. They ate in silence, the only sound the wind outside, which was no longer a threat, but just the breath of the land they had finally, truly claimed. Chapter 25. April in Primorsky Krai didn't arrive with flowers, it arrived with mud. It was a geological event. The top foot of the permafrost let go, turning the steppe into a black, sucking gumbo that could pull the boot off a man or bog a tractor down to the axles. The Rasputitsa. The time when roads ceased to be roads and became suggestions. Cal sat on Grom, watching the sunrise burn the mist off the valley floor. The air was soft, heavy with the smell of wet earth and rotting vegetation, the scent of the land waking up hungry. He shifted in the saddle. His left shoulder gave a twinge, a phantom echo of the winter's violence, but the joint moved freely. He rolled it, testing the range of motion. We made it, buddy, Cal said, patting the horse's neck. Grom snorted, shaking his mane. The Bashkir had healed. The bear claws had left 3 parallel furrows of white scar tissue on his flank, a permanent brand of the winter campaign. He was thinner, ribs showing under the shedding winter coat, but his eyes were bright. He chewed on the bit, eager to run, indifferent to the mud. Cal neck-reined him toward the north perimeter. They were riding the line. It was a ritual Cal had performed 5,000 times in Montana, but here it felt different. In Montana, he rode fences to keep his cattle in. Here, he rode fences to keep the world out. He stopped at the high point, overlooking Henderson's draw. Below, the herd was grazing on the south-facing slope where the new grass was shooting up, neon green spikes pushing through the brown thatch. They looked rough. Their coats were patchy, their hip bones prominent. But they were dropping calves. Little red and white bundles were scattered in the grass, sleeping or nursing. 185, Cal counted. Plus 20 on the ground. He pulled a pair of pliers from his belt. Not the rusted Soviet pair he'd started with, but a new set of Knipex cutters Katya had ordered. He tightened a loose wire, twisting the steel with a practiced flick of the wrist. Snap. Twist. He looked at his hands. They were stained with Russian dirt, scarred by Russian wire. He reached into his saddlebag, a new leather one Ivan had stitched together, and pulled out the Bible. The cover was warped from the fire, the edges charred where he had ripped out pages to stay alive. He ran his thumb over the brand. The Broken Arrow. He had spent the winter thinking this book was his ticket home. A reminder of what he had lost. Now, looking at the charred leather against the backdrop of the Siberian hills, it looked different. It didn't look like a tombstone anymore. It looked like a seed. "Granddad," Cal whispered to the wind. "I think the horizon moved." He put the book away. A sound drifted up from the valley floor. The grind of an engine fighting the mud. Cal turned Grom. A vehicle was churning its way up the main track. It wasn't the Land Cruiser. It was the Audi Q7. It was slathered in mud, the pristine black paint hidden under a layer of gray clay. It was sliding sideways, tires spinning, correcting, then sliding again. "She's driving it like a rally car," Cal grinned. He spurred Grom down the slope. The horse slid on his haunches, surfing the wet grass, then leveled out into a lope. They met the car at the main gate. The Audi skidded to a halt, steam rising from the grill. The door opened. Katya stepped out. She wasn't wearing the camel coat. She was wearing a waxed canvas field jacket and jeans tucked into tall leather boots. She looked less like a lawyer and more like a landowner. She pulled off her sunglasses, inspecting the mud splattered on the fender. "I am going to need a pressure washer," she said. "You're going to need a tank if you keep driving in April," Cal said. He leaned on the saddle horn. You made good time. I didn't expect you until Friday. The roads were negotiable, she said. She walked over to the horse. She reached up and scratched Grom behind the ear. The horse lowered his head, blowing breath against her jacket. He looks good, she said. He's tough. Like his owner. Which owner? She asked, looking up at Cal. The one with the checkbook. She smiled. It wasn't the guarded, sharp smile of the winter. It was real. I have news. From Vladivostok. Good news? Or do I need to load the rifle? Complicated news, she said. She reached into the car and pulled out a thick manila envelope. The bank has released the funds. The operating account is unlocked. We have liquidity. That sounds like good news. That is the bait, she said. The hook is the Ministry of Agriculture. They reviewed the deed amendment. They saw the production numbers. And they are intrigued, she said. They want to know how a bankrupt collective farm managed to have a 90% survival rate in a Zud that wiped out half the herds in the district. They are sending a delegation next month. To give us a medal. To see if we are stealing from the state, she said dryly. Or to see if they can tax our methods. Bureaucracy is a hydra, Cal. You cut off one head, Maxim, and 3 more grow in Moscow. Maxim is quiet. Maxim is learning to walk on a cane, she said. But his lawyers are busy. They are challenging the napkin contract, claiming duress. He was under duress, Cal said. His leg was broken. Exactly. It will be a court battle. Expensive. Long. She looked at the ranch house. The roof had been patched. Smoke curled from the chimney. It looked solid. You can leave, Cal, she said suddenly. The winter contract is done. You proved the concept. You have your pay. I brought the cash. It is in the glove box. Enough to buy a ticket to Montana and put a down payment on a nice little spread near Bozeman. Cal looked at the envelope in her hand. He looked at the Audi. He looked at the vast empty hills rolling away to the Chinese border. Bozeman is crowded, Cal said. This is not your fight, she said. The government. The courts. It gets ugly from here. Not physical ugly, paper ugly. Soul-crushing ugly. I survived the bear, Cal said. I can survive a bureaucrat. Why? Because I got cows on the ground, Cal said. And fences to fix. And I think Ivan is finally learning how to weld without blinding himself. Volkov walked out of the machine shed. He was wiping grease from his hands with a rag. He wore a canvas vest over his flannel shirt, and the SKS rifle was slung over his shoulder, not aggressively, just like a piece of clothing he put on every morning. He walked over to them. He looked at the muddy Audi. You drive like maniac, Volkov said to his daughter. I learned from the best, she retorted. Volkov looked at Cal. He looked at the horse. Fence is good. Volkov asked. Fence is holding, Cal said. But the south posts are rotting. We need to replace a mile of line. We have money. Volkov asked Katya. We have money, she confirmed. For now. Then we buy cedar, Volkov decided. Cedar lasts. He looked at the envelope in Katya's hand. He didn't ask what was in it. He knew the war wasn't over. It had just changed fronts. The American thinks he stays, Katya told her father. Volkov looked at Cal. He squinted against the sun. He thinks this? Volkov asked. He seems sure of it, she said. He is stubborn, Volkov said. I told you this in November. I'm standing right here, Cal reminded them. Volkov walked over and slapped Grom on the flank. Get down, cowboy. Coffee is hot. We have to plan spring branding. And we have to discuss the neighbor. Which neighbor? Cal asked, swinging a leg over. The one to the east, Volkov said. The one with the empty valley. I think we expand. Cal hit the ground. His boots sank into the mud with a wet squelch. Expand? Cal laughed. We barely survive 50,000 acres. You want more? We have infrastructure now, Volkov said, gesturing to the patched barn. We have system. We have friction. Why waste it on small operation? Cal looked at Katya. She was grinning. It was a dangerous grin. The grin of a woman who saw the chessboard and liked the odds. You're both crazy, Cal said. We are Russian, Volkov corrected. Same thing. Cal looked back at the hills. The grass was greening up. The air was sweet. He thought about the long flight home. The TSA lines. The polite conversations in diners where nobody knew what it was like to hold a flare in a burning barn or look a bear in the eye. He looked at Volkov, the old spy finding his soul. He looked at Katya, the lawyer finding her fight. Reckon I better stay, Cal drawled. Somebody has to keep you two from starting World War III over a property line. Good, Volkov said. Now come. I have new vodka. Pepper flavor. It burns good. They walked toward the house, 3 figures moving through the mud. Behind them, the sun climbed higher, illuminating the vast, raw, terrifying beauty of the Russian Far East. It was a hard land. It promised nothing but struggle. But as Cal looked at the herd grazing on the slope of Henderson's draw, he knew one thing for sure. It was a hell of a place to be a cowboy. And the ride was just getting started. The end.